Hello everybody and welcome along to round 2 of the 2015 FIA World Endurance Championship. An endurance championship surely would not be complete without a visit, at least once a year, to Spa-Francorchamps. And we're here this weekend for the traditional pre-Le Mans test for the FIA WEC runners and for those who want to just have a run out before the big one in June at Les Sarthes. Perfect weather conditions, a little bit of high cloud over the Ardennes today with temperatures at the moment 14 degrees Celsius and 16 degrees on the track, by far the warmest we've seen in the days that we've been here, with torrential rain on Wednesday and Thursday greeting the drivers and teams of the FIA World Endurance Championship. Silverstone is done and dusted, and what a cracker that was. We move on to Le Mans and Nürburgring after this race, and then the flyaways: Austin, Fuji, Shanghai, and finishing off the 2015 season in Bahrain. Down on the grid, not sure hitting oil drums is traditionally Belgium, but that is the entertainment at the front of the grid, with packed grandstands and a busy grid. The cars are in there, parked tails in to the wall in what is a revival of the Le Mans tradition. Gerard Neveu, the man at the head of the FIA WEC, in the middle there. To his right, Pierre Fillon. And hello to Dan Wormsley and his wife, Hannah, and little Esme. The whole grid of drivers have signed the board for little Esme, who is the newest member of our FIA World Endurance family. She just came a little bit early. Dan, Hannah, we're thinking of you. Everyone is here. Won't stop Dan from tuning in, I'm sure. Eduardo Freitas down there on the grid has been a busy man already this weekend in keeping people on the track. The wide open spaces of this Formula One circuit are rather too easy for drivers to take advantage. The fastest race lap is a 2 minutes point 4. That will go. Porsche knocked over 3 seconds off the qualifying record. Let's head down to Louise with the legend.
Well, joining me down on the grid is Tom Christensen. Tom, sorry to disturb you. We're out in front of the number 7. It's got the Le Mans spec. Can you just talk us through what those features are?
Yes, car 7 and 8 have the new aero spec for Le Mans. We make the debut here. Audi have worked intensively on a high priority on the aerodynamics. And you see, it's really all about getting the energy of the air through the car and make the car incredibly efficient. So leading the air through the whole car, that's the concept, and not create any turbulence, but still have very good aerodynamic efficiency, less drag, as you normally know, like the rear wing creates drag, but it has been a great achievement from the engineers. The drivers like it. It's for Le Mans. Now we try to see how well it will go at Spa. You have even integrated the mirrors, as you just showed, but it's a whole new change. You can't say a concept change, but it's a big evolution and a big step forward, as it has been a great priority.
Thank you. Well, before we see how the number 7 does it in the race, let's take a look back at qualifying highlights.
Thanks, Louise. Well, it was the GTs that went out first, of course, and Pedro Lamy and Paul Dell'Alana took up where they left off at Silverstone. They were on pole and won there, and the 98 Aston Martin on pole position. Paul Dell'Alana doing his only second ever qualifying session and was the fastest of the non-pro drivers. In GTE Pro, Aston Martin again, the newly re-liveried 99 car in the Energy colours this weekend, the yellow and red machine, taking pole position in GTE Pro. Third position as well for Aston, by the way. G-Drive Racing, well, they were first and second at Silverstone, and again, pole position belonged to one of their cars, the 26 car on pole in the Pro-Am category of LMP2. The new coupe is looking very swish around the circuit. At the head of the field, probably no surprises that it was Porsche's first and second, but also Porsche third as well, with the extra car here for the Le Mans test. It was the 17 car that took its third pole position in a row, if you count the end of the season last year at Sao Paulo, but they've never turned any of those into a finish, never mind into a victory. What wasn't expected was the margin of the speed differential. Jackie Hicks there down on the grid, but the qualifying lap record beaten by over 3 seconds, and even the Porsche drivers saying that was more than they expected. Anthony Davidson has become part of a 2-driver team this weekend, as Kaz Nakajima won't take part. He's broken a bone in his back with an accident when he ran into the back of the number 8 Audi earlier on in the weekend. There is the 3rd place RSR, Klaus Bachler, with an uncharacteristic drop of that car early in the piece the weekend. They're 3rd in their GTM category, and the best place of the Porsches, because the pro cars are not good.
No, not far behind the pro cars there. But you should make clear, by the way, if the images you were watching wasn't riot control of the crowd here, although they are getting pretty excited. That was T-shirts being fired into the main grandstand from the grid. So a new grid show developing through the year. Grid walk, as you can see in the background there, beginning to just make their way back down towards the pit lane so we can get towards a race start. But a very good crowd, very nice weather, John, and 34 cars for this race this weekend.
Second in the AM class is the number 50 Corvette. The AM cars have the orange number plates. Labra competition back into the FIA World Endurance Championship this season. Jacques Leconte and his team, a very, very welcome addition to the grid. Good to have them back. And there is the Paul Dall'Anna, Pedro Lamy and Matthias Lauda, Aston Martin. 2 drivers have to put in a lap, and then the average is taken from that. And that's Matthias Lauda standing by the door, actually. Yeah. And I like him more and more the more I speak to him. He's a smashing young man, got a big future. Paul Dall'Anna was the quickest of the non-pro drivers. Pedro Lamy was the quickest of the pro drivers. A well-earned pro. For the first time in a while, that wasn't the case in GT Pro, and we'll come to that in a moment. These were the scenes earlier today of the crowd streaming into this pre-Le Mans test, as well as round 2 of the FIA World Endurance Championship. And traditionally, the big manufacturers add extra cars. Audi and Porsche have done just that. Porsche with 3 cars in the same spec, Audi with 2 cars in the spec for Le Mans and 1 in their early season spec. DJ the Avner playing the tunes earlier on, and you might have noticed racing driver Patrick Dempsey in amongst that as well.
Is that Eddie Merckx?
It was Eddie Merckx. Good spot.
Eddie Merckx.
Both famous Belgians are here, with Eddie Merckx and Jackie
Absolutely.
Hicks there. And that
every available place, John, packed for this start. This is a championship that has got a feeling that it's beginning to go motoring, not just on track but off as well. And there's a very good feeling in this paddock. Look at that, that's a beautiful shot. The 34 cars in era corn formation. Set off with the establishing laps there.
There is the 3rd place GTE Pro car, Stefan Mucker, with his usual teammate of Darren Turner. Had a couple of offs, actually. And Rob Bell being added to
the more experienced of the 2 Bell brothers.
Yes, he would say better looking as well. That's another
He'd be
tenner he
wrong,
owes me.
in fairness. He'd be wrong.
I'd be delighted to know the football results at the moment. Not. The 2nd place car in GTE Pro was the Ferrari, defending champions, world champions, the 51 car, and there it is. Interesting, you can use 2 sets of tyres in qualifying now, and Jimmy Bruni went out first and handed the car over to Tony Vielander. Jimmy went out on a harder compound, so when Vielander came back in, he jumped out quickly, and Jimmy jumped back into the car on the softer compound and failed to get pole position by 0.070 of a second.
Nearly made it. All very good stuff. As the teams line up now with the cars, this is going to be the way in which the grid is presented to the crowds all season this year.
Fernando Reis will start the pole-sitting GT Pro car in the Hanergy colours this weekend. That swaps and changes with the 97, and there's a special potentially a special colour scheme coming for Le Mans as well. Lots of different overalls for mechanics and drivers. Richie Stanaway and Fernando Reis did the qualifying.
I know that, Bear.
I think we should gloss over that.
I know that,
what
Bear.
happens in Spa
I think that
stays
may
in
be
Spa.
some of my. There might well be some of my my Dutch friends in the marshalling community. But if they're listening, I hope they are. Have a great and safe afternoon.
So definite. What happens in Spa stays in Spa. We're not talking about the Bears. The source hairpin. Then the first right-hander to be negotiated by the 34-car field of the FIA World Endurance Championship. The two Audi LMX, the R8 LMXs, the ultimate iteration of the Mark 1 R8. Now subsumed, of course, by the revised car, which has already taken its first victory in the VLN. The crowds have stormed in. We are right opposite that grandstand, and I think I can see
full.
3 seats.
There are probably people on the way back for the grid walk, but there's barely a seat to be had anywhere, and the whole of the trackside down towards turn 1 and down the hill towards Eau Rouge, John, lined several deep. It's going to be a big crowd here.
In fairness, around the area there have been plenty of posters. The local radio was running advertising as well, and quite clearly, as Tom Christensen gives Marco Bononomi the benefit of his experience, drive fast, don't hit anything. And there is, in the centre shot with the gilet, Gerard Neveu. And he and his team have to be congratulated for the series, this series and the ELMS, in fact, which they took on as well, of course. 6 hours of racing to come. Pierre Fillon to the far side there with the sunglasses on, the president of the ACO. And we quite often get Sir Lindsay Owen-Jones, the chairman of the FIA World Endurance Committee as well. Couldn't see who that was on the right-hand side there. The national anthem of Belgium now.
Notre sang, ô patrie, nous le jurons tous, tu vivras, toujours grande et belle, et ton invincible unité aura pour devise immortelle le roi, la loi, la liberté. Aura pour devise immortelle le roi, la loi, la liberté. Le roi, la loi, la liberté. Le roi, la loi, la liberté.
That's how a national anthem should be sung. No extraneous notes that weren't on the sheet music.
Absolutely.
Sung properly. Well done. I'm very impressed, but that one goes to the top of the... I think that's... If Silverstone was about a 5.5, I think that was a 7.5, maybe an 8.
That might well have been an 8.
Yeah. OK, we'll grade them for the rest of the season.
I think we should.
It's at Specutainment and at DSC Editor in the booth. There is the mighty 38 Jota Sport. Harry Tinknell, the fastest P2 driver in qualifying yesterday.
Now this car, of course, full season ELMS entry, but for several years now, Jota Sports have chosen to race here at Spa as a way of prodding the WEC bear and seeing what comes of it in pre-Le Mans form, and have come away, John, I think with, 2 wins and a 2nd place in previous years in this race. And with their newly upgraded Gibson chassis, first time we've seen a Gibson on a WEC grid. 43 car here, another addition to the grid. Missed the first race, the Saab Moran team. And this is the newly upgraded Morgan chassis, the older of the two on-road products. Here's the new one. This is the Ligier of the 26 car, the pole position car.
Nice to see that they've got blueberry and raspberry drinks.
That's quite good. Slushies, I think, at about the hour mark. But a very good-looking car, the Ligier. 5 of those on the grid this week, and we'll talk about a couple of the others. We can see one there just disappearing stage right from the ESM team. Another upgraded car. This is the number 4. This is the Team Bicolis CLM.
And whilst it wasn't, of course, at the pace of the P1 hybrids, Graham, it was ahead in qualifying at least of all the P2 cars, and that is an improvement for them.
It is an improvement for them. A long, hard road for this team, and let's keep an eye on form. What they're looking for is speed. What they're looking more for is reliability, and new gearbox, new suspension, new bodywork for that car this weekend.
There's the old spec Audi, and when you look at the nose of that and then compare that to the 7 and 8 car, you will see the huge differences. Also, the sticky out things on sticks, the looky behind things, mirrors is the technical
I like looky
term.
behind things.
Well, they aren't on the other ones because they're included into the fairings around the wheels. Out come the dolly jacks. But note the shape of the front end and the aerodynamics of that car.
And the headlamps.
And the headlamps, indeed. It's a huge change for the Le Mans spec Audi, which, by the way, was the quickest in the twisty central section here of any of the cars, including Honda and Porsche. Honda, that's a Freudian slip. Toyota and Porsche, Gazoo Toyota, as we should properly call them now, and there it is, including those cars which are still, as far as we are aware, in their full season spec.
Correct. All 3 Porsches and indeed the 2 Toyotas in the higher downforce, and therefore higher drag spec. And here is the World Champion car, the newest car on the grid, John, because of course this car was rebuilt just 2 days ago.
Yes, the very unfortunate accident, Kaz Nakajima at the wheel, unsighted in terrible conditions, a wall of spray between himself and the braking area for Lecombe at the end of the Kemmel Straight. And in the ball of spray was, I'm afraid, the number 8 Audi, complete innocent bystander. The Toyota was written off and required a new tube. The Audi number 8 car required a lot of hard work by the Yost mechanics.
So you can see there, John, the mirrors in the front fenders that John was talking about a little earlier. Get well soon, Kaz. I'm sure you're listening in.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you'll see on the rear dorsal fin there, by the way, tribute to the chairman of the Audi Belgium club.
Watch the front of this car. Remember that bluff front end? Look at that. Look at the aero work on that. There are wings. They are absolutely wings on the front of there that is managing the air around, through, under, anywhere you like. Luis Beckett is down on the grid, has been talking to some of the teams. I had a word with Alan McNish last night. He was forecasting weather. What you're hearing, Luis?
Well, what I've heard is 85% chance in about 4 hours' time.
Ooh.
Thank you.
Well,
got to have a quick word, Louise, about the atmosphere down there. This is a huge crowd, isn't it?
Oh, it's superb. It's superb. I was at the autograph session earlier, and it was packed, not just at Patrick Dempsey's garage, I have to say, throughout the paddock and the pits. It was brilliant.
did you get any good autographs, Lou?
Yeah, you know.
Lots of people asking for Louise's autograph. That's the problem. Thank you, Louise. Louise Beckett, we will hear and see a little bit later in the broadcast. It's time to go fast.
Third Porsche, one of the factory cars added for this race and for the Le Mans 24 Hours. 3 debutants to LMP1 aboard that car.
And on the outside of the front row, Nick Tandy will start that. The man who wants to go and do some Sprint Cup racing.
Oh, yes.
And Brendan Hartley qualified this car in a new qualifying lap record pace by over 3 seconds. But he wasn't the fastest man in qualifying because his teammates went through a couple of hundredths even quicker, and Timo Bernhard, who's wearing a very lovely Stefan Beloff helmet this weekend, did Stefan's memory proud. Let's go down the grid, and Gerard Naro.
Gerard, we couldn't have asked for a better season opener in Silverstone, and now we're here in Spa. Record times are being smashed on lap times. What can we expect?
I don't know if it exists in English, but in French we can say bis repetita. Means that we will do probably the same this weekend here, because we have the most beautiful cars on the grid, the best drivers. We have a lot of fans, we have a lot of people coming here this weekend and following us for all the championship. And this track is probably one iconic track in the world. So regarding the performance we had during the practice and the qualifying, we can be very optimistic for the race coming very soon now.
And we are going to be back here, aren't we?
That's the plan. When you are facing to a successful event like this, there is no reason to change. So we just renewed today with the ACO, the promoter, and with the Spa-Francorchamps circuit and the Race CB, the Royal Atomic Club Belgium. We just renew for the next 3 years the contract here. It means that until 2018, including 2018, we will race with WEC here in May each year. It will be the pre-year race automatically before Le Mans, because this is probably one of the top places in the world in order to prepare Le Mans, the next very big event for the WEC.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
That contract, we believe, Graham, literally signed this morning.
Absolutely right, and 3 more years is often the call than election years. It's 3 more years for the WEC here and in May, John, and that's significant.
Just over 13.5, in fact, on 13.5 degrees Celsius in the air, 16.1 on the track. We've not seen anything like this. It's been 3 or 4 degrees cooler than that. Those are the grandstands down towards the bottom of Eau Rouge, and that is on board the number 7 Audi, which will be started by the number 7 Audi will be started by, he says.
It's Marcel Fessler starting the 7.
It is indeed. Let's see if we can go through the rest of it. One car that was missing. One car that was missing was the KCMG car that we haven't had a chance to see on the grid. And if you're looking at the grid sheets, it's not there either, and that's because they had quite a large issue after qualifying, and Louise is just scrambling to the end of pit lane to see if we can find out from the team exactly what that situation was. She'll give us a shout in the moment. As you can see, the grid is being cleared. There is Jackie Hicks, Mr. Le Mans, for his generation at least. And let's go down to Louise and find out about KCMG. Louise, what can you tell us?
Richard, you're in the box. You're starting from the pit lane. Why is that?
We got excluded from qualifying yesterday for a technical irregularity. It wasn't a performance gain. It was just one of those things which unfortunately wasn't legal, but we managed to rectify for now. And as a penalty, we had our times taken away. We had to start from the pit lane. So, you know, the race is long. It's 6 hours. I think if we can make up about 10 seconds every hour, we're still well in the game, which with our strategy and with the lineup we have and the car we have, I think that's a very good chance of us doing. So come the 5th and 6th hours, I think you better watch out. We'll be coming.
We're moments away, but the guys are still looking around the car. They've got the front end off. What's going on?
To be honest, I'm not completely sure, but you know, they look quite chilled out. I think it's going to be nothing major. We'll be okay.
All right, thank you.
Louise Beckett on the spot there, and Graham, you have the decision.
I do. It's to do with the underfloor plank, John, that all these cars carry to maintain the kind of the ride height. That's
what's often called the T-tray part of
correct.
that, the frontal part of that is held up by a steer.
Right, and you're not allowed for that plank to flex under load more than a very small permitted amount.
Green flag on the grid. We have the start of the formation lap for the 6 hours of Spa.
Jackie Hicks waving the green flag to release the cars.
Start the formation lap for the 6 hours of Spa.
And that's a deflection test that the KCMG car failed.
It is, and the penalty for them is they will start from pit lane, but 30 seconds after the last of the cars has passed. So it's a substantial penalty for them. So we'll wait and see whether or not there is a further issue or whether or not they're just making some final adjustments. 2 formation laps we'll have at the start of this race, so 2 formation laps. So we'll try not to get too excited as they come down through the bus stop on the first time, John. We won't be able to sustain that for 6 hours plus 2. You can see all the way down the hill on the left-hand side there, the stands absolutely packed as they go up now through Eau Rouge, through Raidillon. GT car still getting away.
That's the back of the GT Pro Grid. Yes, the back of the GT Pro Grid, because the 2 Works Porsches were the last 2 qualifiers in that, Kevin Estre and Fred Makovicky. Actually, it will be... Oh, yes, it is Kevin Estre and Fred Makovicky who started. Our timing screen has caught up with the grid sheet that we were given. 3 Porsches then lead round the field. Nick Tandy and Brendan Hartley on the front row, controlling the pace when that Audi disappears in about 6.5 miles' time. Then it's Audi and Porsche on row 2, or should I say Porsche and Audi, and then Audi and Toyota on row number 3. On row 4, the remainder of the works cars with Toyota and the Audi Sport number 9 car. Team by colours a little bit off the pace, but ahead just of Sam Bird, who'll start the pole-sitting G-Drive Racing LMP2 pole-sitter. Saad Moran back in the championship ahead of the second G-Drive Racing car. Then Jota Sport into this for their traditional pre-Le Mans rollout ahead of Signatech Alpine. Extreme Speed Motorsports, Ryan Dielstar, had a good chat with him yesterday. And Dan and Hannah Walmsley will be cheering on Stracker Racing. And all our best wishes to you and little Esme. The pole sitter in the GT Pro class, Fernando Reis for Aston Martin, with Bruni, Mucker, Davide Rigon, Marco Sorensen starting the 95, and then those Porsches at the back of the GTE Pro grid. In the AM category, it's Pedro Lamy with Jack Nicolay out of position there. They had some problems in qualifying with water in the fuel rig.
I suspect after the downpour we had the night before, John.
And then the rest of the cars. There is an extra GTE AM car with Matt Griffin starting the 55.
With Duncan Cameron and Alex Mortimer joining him in that car. Another car putting in some laps and some practice against WEC opposition before Le Mans.
And Nick Lapierre will start the KCMG car, not from the back of the grid, but from the pit lane with a 30-second pit penalty. Or 30-second drive penalty. Get well, Kazuki. He was tweeting from his bedside in the early parts of Thursday and Friday. Well, this is the time when the drivers have to be focused, and Louise has been speaking to Seb Buemi for his last-minute thoughts ahead of round 2 of the FIA World Endurance Championship.
Seb, the wheels are on, you're getting ready for the formation lap. What are your final thoughts?
We'll see. I mean, it's going to be a long race. We were not so quick yesterday, so we will see today in the race. I'm sure it's going to be closer, so it's going to be better for us. But, you know, we don't know what can happen towards the end of the race with the rain, so hopefully we can fight, you know, and give a hard time to Audi and Porsche.
Well, if you're just joining us, a very warm welcome to Spa-Francorchamps, where the first of 2 form-up laps have been completed in a race that has a high chance of rain in the 5th hour of the race. Drivers' thoughts now surely towards the start of the race. Let's hear some more last-minute thoughts from the grid.
Last minutes before the race, what are your thoughts?
I mean, hopefully it's going to be a good one, quite similar to Silverstone, which is a better result for ourselves. But Silverstone was fantastic for the people, for ourselves too with the fight, and we really hope that we're going to be able to beat the guys in front of us.
Thanks, Loic.
Loic Duval talking to our Louise Beckett just moments before it rolled off the grid. The LMX Audi R8 pace car cracking along.
It is, absolutely at some rate, coming up through Radion, John, at a real pace.
And our pace car driver is?
It's Yannick Dalmas.
It is Yannick Dalmas.
And how many times has he won them all?
Yes, exactly. I think they were asked to crack on a bit to get everybody to get some heat into the tyres. Well, Nick Tandy in for the GT programme, starting the 19 car. What are his final thoughts?
You're just about to go out on your first LMP1 WEC. How are you feeling in the last minutes before the race?
I'm feeling good. You know, it's been a few months since I've been part of this program, and now we're actually going racing. So this is what we're here for. It's just a practice. There's no pressure on this weekend. It's preparation for the longer race in a few weeks' time. So we'll just see how we get on. It's a good result for Porsche in qualifying on a Friday, but yeah, the points scored on Saturday for the race. So let's see.
Nick, like all of us, struggling with Friday qualifying, Saturday racing. The kart track unbelievably has some people on it as we get ready for the second round of the FIA World Endurance Championship. Silverstone was round 1, and the UK gave us outstanding entertainment on the airfield circuit with 6 hours of nip and tuck, 6 hours that resembled at times a heavyweight boxing championship match between the big hitters of the automotive, sports car and endurance racing world. We've moved away from the flatlands of Silverstone to the rolling hills of the Ardennes, and round 2 of the FIA World Endurance Championship is live from Spa-Francorchamps, with the front row locked out by Porsche again, and the addition of a backstop third car. Porsche and Toyota will need to make their moves early to beat these fast Audis with their new body kit. Can the Porsches break the toe and get their lead that they need to win this race and take the momentum to the 24 hours of June. The 6 hours of Spa, round 2 of the FIA World Endurance Championship, is moments away from the green light. 6 hours on the clock. The red lights are out, and we're racing, and immediately the 7 Audi and the Toyota spread out. It's 1, 2, 3 wide coming down into La Source for the first time. Big lock-up as the Porsches went 3 wide and blocked out the front row.
Toyota, John, the two Toyotas gone past all the Audis up into 4th position. Went up the inside the number 2 and took 4th position.
Marcel Fessler trying to fight back there in the 7 car. It's the 17 car from pole position with Brendan Hartley, who leads out. And here come the Audis, the trimmed out Audis, the Le Mans spec Audis. And already Fessler is back through and has used the superior aerodynamic performance of that number 7 car. Remember, it's the 7 and the 8 that have the new bodywork, the new suspension, the new philosophy. I don't hold with what Tom Christensen said beforehand. This is a new way of going racing for Audi. It's not the conservative Audi we've seen in the past. And nipping at the heels of the world champion is the standard car. Marco Bonanomi in 8th position, trying to have a look there at Sebastian Buemi, but it's job done for Brendan Hartley on the first lap. He has managed to break away from Mark Lee, Nick Tandy, Marcel Fessler, Verge de Val, Buemi and Bonanomi at top 8.
Look out here, though, for the number 7 Audi, because Fessler is coming. He's looking to see what he can do about Nick Tandy. It's this second sector of the racetrack where the Audis has been particularly strong. And are we going to see a positional change before the end of lap 1 again, John?
Well, we saw, didn't we, the beautiful variety of endurance racing at Silverstone with the Audi quick through the twiddlies and the Porsche fast down the straight. Has this body kit, has this change of emphasis on the aero, on the Audi, made enough difference for them to be able to get close to or even perhaps surpass the straight line speed of the Porsches? The speed traps would say no. Also, the lap times in qualifying would say no, but what we're seeing on the track now,
he's done it.
Marcel Fessler would say yes, it is.
He's up to 3rd position. He did that round the outside into the new bus stop formation, and now down towards La Source, and will be hammered down as the
Like Duval in the 2nd Audi, the number 8 also right up in behind Alexander Wirtz here, and Wirtz will not be able to hold the Audi back. I doubt he'll go for it into Eau Rouge and Radion, but the Kemmel Straight, that blue and white Toyota is toast as they come up over the top. Watch the Audi, the 8 car, in between these two. This is the car that was rebuilt, remember. Meantime, it's Audi versus Porsche as the 19 car fires back around. So, that Audi is a bit slipperier, but not as slippery or as fast as the Porsche.
But what we didn't see was the massive difference in straight line speed between the two cars at Silverstone, John.
It was like lighting the afterburners, wasn't it, on the Porsche. Meantime, Harry Tinknell, the man who was fastest in qualifying in LMP2.
He was fastest man, but not pole. Yes, correct.
Yes, he was the fastest man in qualifying. He has got the Gibson to a lead of a World Championship race for the first time, ahead of the 43 of Ollie Webb and Sam Bird. 3 very talented British drivers, 1, 2 and 3 for Gibson, Morgan and Ligier.
Gibson, Morgan, Ligier, and then Alpine. Variety is the spice of life, with the Dome, Straka Dome, a couple of places further back from that, but a nice close-knit group here. So Hartley, Lee, Tandy, Fessler in P1, P2, with it looks like Harry Tinknell trying to get onto terms at the moment with the CLM, John.
And as this P2 battle continues, I can tell you that Stefan Mucker in the 97 Aston is leading in Pro, with Fernando Reis, the pole sitter, in 2nd. Jimmy Bruni cycled back to 3rd ahead of Kevin Estre, who's made some moves to make up some positions in 4th position. In AM, Pedro Lamy from Klaus Bachler from Paolo Roberti, which is Aston, Porsche and Chevrolet. But at the head of the field, Brendan Hartley comes through. The old lap record in the race, by the way, was a 2 minutes
1.251, John, in 2013.
1:58.0. I think it was a 2 minutes point 4 actually before that. That was the lap record, but it's gone anyway. 1:58.0 for Brendan Hartley. Oh, listen to the cars hammering the compression there as they go up Eau Rouge towards Radion. And people asking about comparisons with Formula One, which I kind of don't like to do because it's apples and tennis rackets. But we haven't seen the Formula One cars here this year, but last year in the race, anything under 2 minutes would have been sort of back towards the middle of the field. So it's not bad going. This is race pace that we're talking about here. Be interesting to see what the lighter Formula One cars do here this year, but of course they do not have the downforce of these cars, nor do they have the power, more than 1,000 horsepower for the hybrid cars. Ollie Webb and Sam Bird. Ollie on the right of pictures, Sam on the left, into the action area at Le Combe, the braking area at the end of the Kemmel Straight.
That's the older on-road car, the newer on-road car, the coupe, going around the outside, making the move past the Evo version of the Morgan. But pretty even Stevens there.
Let's have a listen in to Sebastian Buemi, down in 7th position and the second best of the Toyotas. A balance problem for that car, very big understeer, I think is what he was telling Mathieu Lenel, his race engineer. And this is the battle then for 3rd position with Nick Tandy in the 19 car, playing the backstop, which is exactly the role that car has to do. This is a team game. This car is not in the championship. It's a run out for these drivers who have all come through the GT programme, remember, before they go to Lassat in June. And what his job is to do now is to drive fast enough to stop Marcel Fesler getting by him, but slow enough to make sure that Brendan Hartley and Mark Lieb disappear up the road. And he's doing that brilliantly because he's giving his two teammates something in the region of 8 to 9 tenths of a second on the cars that are chasing them.
Lock up for Alex Wurz there through La Source. That's given the number 8 Audi a chance to get on the back here. Let's have a look what he can do. Great shot from the helicopters. By it goes on the outside now. The Audi, has he got room to make that pass stick into Le Combe? He does. Brilliantly done. But that started, John, into La Source, where the entry into La Source was compromised with a big lock-up from Alex Wurz.
Golf
oh,
there.
One very wide.
Big run wide there.
And that's changed again. The number 1 car goes ahead of the number 2.
That was Wurz on the final part of the Combe as they plunged down towards Rivage. This long 180-degree right-hander through the no-name left and still going downhill towards Pouhon there in the distance. Then the little piff-paff or chicane, very fast chicane of Fagnes. Now let's have a look at Alex Wurz here. Oh, he took too much curb on the right there, didn't he?
Yeah, absolutely.
We've all done that on the sim.
38 and 96 under investigation for the race start. And we've got the 38 car that managed to get its way to the front of the field. We'll wait and see what race controls say about that. But the 38 Jota Gibson, the number 96 car, that is the Rofco AMR Aston Martin GTM. And this is the GTM GT Pro lead battle. The 97 car just moving out of shot. There is the 99 with Jimmy Bruni's Ferrari right behind, and right behind him is Kevin Estre.
It's been a brilliant start from Estre. They weren't the quickest qualifying, but the Porsches, how many times have we seen this down through the years, Graham, have come good in race trim, make the headlines after race day, not after qualifying day. That's 2nd, 3rd and 4th in GTE Pro at the moment. The dark panels on the top of the red and yellow Aston Martin, the very thin photovoltaic film that is generating some electricity for the onboard fans, and the word that Harry Tinknell was a little too anxious at the start, and the mighty 38 will have a drive-through penalty for jumping the start.
Bad news indeed, as indeed does a 96 car. So who starts the 96, John? We've got... not on the timing screen at the moment.
Sorry, which car? 96. 96.
It was Stuart Hall.
Was started by Stuart Hall right at the back.
So I'm afraid Harry and Stuart, two British drivers, two British cars, will be making their way down the pit lane at the prescribed limit and losing time and positions as a result.
Brilliant strategy by Porsche. Nick Tandy doing exactly what he needs to do. He's managed to get almost 6 seconds of a gap between himself and the leader, Brendan Hartley, who has just put in the fastest first sector of the race of 32.8. This is getting down towards qualifying pace here, Graham.
Absolutely.
We are going to be down, I think. Oh, now I just saw a windscreen wiper going there on one of the cars. Here's the start again. Now just watch as they fad out 4 abreast. Here's it is from on board Marco Bononomi. And watch down the inside here as the number 2 Alex Wirtz almost gets tied up in it. Watch to the right, Alex Wirtz will appear about now. There he is.
A little bit of contact there.
There was. And the Audi, very quick indeed. Marcel Fessler realised he couldn't allow the Porsches, the 3 Porsches, to get away. And the whispering, the ghost-like Audi, very quick in a straight line.
The new lap record, meanwhile, as we watch this replay, John, has gone under 158. It's 157.972 now for Brendan Hartley in the lead of the race. There's purple sectors all over the place, and not just from Porsches, because the Audis are quick as well.
Loic Duval begins to find his feet. The number 8 car in 5th position. He's just put the fastest middle sector in. Audis still, even in their reduced downforce, own the middle sector here.
Should say, by the way, all of the factory P1 cars have now broken the lap record.
And all of the factory P1 drivers broke the qualifying record in the qualifying session by some margin.
Now, this is Johannes van Overbeek, I think, making his way through the GT runners in one of the brand new Tequila Patron ESM Ligier Hondas, the 3rd different chassis this team has run
in 4
races. We challenged, I think, the viewers last time as to whether or not there was anywhere else in world motorsport that had been done before. I've not had an answer, but I'm taking that as the leader is with traffic. Ooh, oh, very near there to taking the front corner from the SMP Racing Ferrari, but Brendan Hartley makes his way through. As Harry Tincknell takes the new helmet for Harry. New helmet colours.
Jump start for the 38, remember, and the 38 car is into the pit lane, having given up then the lead, which will leave Sam Bird in the G-Drive Ligier from Ollie Webb, from Nelson Panciatici Ligier, Morgan, Alpine and Gibson.
Just look at the difference in straight line speed between these GT cars, which are motoring, by the way, and that 17 Porsche. Astonishing difference.
And we were seeing, I was asking in the press conference earlier in the week whether the drivers actually felt that might be a bit of an advantage. And the P1 drivers said, yes, it is actually. It makes getting past GT cars and some of the P2 cars a wee bit easier because the acceleration is certainly a lot better than it used to be. The top speed is there or thereabouts, but getting to it, terminal velocity, much quicker. Now, something's gone wrong with the Porsche plan here because Mark Lieb's been caught up in traffic and now has Nick Tandy up his tailpipes.
That's because Nick has just done the 2nd fastest lap ever around here. 3rd fastest lap, I apologise, because Brendan Hartley's done both of them. Here comes the Porsche, now dealing with Nicolas Lapierre, who's making his way up the field from that delayed start from the KCMG car. So the KCMG car now up into the top 25, but clearly a long way back. And now already dealing with LMP1 factory traffic on their 7th lap. We are 13 minutes in to 6 hours around the Spa-Francorchamps circuit.
So Brendan Hartley leads by just under 2 seconds now from Mark Lee and Nick Tandy, his 2 teammates. And there is the leader, Hoving Interview, behind Jimmy Bruni's Ferrari. Now let's have a look here. This is the leader, has to make a decision. I'll go down the middle. Split seconds.
But that will have cost him time.
Oh, it did. There's no doubt about it. You know, we look at that, and these guys are making these decisions several times a lap.
Yeah, how much time? 2 seconds that cost him.
So now the 2nd and 3rd Porsches have the same issue. That's Jimmy Bruni ahead.
Oh,
Mark Lee,
no!
Oh, this is Nick Tandy.
Oh, disaster!
And he's taken out the 91 GT Porsche as well, with Kevin Estre, the leading car. And that is exactly the sort of kerfuffle that Porsche did not need. That car, not so bad. OK, they lose track time. Let's have a look from on board with Nick Tandy. He's going to go up the inside here. And he's on the curb. Oh, dear. He's come from a long way back there, and the driver's on the left-hand side. Let's look at it from the outside. There's blue flags are showing there. It's a racing incident, isn't it?
I'm afraid it is.
And that is just coming down through Fane. Let's have a look from... Now, this is fine, us looking at this, but remember, Kevin Estre is on the other side of the car. Look, it almost disappears there. It's in the blind spot. It's that right-hand three-quarter that has been an issue so many times.
Nick Tandy on his LMP1 racing debut, Kevin Estre and his Porsche GT.
Right, let's... well, the good news is Nick Tandy's going to bring that one back. What's he saying?
Nick, you okay? Nick, are you okay? Yeah, I'm okay. Okay, mate, try bring it back if you can. Try bring it back if you can.
Carl Wilson-Clark?
No, Carl's looking after the 17.
Right.
So, serious front-end damage there, but is he going to be lucky enough just to get away with bodywork there, John? Well, we're about to see, because he's bringing it back at some pace. Take it easy, Nick. Just bring it home safely. Let the team deal with it. But that was a substantial nerf. Well, two hits, wasn't it? The first with the Porsche, the second with the tyre barrier. And that was a pretty wound-up Nick Tandy on the radio.
I think he was commendably cool, calm and collected. So down at the bottom of the hill then, the yellow flags are out, although now the track has been cleared at turn 11. There's a double yellow at the following corner. I just wonder what's happened to Kevin Estrier's car and how that got further down the track and had to come to a halt. We'll see if we stay with this shot. Can't see it. Well, it must have continued because I can't see it there.
Kevin's car is shown as mobile on the timing and scoring. We'll wait for just a few moments. Nick Tandy, meanwhile, has brought the 19 back to the pit lane, and that car inevitably will head for the box immediately.
Well,
will they fuel it first?
It'll always get fuel first. And they, well, you know what? The wheels are all pointing in roughly the right direction.
Yeah.
Wow, see how much fuel went in there for the sake of a lap of running.
Estrier is still lapping and at pace, by the way, so got away with it, certainly with far less damage than the P1 car did. Olaf Montai shakes his head. He's not a happy bunny, is he? Replay again.
This. He comes. I think Estrier hasn't seen it, and at the point that Nick's making the move, he's realised that, and he's tried to go up on the curb about now.
The horror that you must realise, not only when you've been involved in an accident, but the moment when you see that it's one of your teammates.
I'm going to say one word. It's at this point here when he's up on the curb, he realises he's not getting away with that.
No.
I'm going to say one word.
Daytona.
Yeah. And for those of you that speak German, I apologise for the offence caused by Timo Bernhard's language there. But I think we understand the sentiment. And there, the modular nature of the front end of modern LMP cars.
Well, let's keep an eye on
perfectly demonstrated, or illustrated, should I say.
The time that takes to get the car back out onto track. Track is clear at turn 12. Yellow flags have gone now.
Marty Kay says to @DSC editor and @Specutainment, that still falls under the don't take out your teammate territory.
Oh, most certainly it does.
Particularly when that 91 car is battling for the championship and you aren't. Pat Long in the Porsche behind the Ferrari. You can just about see it poking up above the slightly more aerodynamic car ahead, or at least slightly less in the air. The 83 car at the moment has got Manuel Collard. Manu driving that.
Absolutely, and so it's the S&P Ferrari, Manu Collard, and then the camouflage. What was it? Atlantic Convoy camouflage we talked, didn't we? About the 77. Towards the back of the field.
Just look at how calm behind the wheel Pat Long is. No extraneous movements. Just a little bit of a turning oversteer there, which he corrects immediately. Now Manu, he's battling for position here.
Absolutely.
So no need for him to pull over.
5th and 6th, I think, in class, this one, John. There's Patrick Dempsey with Caldwell Clabezi's lady to his right. And the 19 is back out already.
So that was just bodywork then. Up goes the car on its jacks. The dollies come out.
Lights are not working on one side, John.
They can fix that at the next pit stop.
Yep.
I don't think they'll bring him back for that, unless he's got other problems. There is the battle that we were talking about just a few moments ago.
So Brendan Hartley still leads the race, now 5 seconds clear, by the way, of Mark Lieb, and then Marcel Fessler, of course, now up into 3rd position, courtesy of that incident that took out the number 19 car, now back on track. So it's Porsche, Audi, Toyota is your top 7. The CLM still leads the P2 cars, the last of the P1 cars on the lead lap. Sam Bird and Ollie Webb, your lead 2 in LMP2.
Depending on how quick that 19 car got out, it's either 2 or 3 laps they've dropped, that's all.
Meantime, should make clear, Terry Tinknell, after that run down pit lane for the penalty for a jump start, continues and is in 5th position in LMP2. That's cost him about 20 seconds.
at the head of the field. Brendan Hartley now back out to that 6-second gap that he had earlier, but that 6 second now over Mark Lieb. Mark's got a 1.5 seconds over Marcel Fessler in the first of the Audis, which are hunting in packs as well, because Loic Duval is about another 1 3/4 seconds back. Then it's the first of the Toyotas, and it is the World Championship car. Timo Bernhard there is saying that's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other.
Yeah, and he was discussing it with Hans Stuck,
Porsche board member, of course. And I think that was Romain Dumas that was there as well, long-time teammate of Timo. Porsche factory drivers, but of course won Le Mans together in an Audi.
Nico Lapierre, by the way, is now to 16th position and is already taking positions from P2 cars. This is Nico's comeback to the WEC. Still a development driver for the Toyota team, but has been out of a drive since Kota last year. It's great to see him back, all smiles this morning, despite that penalty that meant a late start for the gorgeous 47 Oreca.
Pepe Durrani in the orange and black car there.
The orange and black, the one way you can tell the difference between the two is that the 28 car has an orange front leading edge on the splitter, whereas the 26 has got a black.
You've been reading Andy Blackmore's Spotter's Guide, haven't
Everybody
you?
should.
That's absolutely right. Absolutely right. He's chasing down Nelson Panciatici, and that is for 3rd and 4th position, with Sam Bird and Ollie Webb ahead of this. And here comes, is that the leader or is that the 19 coming back to them?
It might be the, let's have a quick look.
I find it nigh on impossible to tell the Porsches apart. They've got a little lights on the top of
the leader
of the canopy, and that's the red of the 17. Mark
Julien
Lieb's is blue.
And the G-Drive garage, highly successful non-pro driver, multiple winner of classes at Le Mans, with Labre competition principally, and has done very well in transferring to LMP2.
Ryan DL, by the way, in 6th position, 7th position in P2, behind Johnny Kane in the Straka, and it's the 3rd chassis in 4 races for ESM, and the first time for the Ligier, Honda and Dunlop combination here at Spa-Francorchamps. Panciatici then.
Only the 2nd time we've seen a Ligier Honda in Europe.
Yes, exactly.
Because we did have one at Le Mans for the first year for Ligier last year, but we haven't had one as a full season entry for the WEC or the LMS. We're looking here, replay of move being made. This
and
is
Manu Collard. This was the battle that we were looking at earlier. Ooh, both of them all 4 wheels off. I need to see this. It looked like Pat almost got there and then backed out. That's sensible, but watch the lines through there, both of them off the track. That is not allowed, and they will get warned for that.
They will, but I think the reality there was the compromise they both had to make in trying to make that move, then lifting off. So it's almost a lesser of two evils there.
So then they gained advantage.
Well, maybe, but there you go. Let's wait and see how Eduardo Freitas sees it.
Silverstone rules apply. If you gain advantage, you have to be warned and a stop-go penalty. We're only looking here for continuity of decision-making. In fairness, people did have times disallowed earlier in the week for doing exactly that at Raidillon.
As the leading P1 cars make their way by the leading P2 cars now.
That's 4th place Loic Duval in the number 8 Audi.
Absolutely, but the lap times as a result go to over 2 minutes for the P1 leaders.
Plenty of grip on this track, despite the fact that it is still relatively cool, and it is clouding over here. The sunshine and the bright popping colours that we had earlier on have given way to the headlights being a little more obvious in, I wouldn't call it the gloom yet, but it's certainly not as bright as it was. And the weather that we can see out of our commentary box window here, which is looking back over the grandstands on the start-finish line, is looking threatening. Worse than that, the weather seems to be coming from driver's left on that shot now from the helicopter. Look at the crowds.
And in amongst the GT cars again, the GT times below John, as we're in car now with the number 7 Audi of Marcel Fessler, remarkably consistent at the lead of the pack of GT Pro. 220.1, 220.2, 220.2, 220.4, 220.4, the lead 5 cars. Amazing stuff.
Look at the acceleration out of La Source.
It is, you know what, first practice session, I spent some time just watching the cars go from there. The Porsche visibly quicker than anything else coming out of there. But here we've got the 18 car with the 7 deciding to have a bit of a sniff. Now we'll see the difference in current trim. Porsche still pulling away just a little, but nowhere near what it was doing at Silverstone. Nowhere close.
And the guys from Neuburg, Audi Sport's new home, will have a right smile.
Oh, yes.
Because what we haven't seen is Porsche's Le Mans bodywork yet. This is still their full season trim. Now, that said, they are trimmed out to the max here. They do not want to see rain today. Of all of the cars out there, the Porsches do not want to see rain.
Now, what we see here, though, John, is when we get to the twisty bits, despite the fact it's the Le Mans bodywork, the Audi's still quicker through the twisty bits than the Porsche. In through Pouhon now. And traffic still ahead. That's the CLM. That is the LMP1 privateer car being lapped for the first time. And the 7 right with the 18.
But still ahead of all the P2s.
Absolutely.
And I accept that they are not on the pace of these cars, but they are not on the budget of these pace of these cars. I expect they're probably competing on less than the hospitality catering budgets of these.
John, there are small spacecraft that aren't on the kind of performance levels of these cars.
There is the Audi garage on the left, Ben Trellier on the right, Andre Lotterer. And in the background, Dr. Wolfgang Ulrich. Quick tap of the brakes from the Porsche, not for that right-hand kink, but to make sure the pads are somewhere near the discs.
The Audi closing right back under braking there, though.
The circuit to get the pad knock off. And it seems to me that Porsche and Mark Lieb is perhaps not quite as confident under retardation. He's gone a bit wide. The Audi can't cut underneath, but gets the good run. This is what we saw with the Toyota before, Graham. It starts there. Little bit of a performance advantage when the power goes down, using that hybrid stored battery energy. 8 megajoules of energy for the Porsche, only 4 in the flywheel for the Audi.
And away he goes on the straight, though. Look at that.
Wow. Now that is a difference.
There are the two factory Porsches together. And that is a change of position. That is Kevin Estre going ahead of Fred Makovicky, we just saw in the background there.
So recovering after that whoopsie. And that is in the GTE Pro category. That was a change for 24th position overall.
Just want to keep an eye on the form of Fred Makovicky. I've spotted a couple of odd lap times from him, which I'd put down to traffic. But for Estre to have had that off and still be back in that hunt doesn't seem right.
Fair point, well made. 2:21.3 for Makovicky last time. Davide Rigon in the Ferrari ahead, 2:20.8. And ahead of them, 2:20.4 from Sorensen. Jimmy Bruni, 20.2. So yeah, he's a good second off the pace, Makovicky, at the moment. Could have just been traffic.
Cars 71, 91, 92, 83 and 51. House must respect the track limits at turns 3 and 17. That's not the last time we're going to see that, John.
No. But the line in the sand has been drawn.
Absolutely, and
You'll get 2 warnings.
You get 2 warnings and carry on doing that. You're going to be be able to wave to your pit crew. And not as you pass them on the racetrack. Christian Poulsen, Gianluca Roda.
Christian Poulsen looking a bit cheesed off. He doesn't like it when he's not in the car.
He doesn't like it when he's not in the car. No.
This is
their car.
Going up to the top of Radion. Oh, look at that Corvette drifting.
Paolo Roberti, affable Italian. Fabulous sounding Corvette.
I think you don't have to say that. That is actually
just
redundant.
Corvette. Yeah.
Corvette. You assume fabulously sounding when you say Corvette, don't you? So we are then, amazingly enough, getting on for half an hour into this race. No pit stops for at least another 15 minutes or so. That's about another 6 or 7 laps. And we expect then the leading cars in P2 to double stint their tyres. The P1 cars have to double stint at least 1 set of tyres. And probably, a mistake there. That was a mistake.
Wide.
Now, that was the 8 car of Loic Duval, wasn't it? That was just outbraking himself down to Rivage.
I thought there was the 7 car in pursuit of the Porsche, John, but I may be wrong.
It's the second of the 2 Audis that went wide.
It's the 7. It's the 7 car, because he's dropped back a little. I think it was the 7 car that went wide. Sec again. No, you're right. You're absolutely right.
Got on that bump there where the surface change is going into.
It's all very marginal, isn't it? Very, very marginal. One tiny mistake.
And, well, some movement early in the pit lane. Let's go down to Louise Beckett, who can give us some news of potentially an early pit caller.
Yes, very early. 97 are just getting ready for a pit stop, and Rob Bell's just got kitted up, ready to get in.
That's very early.
Thank you, Louise. That is very early. That's Stefan Mucker. He's leading the class. It could be just getting ready. You know, it's going to be in the... Oh, and there's another issue.
It's the 7 this time. Spun it.
Under braking again. He's stalled the engine as well there. No lock whatsoever. As what was the leading Audi with Marcel Fessler on board, and Andre Lotter is not happy with that. That's his car.
That's the kind of luck you'll get from
the 97
car. He's pitting now. He's pitting now. 7 gets back moving ahead of the Toyotas. But what happened here? How did this happen? All bumps hit the curb, John, on the inside and spun it around. Also delayed
and stalled. Listen. Engine's cut out.
It cut out before
the engine cut out before he hit the curb. Now, we saw that yesterday with one of the Porsches doing that as well, didn't we?
Yeah. That's not the kind of look you want to see from Andre Lotter, is it?
No, it really isn't. And this has dropped Marcel Fessler back into the clutches of Sebastian Buemi in that -- 1, the world champions last year. And now for 4th and 5th position. I'm going to say this now. There's a drizzle in the air on the start-finish straight. Louise is down in the pits, and she may feel it before we are, but I think there's a little bit of moisture in the air. It's not enough. It's what we used to call in touring car racing virtual drizzle. You'll see it on your... It's like when you ride a motorbike, you see it on your visor.
It's nothing on pit lane we're hearing at the moment, but it is certainly getting darker.
And colder, says Louise rather ruefully from the pit lane. Doing the
probably
usual
wouldn't help to say it's really warm in here.
Got the door open at the moment. Well, let's go back half an hour or so to the start of this race, the second round of the FIA World Endurance Championship here at Spa. The formalities completed, the 34 car field roll off on a 2-lap formation period, and with the race underway, it's been all about the Porsches at the head of the field, but the mistake by Nick Tandy going up the inside of the GT Porsche of Kevin Estre. 3 minutes in the pits and 2 laps lost. Olaf Manthey not happy. Back out on the circuit though, and lapping at reasonable pace. Kevin Estre has recovered as well. It's Fred McAveeky who's in trouble at the moment, and Rob Bell is in the 97, so an early stop from Aston Martin. Off kilter, that was the car that was leading Pro, and a very early stop indeed. I wonder if the qualifying tyres have not done the job that they wanted them to.
Well, we've got another early stopper, and that is the number 96 car, because Raul Goethe is in aboard the 96 car now, and also Ryan Diel is on pit lane in the number 30 Tequila Patron ESM car, out of what was, I think, 16th position overall. Nick Tandy, meanwhile, by the way, has already recovered to the extent that he's passed all of the GT field. Next target, about a minute ahead of him, is the P2. Number 30 in the box, I'm hearing from Louise down in pit lane.
No.
So early issues.
So Brendan Hartley is the leader overall, and your class leaders for G-Drive, Sam Bird, for Aston Martin, Fernando Reis, the pole sitter, and Pedro Lamy is held on to his pole and leads GTE arm. Well, the first half an hour or thereabouts, 34 minutes of this 6-hour contest have gone Brendan Hartley's way to a greater or lesser degree. The faster of the two Audis back in 4th position now, with Marcel Fessler making that mistakes. It is interesting to watch the differences in these cars. We've already talked about them under acceleration. I've been watching them, as has Sam Collins of Race Car Engineering, under deceleration too. The Porsches are either lifting and coasting, or they've got a much longer braking distance. And there's the first black and white flag for the track limits.
Kevin Estre.
It's Kevin Estre. He's pushing, isn't he?
He is, but meantime, still, Fred Makovicki's times are off. Definitely 2:23 for Makovicki. So has he routed his tyres early?
Or are they on a different compound?
Or are they on a different compound? Meantime, Rob Bell, as you say, in the car, John, Roel Goethe to Ryan Diel in the box. So it'd be interesting to hear what Aston Martin Racing would tell us as to why they brought that car in early.
Roel didn't start that car, though,
no, he didn't. Stuart Hall started the car.
Oh, he did, yes.
Yeah.
So Stuart's done half an hour. He'll put Rolled in for a couple of stints, and then they can cycle through.
Second pit stop, of course, for pit call for that car, because it was one of the early cars called down for a run through the pit lane for a jump start.
Well, this is the other one, and this is Harry Tinknell in the red, white and black, almost Audi works colours.
This is for fourth position in LMP2.
Down the inside, Harry, yes, I think so. Nelson Panciatici, can he hold him back? Harry's done this a few times in Euro F3 and makes that one stick relatively easily. Now, can Nelson do the over and under, get on the power early? Answer, no, he can't, because Harry rather sensibly parked him up on the apex of La Source. La Source is where we go next.
Fastest first sector of the race again for the leading car. Brendan Hartley is going
impressive.
on in just, well, absolutely at will, banging in those fastest sectors. And here comes Alpine, by the way, out the outside this time.
That's power. That was pace up the outside, wasn't it? That's interesting. Very interesting. Brendan Hartley with the fastest lap on lap 5, by the way, 57.9. Has obliterated the race lap record. That is the fastest we've ever seen
almost 3.5.
WEC car go around here.
Almost 3.5 seconds better than the lap record, and that was set in 2013. We had a wetter race last year, but in fact, I think all 4 of the lap records were set in 2013.
So interesting to see that those sub 2-minute laps are disappearing. 1:58.9 last time around from Fesler, but the rest of the guys are settling into around about a 2-minute lap time, even though the fuel's coming down. That's been noticed by Nick Holland, among others, tweeting in @Specutainment and @DSC Editor here live from Spa. And that, I presume, is people now settling into the middle part of their run. Interesting what Nico Hulkenberg was saying to us in the press conference the other day, having to push every single moment that you're in the car, Graham, which he's not used to, being a mid-grid Formula 1 driver at the moment. But he's enjoying the challenge.
Oh, he's absolutely enjoying the challenge. You know, he had lots to say in the early part of the week about some of the comparisons he'd yet been able to draw. Unfortunately, of course, most of his early running was in the wet, which meant you couldn't get a full comparison, but traction certainly was one of them.
Hennemeyer Hansen reporting a flat tyre on that car, David Hennemeyer Hansen. So that was why that 30 car came in out of...
It doesn't take them that long to fix a flat tyre. There's something more than that.
Well, that's what he's been tweeting.
It's still in the box, John.
May have done some other damage then while the car was out there. So when will we see the first pit stops? Remember, well, Alan McNish, that well-known meteorologist, was adamant last night that we would have some rain. And before I finish that thought, let's go down to Louise in the pits, who's with Tequila Patroni SM. Oh, Louise, 1 second. We've got the 96 car has spun.
It's Roel Goethe.
It's Roel Goethe, and he spun at the top of Radion, backed it into the wall on driver's right, but he's got away with it fairly easily, locked everything up and went into the exit from the old pit lane. He's gone in driver's side, but he's pulling that car away and coming away from it. He's not on the track at the moment. Let's just see this clear and get that car started before we go down for some news from ESM and the Tequila Patron team. Right, Louise, what do you have for us?
I just spoke to David Heinemeier Hansen, and he said that there's a problem with the sensors with the tyres. So they actually were running with a flat, not knowing. So it's back in to sort those sensors out and obviously change that tyre.
Thank you, Louise. And a very high-speed circuit like this, you do not want to be having a flat tyre. That is the championship, one of the championship contenders, isn't it? The Aston Martin.
It is, in fact, the number 96 car in the hands of Stuart Hall and Jeremy Campbell-Walter won the class championship 2 years ago. One minor point here, you'll see the mirror flapping away on the left-hand side. That was the view he needed to rejoin the track safely with the cars powering up through Radions. That would have been not a very nice few moments for old Goethe, but he's got the car rolling, and we'll bring it back to Aston Martin world down in pit lane. Home to 5, count them 5, Aston Martin Vantage V8 GTEs.
Well, after that little bit of excitement, and everybody in the pit lane will have seen those pictures, and everybody, particularly at the front of the field, Brendan Hartley would have been going, no, 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 no safety car, no safety car. I don't want a safety car. There's the 36 car in. That's early as well, is it not?
Yes. And Johnny Kane in as well. But we've got the tracker. Maybe not here. Now, lots of different strategies underway. It would be great to hear from Aston Martin Racing as to why we saw that early stop to put Rob Bell in the car from the lead.
Must have been a performance issue. Louise is hustling on down there at the moment. Ran about 4 laps before we see the leading P1 cars in. Possibly a little bit earlier with 2 formation laps, of course.
Striker ready to go. And gone.
No fuss when you start up a racing engine anymore, is it? Starts first turn of the starter motor, into first, thank you, and good night. It's remarkable, isn't it?
We've seen the CLM down pit lane as well. That's dropped it down out of the top 10 and in amongst the P2 runners. But Brendan Hartley, meanwhile, 8.2 seconds now to the good. On board the number 8 car now. In 3rd position, Loic Duval, 7 seconds back from Mark Lieb, currently running in 2nd position. So it's Porsche, Audi.
Mark Lieb in 2nd position. Let's have a listen to his team radio.
Okay, Mark. Cap is reduced to 8 seconds to the car in front and 7 seconds to the car behind. 2 laps to go before driver change. 2 laps to go before driver change.
So it is 2 laps for the Porsche. And
it will be a driver change.
Yeah, they didn't remember. They weren't the guys who started the double stinting of the tyres. It was Anthony Davison on the radio at Silverstone telling his team, don't change the tyres. I know you want to, but don't. I can double stint these tyres. And that actually made it an interesting race. Now, what are Audi telling Marcel Fessler after that little mistake? Or was there an issue with the 7 car under braking?
The medium speed understeer.
He's in the pits.
And a very low speed track.
Copy, Marcel. Understood. We'll make an adjustment to tyre pressures the next stint.
Right, that's the 8 car that you were hearing the radio from the 7 car. He's in the pit lane. Fessler is in the pit lane.
So is
Bononomi.
And so is
Wirtz. Wow, and there is the visual confirmation. No driver change for the Fessler car. Hop Suisse. Very long fill time, isn't it? For the diesel. And there's the 7 getting its tyres. And a new set of Michelins now. Are they brand new or they're scrubbed? Let's have a look at the new front one as it comes round. That's scrubbed. That doesn't have that characteristic Michelin sheen that you get from the release agent from the moulds, which is a silver oxide. Away on electric power. And the 7 stays ahead of Alexander Wirtz. Bononomi, though. Was that Bononomi coming out? No, Bononomi is still in the pits. He's going to drop a position. And this is a Porsche coming into the pits a very odd way.
It wasn't. That was going wide through the bus stop.
Certainly
it was the leader. It was Brendan Hartley as a Porsche comes in behind him. Brendan, I think,
missed his braking point.
I think he did.
Stop. Let's have a look.
He's big time.
On the curb.
Oh, very lucky to get away with that.
Wow, let's have a look from on board. How did he know that there was an outlet there?
I think he was very, very lucky.
How did he know? And he's taken out some of the...
I think he's going to get a penalty for that, John.
I think he will. He's not rejoined at the point that he went off.
No.
He's gained advantage by it.
I think he's going to get a penalty for that.
Well,
he rejoined, not using the racetrack. That was a marshal's post.
He should have stopped the car and gone back. Now, he'll say he didn't want to go back towards the oncoming traffic.
Well, which is a fair point.
If I'm team manager, that's what I'm arguing, as Buemi comes in.
Well, it's wacky races at the moment, isn't it?
This is quite remarkable. Quite remarkable. Now, they are brand new tyres. Going on to the 18. Mark Lee brought that car in. And the 17 team manager being summoned to race control. That was Brendan Hartley's team manager. And I think there's almost certainly going to be a stop and hold there.
And what did we see last time when they bolted new tyres onto the Audis? Very quick times. 2 fastest middle sectors of the race so far. Firstly going to Marcel Fesler in the 7 car, now to Marco Bononomi in the 9.
Well, it should be Bononomi because, of course, he's got the excess downforce of the Audis. Let's have a listen. Yeah, box means coming to the pits, of course. The fuel alarm coming on there. Wonder if that distracted him as the fuel, as he was under braking. We've all done it. Into the pit lane then for leader Brendan Hartley after 22 laps. As he comes across the line now, it will be 23. One more than perhaps we thought. And the 92 car now. So both of the GT Porsches have now had black and white flags for track limits.
Now that troubles with that in qualifying, didn't they?
They did. The helmet there is of Stefan Beloff, a tribute that Timo Bernhard has asked the family of Stefan, the late lamented Stefan Beloff, if it would be possible to use Stefan's helmet colours this weekend. And with that helmet, he obliterated the lap record in qualifying, the qualifying record, should I say. September, Stefan's Beloff's anniversary.
It is.
Here it is again. Now, at this point, he's got to stop and turn round. Look at the marshal scattering, and that is not an exit onto the circuit. That's not an exit onto the circuit at that point. And that's a mistake from Brendan that's going to cost them. And Brendan Hartley's been asked to go to see the headmaster. But if you get a stop and hold for going off the track to avoid a slower car, what's that going to get? Stop in 20, stop in 30?
Well, let's wait and see. But I think it's going to be more than a slap on the wrists. Car 47, I was looking for which car had spun. It's the Orica of KCMG. Nicolas Lapierre spun on his in-lap, by the look of it, but has recovered to the pits. And the CLM, by the way, is coming again straight away. It's Antonio Liuzzi.
Let's have a look at the classes then. Pedro Lamy has been in since the start from Paul Leeds, GT Arm from Klaus Bachler. And the 88 Proton Porsche and Matt Griffin up to third in the 55 Ferrari. That's a good drive by Matt. Expect nothing less. Fernando Reis from Paul in the Aston has yet to stop the 99 car from Jimmy Bruni and Marco Sorensen in the second of the Astons. And that is the 55 car taking a position a moment or two ago.
Up to third in class for Matt Griffin. So it's Pedro Lamy from Klaus Bachler. Now Matt Griffin in the 55 car. Guest appearance this year prior to their Le Mans run. And running at a very fine third position right now. Battling P2s meanwhile. Duking it out with the 99. As Harry Tinknell, with the pit stops that have gone on around him, up to second position now.
Yeah. Peter Durrani in third place in LMP2 in the 28. Harry Tinknell just a second or so ahead of him in the mighty 38, and Sam Bird in the 26. Drive-through penalty for the 91 car. disrespecting blue flags and causing a collision. That's Kevin Estre.
Estre is getting the blame for that.
Estre has been blamed for that. Well, that's an interesting call.
Should say, John, we were talking about those P2 cars. What that's done, that's lit up the battle for second in GTE Pro, and here it is. Sorry, it's the lead battle in GTE Pro, because Corsica 97 pitted. Fernando Reis now having to fend off the very close attention to Jimmy Bruni. But that got closer because in avoidance of the P2 cars, Fernando ran wide and off the circuit. So that's given us a real battle for the overall lead. So stuff going on all over the place. Drive-throughs for GT Porsches, team manager meetings with Eduardo Freitas in LMP1.
And a battle for third position at the head of the field with Seb Buemi, less than a tenth of a second and held up at the top of the hill, and that is all that the Audi driver needs. Like Duval, side by side, will make the pass and does so. Cuts to the right of the Aston Martin, has the Toyota hybrid with its 3.7 litre V8 normally aspirated engine and the supercapacitor. Got anything for the Audi? Answer no, it has not. Well, I wondered if there'd be anything happening, and once again it's the GT driver who's been blamed for an LMP driver making a almost suicidal dive up the inside and putting himself off the track and on the curbs to try and make it. Subjective, of course, but I've got to say it, I'll say it here and now, I disagree with that.
The one car, by the way, looking at pit stop times, didn't take tyres.
Right. But let's see how any other incidents are viewed. That's the thing that people want, consistency.
Here comes the 7 car now through that lead GT battle and making his way by Fernando Reis now. One of the major appeals of their former rating. 4 different races on track all at the same time. With the last 10 seconds, seeing 3 of them. Here comes a P2 car, one of the leading cars now. This is the 4th position, Morgan for Oliver Webb, making his way through and just separating for a moment or two. The lead battle in GTE Pro with the red and yellow 99 Aston Martin there. Fernando Reis, Brazilian driver at the wheel of that car. And then 2 cars back, the multicoloured Ferrari of current world champion, double world champion, Jimmy Bruni in the 51 as another change of position, because number 7 Audi then
goes up
makes his way by the number 1 Toyota.
So that is Marcel Fessler then up into 4th position.
So all of a sudden, Porsche, Audi, Toyota. Then it's Marco Bellonomi in the number 9 Audi in 7th position, then Nick Tandy. Some way back, of course, 2 laps back, but lapping quickly. The 2 lead Porsches, by the way, into the 158s again. Against over 2 minutes for this this battling group here, in part, of course, because they're getting hooked up with each other.
Look at that. That is magnificent, isn't it? 3 different categories of cars in the same shot there in the braking area for Lecombe. The number 2 is Alex Wirtz.
And he's got Bononomi right with him.
And that is the battle for 6th position. Not seeing anybody agreeing with the steward's decision there. Ultimately, Kevin Estre had to turn into the corner sometime. He can't be expected to drive off the track, can he? Is basically what most people are saying. 19 was too far back to make that move safely, says UKI racer. LMP1 superior mentality, not Estre's fault, says AMP quadruple 8. Dan Hounsell, a major talking point here. Paul Marquardt, how's that possible? Tandy was too far back and on the curb.
Well, Eduardo Freitas and his team have to make those decisions and live with them.
There's always an element, obviously, of somebody's opinion. And if there's 2 people in an incident, there'll probably be 3 opinions of it.
Estre, meanwhile, has made his run down the pit lane, his drive-through.
Aston Martin Racing, for those asking about our early pit stops, they are part of the plan, part of our fueling strategy. Let's see how it pans out. Now, they tried this at Silverstone.
They did.
And it didn't quite work out for them. So they'll be hoping for some safety car or full course yellow help.
77 now is getting a little bit of a warning. It is the sister 88 car there. The battle for second position now in GTE AM. But back with the lead battle in the Pro class. And it's the Hanergy liveried Aston Martin. The wheel tracks of the Alpine. It's just gone by the two GT cars. Fernando Reis still doing a great job of fending off Jimmy Bruni. The
nice
SMP
job.
car, Victor Scheitar, going by. Oh, as the two cars ahead of him pit, the 88 car and the 55 car.
And that is second and third in GTE AM.
So in a moment, 72 car went from fourth to second by dint of actually making a passing move on the 55, which was about to pit.
Matt Griffin stops the red and white Ferrari.
And he's getting out of the car.
And he's out of the car already, the diminutive Irishman.
96 meanwhile, work continues.
Oh dear. Now, meantime, here is the battle between the two pro cars that we were watching earlier on. And this is still the battle for the lead. Fernando Reis and Jimmy Bruni. Now, can Fernando hold back Jimmy? The Aston hard on the brakes into the Fania S's. Great part of the circuit. Now coming back onto what used to be the public roads at Stavelot. Through this right-hander here. You can see the road joining in from the left-hand side, heading down towards the still awesome Blanchimont. And this, meantime, is Bononomi in the Audi with the slightly wider nose, the number 9 car. That's 7th position ahead. Alex Wirtz in the Toyota in 6th. And clearly, as the races start to develop now, one or two people making their way out of the grandstands and walking around the circuit. You can see them on the Kemmel Straight there. It's one of the great joys of Spa. Still overcast, but still no sign of any proper precipitation.
51 car pits from second position in GTE Pro, and Fernando Reis is in for the lead. In fact, the top 3 cars are now all on pit road. As the number 9 Audi takes a look up the inside of one of the GT Ferraris, doesn't manage to get through there, makes the run through down towards Pouhon now. So it's the 2 Toyota trying to fend off Marco Bononomi. Still aboard the number 9 car.
So 3rd place for Loic de Waal. Just a bit of the road from this part. Let's have a listen to him.
Okay, Loic, the sister car is behind you and looks to be faster.
And that is let Marcel through then, isn't it? Basically.
It's not, don't delay him, I think is what it is.
But that's fine.
This is fine.
There's nothing against that. The different profile on that front wing, you can even see it from the onboard shot there, Graham, from the interior camera.
It's an impressive job, isn't it?
Well, and we should say this is not just a new set of bodywork.
No.
There have been some suspension changes front and rear to take advantage of the rebalancing. I'm guessing the centre of pressure, and I use these technical terms without really knowing what they mean.
I find that's my way as well.
I'm guessing the centre of pressure has moved dramatically on that car as they've reworked the front end. There's the old car, and you can see it's much more of a one-piece front end. I just wonder whether the stop or drive-through for Kevin Estre is more for the blue flag than anything else. But he's still got to turn in. Well, I'm sure we can have a chat with. The good thing about our race director, Eduardo, is that before the next time we race, I'll sit down and have a chat with him and ask him on what basis they made that.
Yeah, well, there you go. We have the opportunity to do that with Eduardo from time to time. And, oh, number 9 having a bit of a nibble there at the inside of the 2 Toyota. didn't quite make it. Don't think there was quite contact
Toyota
there.
miles off the track there, all four wheels off while defending, gaining an advantage, surely.
Was there a tap here? He again hit that bump there, John.
There is a tap.
There is a tap.
And I'll be surprised if that hasn't done some damage to the dive planes on the well, they're clearly a little more robust than I thought. The 55 Ferrari with Matt Griffin.
It's not Matt, because he got out the car.
No, he did, you're right. They haven't changed the driver tag. So it is the 55 car who've just been pinged for track limits, and that's a black and white flag for them. So at the moment, the number 2 of Alex Wirtz, as Neil Yanni in the 18 Porsche begins to pick up pace in second position now, nearly 11 seconds behind Timo Bernhard in the 17, who leads. 3 pole positions in 2 different championship years under different championship regulations for the 17 car, but on the bounce for those guys, not being able to turn the last couple into even a finish, never mind a win.
And any kind of penalty for that shortcut as we watch Watt here.
Well, this is the 19 car coming from a long way back on the 96.
That's Rolgota bailing out rather at Lecombe with the obvious use of gaffer tape for the damage caused by the impact up at Radion.
There's the Stracker. Now
that's a battle at the moment for
5th place.
6th place.
6th place, excuse me. That's Nelson.
And Lapierre's just gone by, Johnny Kane.
Nick Lapierre, excuse me. And Johnny Kane. Johnny Kane's just ceded that position, and here comes the Porsche. That's a pretty looking car, that Dome S103. Let's go down to Louise Beckett down in the pit lane, who's been talking to some of the Aston Martin drivers about this potential tactical pit stop. What's going on, Louise?
Yeah, I just spoke to Darren Turner. He said that they were always going to come in slightly earlier for a pit stop. However, that was brought forward because there was a slow coach.
That's perfectly explained, isn't it?
Thanks, Louise.
Thanks, Luke.
Here's Johnny Kane. Look at how the car is unsettled in the compression at the bottom of Eau Rouge.
Completely different looking car, isn't it, to any of the other P2 cars, the Stracker Dome.
Now at the head of the field, I'm just trying to see who's doing what at the moment. Lloyd Duval's picked his pace up, as has Sebastian Buemi. They're lapping in under 2 minutes, considerably under 2 minutes. The 2 Audis...
No, no, Buemi's over 2 minutes and has been for a little wee while. It's the 2 Audis, John.
Excuse me.
It's
Duval and Fessler, both under 2 minutes, and 1:59.3, and the fastest things on the circuit at the moment.
Which they were, if you recall, at Silverstone on newer rubber. So this is the 8 and the 7.
What's happened to Toyota? A lot of people asking that. They have...
Well, let's wait and see. They finished 16 seconds off the lead, John, after 6 hours in Silverstone.
That's a good point.
The difference, I suspect, is tactical. You can see the gaps. It's 11 seconds between the leading 17 Porsche and the 18 car in second. Then it's the 2 Audis, about 30 seconds back. And now, what's about 10, 12 seconds to the first of the Toyotas, with about 15, 16 seconds back to the next of them.
In P2, it's Sam Bird from Harry Tinknell. And in the pros, it's Rob Bell at the wheel of the 97 ahead of Fernando Reis, still at the wheel of the 99 car. He started Jimmy Bruni third for Ferrari. And then in the GT AM category, it is Victor Scheitar who leads down the 72 Ferrari ahead of Paul Dalla even after the problems for the 98 car earlier on. Christian Reed behind the wheel of the 88, the Proton car. And that's how it stands after just over 1 hour of racing at round 2 of the FIA WEC. Looking back, 1 hour and 4 minutes. The start was fast, furious and exciting. Marco Bononomi giving us a look at the front rows as it was 3 and 4 abreast for a moment. Alex Wirtz down the inside. Watch here as he just appears there in front of our camera car. But it was the 3 Porsches who headed off into the distance, and the early running made by them, Marcel Fessler deciding to get after the sister brand to Audi early. All of the works cars making good progress. Once Fessler had passed the Porsche, of course they disappeared into the background. No, of course they didn't, because that's not what happens now in the FIA World Endurance Championship. 19 car fighting back and showing that Porsche speed that is wicked hot. Toyotas haven't got the straight line speed here this weekend, and with the new low drag body kit for the Audis, they can deal with the 1 and 2 car rather easier than they've been able to in the early part of the season. Mistake from Alex Wirtz at the top of the hill. He got away with that one without the car going into the barriers. Couldn't have gone much further off though, could he? And then one of the early defining moments of the race, Nick Tandy down the inside. Kevin Estre adjudged to have turned in on the 19 with yellow flags clearly waving in the background, said that at the time. And a drive-through penalty assessed for Kevin Estre. Nick Tandy rejoined, lost 3 minutes in the pits, or a couple of laps. Has fought back, by the way, to 8th position, and is still that 2 laps off the lead. It's not been plain sailing for Audi, or indeed for Aston Martin. Paul Dell'Alana having a scary-looking incident at Roel Gotha having the scary moment at Radion, and Marcel Fessler before that at the final corner. So as it stands, Rob Bell leads for Aston Martin in the Pro class, Sam Bird in the P2s, and it's still Timo Bernhard and the 17 that leads.
Back to live racing, and there's a quick brief look at the Bicolis CLM car. Has been delayed, has been in the garage. Simon Trimmer down outside, well, just inside the top 30. All 34 cars back and running, by the way, now. But passing by, past the old pits, the number 2 Toyota, being pursued down there at a rapid rate by Marco Bononomi, but Bononomi's not managed to find a way by the Toyota yet. This is these are 2 cars in the trim, more or less, that we saw them running at Silverstone. Contrast that with what we saw on that highlights package as the number 9 car porpoising quite badly there in the straight. Contrast that with what we were seeing at Silverstone. And what we saw in that highlights package of the newer spec Audi bodywork, the Le Mans spec bodywork, just leaving the Toyota for dead. '55 Ferrari ahead of this pair, and passed in simply a moment. As John said a little earlier in the broadcast, a couple of the drivers saying that the additional power they've got now, their ability to actually deploy it, very much a safety feature, being able to pass by slower traffic more quickly. Again, gets the twisty bits. Welcome back, Marco, into the equation, but not able to get fully onto terms with the car when it's time to get the power down. There you go, nibbling at the heels again of the Toyota. But as we get back onto the wider open spaces, the Toyota can find that space and just pull away for the number 9. Fabulous sounding thing, the Toyota. Very high-tech V8, but lovely engine notes and very loud. And through the bus stop, again, nibbling away. Start-finish straight as the 7 and 8 cars have made that change that was being telegraphed a little while ago. Marcel Fessler quicker at this part of the race than Loic Duval.
So the 2 Audis, and there's that big bump on the turn in again to Rivage. Easy pass. Teammate on teammate should be. They are ridiculously quiet, aren't they?
They are. They are.
You can actually hear more transmission noise than you can engine, and then you hear that big flywheel spinning up. Here's Bononomi. It's the 19 car. It is the 19 car going straight into the pits, possibly with an issue. It's still Nick Tandy. He's blocked the pit lane.
He's stopped. He's the car stationary.
Now, there used to be a Land Rover stationed there for that very situation. He'd fought his way back to 8th position.
And there's a change there because the number 9 car, Bononomi, makes it by the Toyota, so...
That's for 6th position.
Double drama in P1. So what happened to the 19 there? Got it moving again and down pit lane towards the garage.
Remember, they were off kilter because they had that stop early on.
Here's a replay of the change. And again, it's that bump. Again, it's that bump.
Into
catching them out. Push the car wide.
And this time, Bononomi, having rehearsed it last time and not quite got through.
But no contact.
Oh, let's see the exit. Let's see the exit.
No.
Squeezed him. Bononomi squeezed him.
Now, driver change. Hulkenberg in. What happened here?
Curb. Again. Hit the curb. And I wonder again if the engine's just died.
I'm not sure we were looking at the right car there.
No, we are. That's the 19.
No, the original car that hit the curb, I don't think was the 19. I'd like to see that one again. I'm not sure it was the 19. There were 2 Porsches involved in that. And there you go, the number 2
look
bike.
at this.
Side by side through Radion. Oh, all 4 off the number 9 car.
Got to give him it back, and has.
Absolutely monster move there from Alex Wurz.
Bonkers. Absolutely bonkers. The 19 car, Nick Tandy his day goes from bad to worse, crossing the pit line on the entrance to it, reported to the stewards. Well, he's got the pass made there, and Bononomi's got to back out of that at that point. Pass is made. That's why those bumps are there, and he has to give him that because that is gaining an advantage.
Now that is what I call committed. And,
yes.
He should be.
That's not your car, Andre, it's all right.
We should request, by the way, from WEC TV, a kind of second channel just showing Andre Lotterit in the pit garage.
Just going back to the first pit stops, no tyres for Buemi, and Alex Wurz changed right side only.
Right, okay.
Thank you to Paul Truswell for finding that out. He's looking at the RFID data in the tyres. Now, that makes sense because, of course, you have an odd number of tyres. In terms of sets, you have 26 tyres, which is not a full set of tyres. All right, let's go on board with Marco Bononomi.
Good job, Marco, good job. Keep pushing, keep pushing. We have 14 laps remain, 13 laps remain.
I'm presuming that was before he went off and gave the pass back, gave the position back.
Well, he's certainly pushing, isn't he? Well, very committed drive from both these guys. They may be some way down the field here in terms of the overall P1 order, but there's no shortage of grit and determination on display from either Alex Wurz or Marco Bononomi. Now, Marco may not be a name that many new fans, and there's lots of them to the WEC, are familiar with, but he's done a lot of testing mileage with Audi down through many, many years.
He was seen as a while as the natural replacement for Dindo Capello, and it didn't quite work like that for him. His position within the team somewhat usurped by other drivers, but for a long time had been reserve driver for the Dindo, McNish and TK car. Right, let's nip down to Porsche. Brendan Hartley led the race earlier on, then he had that incident where he went through the marshal's post. Here's Louise.
Well, Brendan Hartley's back from race control. Tell us about that.
Yeah, actually the stint went pretty well. Fortunately, the last lap, locked the brakes into the last corner and couldn't make the turn and used a little escape road. So yeah, a bit of a mistake, and well, we actually struggled to stop the car, which we're still investigating. But either way, we lost a few seconds from that. We didn't make an advantage. I tried to do it as safe as possible, so we waited to see for the decision of the race director.
Okay, thank you.
Well, we haven't had a decision yet, but by the way Brendan's talking there...
I think he's expecting one.
You can't be allowed to get away with that.
No, I'm pretty certain that that has to be...
So a number of people being dragged to race control at the moment. Luis finding it difficult to catch up with people. There's a steady stream of people heading up towards Eduardo Freitas' offices. You can see that these guys are fighting hard. This is Wirtz and Bononomi. Just look at the body language of the cars, how much of the road they're using.
Pure aggression there. New addition, by the way, to race control. On the door outside, they've got one of those ticket dispensers you have at a Tesco delicatessen.
Yes. Well, the little numbers. We are now serving number 26.
Driver number 5, please.
Andre Cam, by the way, has been voted as a success.
I think that's a definite winner.
Lotterer vision. Another 15 minutes has elapsed. And the 17 Porsche in the hands of Timo Bernhard leads it by nearly 15 seconds. And then there's a huge gap back from the second Porsche to Marcel Fesler. Now the sharp end of 30 seconds. Then 6 seconds back to Loic Duval. 17, 18, 7 and 8. The top 4. Then Buemi's the best of the Toyotas. He's another 18 seconds further back. Alex Wirtz in behind him at the moment in 6th and Bononomi in 7th. Those are the top runners, with Nico Hulkenberg now in the 19 car. Nick Tandy not able to talk to us as he's off to
naughty step.
The naughty step again for coming into the pits and crossing the white line. That one, I don't know. I think that one you've got to let slide, because what does he do? Drive an injured car round the whole lap if you've got an issue. Not sure that he'll get anything other than a slap on the wrist. The magnificent Corvettes of Labra competition. If I'm honest, I don't think that's the best colour scheme for a Corvette. Doesn't quite show it off to its best.
Just close your eyes and listen.
That's a fair point, well made and nicely presented, though. Anthony Warren-Haig saying, if you look at the Hartley, a marshal had to actually step out of the way and onto a live track to allow the Porsche to go. Has to be a penalty. Billy Earl, one of a number of people saying the Toyota is constantly 4 wheels over the white lines to keep the Audi behind. It's this battle here that we're talking about. We've seen laps chalked off. We've seen cars put in the pits this weekend for consistently going off the track surface, Graham. And the operating parameters were set fairly early, particularly here at this part of the track where everybody wants to use that flat curb on driver's left at Radion.
I should say, by the way, unnoticed by me, I mean, with the change in strategy from the 97 car, Rob Bell led the GT Pro class, but actually he's lost the lead, and he's lost the lead on the road to Fernando Reis, who is having, I think, the drive of his life here. Absolutely fantastic stuff from the Brazilian.
Really came of age, I thought, last season. Alex McDowell driving with him again this weekend, the man who's come over from front-wheel drive touring cars, and he has done a cracking job as well.
Well, Fernando at the moment 2 seconds lap quicker than anybody else in the class. 220s against 222s for the vast majority.
There's
in
something
GT
odd.
Pro.
There's something odd going on in GT today, and I haven't quite worked it out yet. But there's some really weird strategies being played very early on.
Meanwhile, Marco Bononomi may not be making the pass on Alex Wirtz, but he's keeping him out of the game.
Yeah.
That's an equally valuable part of this. He's not allowing Alex Wirtz to concentrate on the task ahead because he's too busy concentrating on the task behind. So Bononomi performing stalwart service here for Audi. The two Porsches still leading, 17 and 18. Bernhard from Yanni, 14 seconds apart. 26 seconds back now, Marcel Fesler, with Loic Duval just dropping 5 seconds back for fourth.
Still think the teams are suffering from not getting a lot of dry weather running in the early part of the week. The front of Bononomi's Audi looks very stiff. It's bouncing, he's getting push. I'm not sure that anybody has had enough time to really optimise the cars this week.
Well, we saw a couple of cars earlier. We commented on a couple of cars porpoising earlier in the race, and yeah, you might well be right, John. Not been able to put in that finite amount of detail into setup. As the 99 car just locks up through La Source there. Past the 83 GTM car. currently in the hands of Francois Perraudin, who's been involved in a bit of a battle with Patrick Dempsey, which the Ferrari driver has made the best of.
So there's Rees leading the class then.
He's leading it well. 7.5 seconds he's pulled out on Rob Bell.
Yeah, should point out that Ferrari is not in the fight.
No, that's the 83 car. That is Francois Perraudin. Looks a little bit more like the Pro cars did last year.
There in the background, the classically Gulf-coloured Aston Martin is the second place in class with Rob Bell at the wheel. And behind him, Tony Wieland is another 5 seconds further back. 13 seconds separate the top three. But there's something odd going on in terms of strategy here. And remember also the 97 came in a little bit off kilter with a slow puncture, although they did weird pit stops for the Silverstone race as well. And there is the confirmation of what we were expecting. This is Brendan Hartley driving off the track, rejoining through a marshal's post and scattering the marshals to the extent that someone had to step onto a live track. 15-second stop-and-go penalty. Not respecting track limits and causing danger to marshals. Stewart's decision's number 12.
It's fair comment.
No,
and, impossible to disagree with that.
I think
that
lucky
is
to have only got 15 seconds parked.
Absolutely, and that is going to change the leader, because 16.2 seconds is the lead. 17 being dealt that 15-second stop-go penalty ahead of its team car, and that's going to bring that car out very much in contention, John, with the Audis.
There's two things that the stewards will have had to have considered there, Graham, is the offence, which we are watching now. Now, how he even knows there's a gap there, I don't know. That's a very good track walk if he did. But look at the marshal on the right there, having to step out the way. How he even knew that there was a gap there, I don't know, but that's the benefit of a good track walk, as I say. Two things that have got to be considered. There's the offence, but there's also the advantage that he gained by not having to stop, turn the car around,
correct,
and rejoin.
Mistake, or the fault was there, either a driver error or a systems fault, and that negated part of the disadvantage for one or other of those. Quite aside from which, I'm delighted to see, actually, that the causing danger to marshals part was cited by the race director.
Just want to say a very, very warm welcome along to the second round of the FIA World Endurance Championship to all of our syndicated viewers around the world, particularly those on Fox Sports today, covering the whole race again live on Fox Sports 1 and 2. And thanks to the guys for doing the pre-race show, another cracking job there. I know that there's an awful lot of you in the States who are tweeting to us, and a lot of names that I have recognised there. Diane Swintel, Patrick Poloni, and one or two others. Paul Marquardt as well, all watching. And also Fox Australia, as well as Motors TV across the European continent. Being able to give you these live pictures of the second round of the Champions. That's a decent pit stop, isn't it?
It's the Signatech team, well drilled. Philippe Sino's squad, and back to the World Endurance Championship. Contested it, of course, in 2012, and then with the Alpine name, 13 and 14 saw them winning the ELMS. We're going to go and talk, though, listen, though, to the 17 team.
Zero, we have a stop-and-go penalty. We need to Fox now. We need to Fox now. Take the penalty.
Now, that's the worst thing that can happen to you when you have to take the penalty for someone else. Here is Timo Bernhard immediately. Those radio transmissions recorded, just played back on delay for obvious reasons. Now, where does he take the penalty? Is there a penalty box, or does he take it in his own box and the team have to time it? Watch the clock at the top of the screen. That is official time. Yeah, he's in his own box. Stop now. So that was 34. So that's 49. And you see the official just on the right-hand side of the screen, just dropping out now. Timo waiting. They will have told him it was a stop and hold.
There goes the new leader.
First time.
Where's the Audi?
Neil Yanni goes through into the lead, and for the first time, it is not the 17 leading.
Car in the background is the 19, not the 17. Timo shown on his way out. I think he may have dropped to 4th position.
right turn lover. I do like maybe Hartley's car got the discount on the penalty because he actually received the black and white flag personally. Very good. Well, it's not been a stellar start, has it, to Porsche's day, with the 17 car in for its stop and go, and Nick Tandy with the incident with the GT car. He's down in the pits now.
Well, we've just seen the 17s have their stop and go. Nick, you're back from race control now. Tell us about that incident, first of all. This is not how you wanted it to start, is it?
No, it's not the first. It's not the best stint to start off live. We had a couple of issues, obviously. The start of the race was good. It was good to have some, some good racing with the other guys. Obviously, the whole reason we're here at Spa is to learn about the racing and get some experience. And clearly, clearly it's in traffic is a different thing. And we had the clash with the sister car, which is very, it's very unfortunate. It should never happen. We'll have to go back and look at exactly what could happen and how to, make sure it's a bit of patience probably is due in the future. But we also had a small issue coming into the pit on the in-lap where we had to come back on E-drive in the end at the last chicane, which took me by surprise a bit. So it was an interesting start, but at least the guys have had some practice changing the bodywork.
Well, as I suspected, Graham, the internal combustion engine had stopped again on that car, and quick thinking from Nick to get him into the pit lane, which I think is going to cost him a penalty as well.
Interesting, I thought, with Nick. Massive respect for Nick, great guy. But any parent viewing will recognise that body language. Oh, big off there for one of the Aston Martins. Big wiggle for Rob Bell. Couldn't hold it, did well to hold on to it at all. But any parent would recognise that body language as showing a degree of, please don't ask me these questions, please, please.
Shuffling from foot to foot, looking down.
Not looking at you, dear me.
8 and 7, changing places again. And this time it is Loic Duval going ahead of Marcel Fesler. The Wirtz-Bononomi battle, by the way, is still raging. The 2 and 9 in 6th and 7th position, but these are the two Audis at the moment. Not the barnstorming wheel-to-wheel action we saw from the first few hours at Silverstone, but this one is by no means over yet.
And the white car you can see ahead is the 17 Porsche. It didn't drop to 4th.
And there it was in the front of that shot as we see the replay of Loic Duval.
And that's Loic Duval basically saying, I'll have some of that.
Yeah.
I can see that there, Timo Bernard.
Thomas Fellow agrees with you. He's tweeted, Tandy looks like he's had a very big telling off from the boss and from the race director. Yes. Yeah. Well, he got away with one and maybe not the other. So there's Bononomi. Mark, well, that is the rest of the season spec. The non-Le Mans spec car with the sort of platypus nose and the more shovelly look to the front end. That is, again, an aerodynamic technical term. He's getting awful.
You really should have a doctorate in this. You really should.
Right, now let's have a look here what's going on. That's the 43 car with Ollie Webb going into the pit lane rather late as well. And Louise has some news from the pit lane. Louise?
Yeah, with 30, I've just seen the 30 being pushed back in. I'm on my way up there now to see if it's the same issue, something else. We'll see. I'll get back to you.
Yukon Nichols, 40 kilo Patron ESM. Great they've got them here.
Well, they had a very short rollout, didn't they, at Magny-Cours last week? But they're trying to get some kind of mileage under the wheels of those cars before they take them to the Le Mans Test Day. Live coverage of Le Mans Test Day on our RadioLeMans.com, of course, over a very busy weekend for endurance racing.
Number 2 car, meanwhile, the Toyota we're looking at here, still involved in that battle with Marco Bononomi, but it's been warned for track limits at Radion. And while we're talking about the P cars, just keeping an eye on P2 and the lead battle there. It's been fairly quiet, but Harry Tinkler is having a fantastic drive. Remember, he had that drive-through penalty. The top 2 cars on the way in with Louise very soon, but Harry has got that gap that I think was 26 seconds down to something like 7 seconds.
So battle in the pits then from the Ligier and Gibson, and in fact the third place car is in as well in P2. So 28, excuse me, check that, 26, 38 and 28 are indeed into the pit lane, and there is the visual confirmation. Thanks guys, good pick up. In fact, both of the G-Drive cars of course pitted together. That is a stunning, stunning looking car. And it gets no worse when I'm looking at it. Dunlop tyres, of course.
Indeed, you can see there very clearly the black front splitter for the 26, orange for the 28. 8 and 17, the move is made. And Audi through into second position, John.
That was just...
For about 2 seconds.
As easy as you like, but then...
No, he didn't do it. He didn't make it this time. There's the difference, John.
No hybrid energy left to deploy at the end of the lap.
Absolutely right.
That's what I'm going to take that. Now he'll get a boost now.
By the G-Drive
And now
car.
He's having to go around the inside, down into Eau Rouge. No, not there. And the Labour competition Corvette with Christian Poulsen wisely.
It's about to get a strobe effect of 3.
Oh,
look at that.
How close
Unbelievable.
was that? The speed differential there, it's almost like he was passing a car in a different class. But now the Audi's got up to max velocity. The Porsche doesn't have the advantage.
And now he's got the 7 car to deal with. Now we've got Marcel Fessler right at the back of the number 17 car. Great stuff again.
Porsche clearly still has an acceleration advantage when it deploys that hybrid energy. That's 8 megajoules against 4 megajoules, but the top speed's remarkably similar, and once the Audi gets to VMAX, or the Porsche gets to VMAX, the Audi is holding it.
Absolutely right. Proper racing here, and the 8 car actually, John, I think held up very slightly by the Corvette, compromised with the Corvette through Eau Rouge and Raidillon. That's what gave the Porsche the run, but then when we saw the cars out on the Kemmel Straight, well, just wow.
Let's go down to the pit lane very quick. Let's have another look at this just for a moment. This is where the second place changed. 3 dots on the 8 car, 2 on the 17, but that was a very easy overtake. And again, just showing the difference in the braking distances. There was a thought maybe that the 17 would go back through there. Timo Bernhard had a look. And from onboard Timo, he has a look down the inside, but then I think he saw the Corvette, backs out of it, back on the throttle. Now listen how quick the engine revs pick up. And then he runs out of hybrid energy. That's interesting. Oh, and he's just outbraked himself again down at the final chicane, and in comes the number 7. Perfect timing from 4th position, Marcel Fessler in the pits. We can go down to Louise and Harry Tinknell.
Harry, it's a good stint for you there.
Yes, I mean, I thought I had a great start, but I think Eduardo obviously saw it was a bit too good, unfortunately. So, yeah, got in the lead. Well, I got into second off the line and passed Ollie Webb on the start of the second lap. So I thought it was all good, and then yeah, unfortunately, Cool came through for the drive-through. So I think I lost 22 seconds, went down to about P6 or P7, but slowly clawed our way back up. You know, we know it's going to be very hard on tyres. So at the start, I was being really conservative and just trying to keep them, and I think that paid dividends at the end. And we're certainly hunting Bird down quite a lot, and yeah, I think it's looking strong for the rest of the race. I mean, we're only 8 seconds behind, so all to play for still.
Thanks, Harry.
Thank you to Louise.
And into the pits come the dueling banjos.
Yes,
the number 2 and the number 9.
Just on that last replay that I saw of the overtake between the Audi and the Toyota. We'll go back to that in a minute. I thought I saw something out of the corner of my eye that we might have a chance to have a look at after these pit stops. Number 2, out gets Alex Wirtz. Oh, very quick pit stop by the 7. Andrea Lotterer in that car.
And we'll keep an eye on what that ends up being as the car emerges back onto 1 minute and 17. Not that quick, John.
Well, a lot quicker than that. And in comes the leading Porsche, the 18 car. These are all, by the way, spot on. 46 laps. That's 23 since the last stop, 24 for that one. And 23 for Loic Duval.
In comes the 8 car. So will not take the lead.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. Who will take the lead?
Timo Bernhard up to... will take the lead.
And there he is, going through to do just that, Graham.
But he owes us a stop because his second stop, of course, was that stop-go.
Correct.
So he will need to stop for fuel.
Well, just watch these pit stops, and then the guys in tape are setting something up for us, because we need to have a little look back again at the pass that the Audi made on the 17 Porsche.
As we see driver change, that's is that Ben Trailway getting in?
It is. In goes. Oh, now that's a bit of oil going in under pressure there, I would think.
Slightly longer stop then.
So that's, and here to finish the round of pit stops is Buemi in the Toyota, and he gets out, and Anthony Davidson with the star on the helmet. Always reminds me of Danny Sullivan's helmet colours a little bit.
That's a little bit of topping up fluid, cost the Porsche something like 5 seconds. So this is going to reshuffle the order just a little. Once we've come through this cycle of pit stops, it'll be interesting to see where we stand. And I think we're about to see, if he gets a clear lap, very quick lap indeed from Andre Lotterer, because he's gone quicker than he's gone before on his outlap in his third sector, but quickest of all in the middle sector, and a clear 5 seconds quicker than Buemi managed on his in-lap in that sector. Very fast indeed. Timo Bernhard leading the way now. 17 car cycles back, but will require a stop full service. May take it now. We'll keep an eye and see whether or not the 17 car comes to pit lane. He does.
Yeah.
That will complete the cycle of pit stops for the P1 runners.
And that's right, because he did an extra lap in his first stint. He's done an extra lap here because he was in the pit lane for an additional time and had a 15-second hold. Out goes the Toyota as Timo comes in, and that means that this car, Romain Dumas now, Timo's long-time teammate, should come through and recycle back to the front of the fit. It's going to be
going to be really close here, John.
Isn't it?
I'm not sure whether or not we might see Andre Lotterer first.
Timo stays in, and this is the car's going into the pits. The car is going into the box. They had the dolly jack there ready. The 17 car with an issue, question mark. Here's the 18 coming back through into the lead and retakes the lead now.
Now what we've not seen is going into the pit garage.
Drama for the 17 car, and once again the bad luck of the 17 car strikes, and this time it's not Mark Webber on board. The last twice when this car has had issues, it has been Webber in the car. It was Webber waiting to get in there.
Yeah.
But he didn't get in it. 3 consecutive pole positions and 2 non-finishes to this point. That's one of the Audi board members there in the pit lane this weekend, so no pressure for those boys.
Dumas does go through the lead. I think he has something like 40 seconds on Andre Lotterer.
Easily. It was Eddie Cheever who had the star on the side of his helmet, not Danny Sullivan, excuse me. Thank you, Patrick Poloni.
Apology, 18 seconds the lead gap. So Dumas from Lotterer. Lotterer charging 1:58.9 last time around from Andre Lotterer.
Must ask Ant Davidson if he was an Eddie Cheever fan, and that's why he put the star on the helmet. He's had it as long as I can remember, even when he was karting, his Ant. But it has always struck me as being quite similar to Cheever's helmet. And helmet design's a big talking point this weekend with Timo Bernhard with the Stefan Beloff helmet, which is the same ribbon type of design as there's an Aston off to the right-hand side there. That's the 96 car, I think, again.
Engine cover off on the 17 car, John.
Yeah, and the Beloff design very similar, although the helmet a very subtle difference in the base colour, but the ribbon design very similar to, I always thought, to Thierry Boutsen, and of course those guys drove as teammates too.
A couple of battles developing here. It's going to be one to watch in terms of the lap times the Audis are producing against the undelayed, the one undelayed Porsche at this stage. 2 minutes dead almost for Romain Dumas. 1:58.9 last time around for Andre Lotterer. I think a slightly slower lap this time though for Lotterer in traffic. but also a developing battle now in P2 because the leader, Julien Canal, has got Mitch Evans making his P2 debut catching.
Marcel Fessler has given up the number 7 Audi. He's now in second position. Andre Lotterer takes that car out, so Louise can talk to the Swiss driver.
Marcel, that was not an easy run for you, was it? Tell us about those issues.
Actually, I had a locking rear into the last corner on the braking, and that was the reason why I spun. That was a shame because we lost quite a lot of time there. Otherwise, I think the pace was not too bad. I could catch back Loic, which was actually a good thing. Battle after it with him and with the other Porsche for position for a short time. It was for sure not easy to do the stint, but the car is really good, so I think we have still a good chance. I don't know, now I need to check what the Porsche are doing, but the race is still long and we have a really good fast car at the moment.
Do you think that new spec, Le Mans spec car is helping you to get close to the Porsche?
Yeah, definitely. Our top speed is now a bit closer to them, but still, obviously, we can see that they're much faster on the start, on the straight line. But then we can catch up all the time in the second sector. But for sure it was difficult then to overtake. I had in the beginning a battle with, I don't know which Porsche it was. It was quite similar to Silverstone. So, but yeah, let's see what the results get at the end of the race.
Thank you.
He clearly remembers that fondly, doesn't he, from just a few weeks ago. Why wouldn't he? But the P1 battle, we'll keep it on that one. P2, Mitch Evans, I think, is very soon going to be through to the lead of P2, making his debut, of course, in LMP2 and for the Jota team. Now under 2 seconds back from Julien Canal, the 26 car from the 38 Jota. Fernando Reis, meanwhile, 22 seconds to the good now in GTE Pro. The Aston Martin powering away from Tony Volander's 51 Ferrari. But we have a new leader, John, in GTM, because Victor Scheitar has put the number 72 SMP Racing Ferrari ahead now of Paul Dalla in the number 98 Aston Martin, with Christian Poulsen now just a second behind the Aston in the Corvette in third. So shaking up the order a little in a couple of the classes.
57.9 for Andrea Lotterer last time around in the 7 Audi. 59.6 fastest time for the number 1 Toyota since Anthony Davidson's got in that car. And Nico Hulkenberg sticking in some pretty decent times in the Porsche, number 19 as well. He was right around the 2-minute mark last time around.
And Davidson also with the hammer down, under 2 minutes for the first time for the number 1 Toyota. But that 1:57.996, the second fastest LMP1 lap ever around Spa, only bettered by the number 17 lap from Brendan Hartley in the early part of this race. 1:57.996, that gap now down to 18.3 seconds, Romain Dumas to Andre Lotterer.
Brilliant stuff out on the circuit at the moment.
That's the P2 battle.
P2 battle for the lead is on camera from the second place, Andre Lotterer. And that is the 38 of Mitch Evans. Just getting the leader, getting the second place Audi between them for a moment. But Mitch Evans is dragging towards Julien Canal, who did a great job in qualifying. Here comes Evans, he's got a great slingshot. Is he going to be able to get round the outside? Oh, he's gone down the inside, comes from a long way back. Can he get it stopped? Parks it on the right hand.
Beautifully done.
Brilliant stuff, used the traffic superbly.
Beautifully done.
Mitch Evans leaves for the mighty 38 Jota in a race that they have traditionally done as their warm-up, not a full season entrance. Planned this from a long way back, Graham.
They did, and beautifully just, I didn't even have to sell them a dummy. I sort of think that Julien knew that that was going to happen somewhere. Chose not to defend too hard, but Mitch Evans, another star in the making in LMP racing from Jota. They can pick him, can't they, John?
Oh, really can. And Harry delighted to be back racing with the guys, and Mitch getting his taste of what's going on down at Jota Sport with that new Gibson. And Gibson is scored as a lap leader in class in the FIA World Endurance Championship. Tick that one off the list for Bill Gibson. John Manchester and the rest of the guys up at Repton in Derbyshire.
battle for third position now in GT Pro. In fact, there are the second and third placed Ferraris, but pulling up onto the back of them. Another new boy this year for the World Endurance Championship, Marco Sorensen, a very accomplished single-seater driver, I think doing a double program this year, is he not, John, with the Aston Martin racing team? But he's looking here, sniffing around the potential for a podium finish for the number 95 car, stepping up, of course, this year to GT Pro from the AM Championship they won last year.
And just some news from the Porsche garage, rear suspension again on the 17. Minor problem fixed, and it's back out in the hands of Mark Webber now, and he's just done a 58.3, so there's not that much wrong with that car. And that makes him the fastest on the circuit last time around. Meantime, in GT, 71 Ferrari is battling in third position with Marco Sorensen, single-seater driver extraordinaire. This is for third place in the Pro category.
We had a quick view of Davide Rigon in the AF Corsa garage, of which they have a multitude. Looking on as James Calado tries to fend off the ever closer attentions of the Aston Martin. Here comes, though, the number 7 Audi to interrupt the battle just for moments. And actually, that's dispensed with no trouble on the run down towards Eau Rouge and up towards Raidillon. And we stick with this battle down the Kemmel Straight. We'll see just how quick, in relationship to each other, these two cars are. Rear engine V8 Ferrari, front engine V8 Aston Martin in the tow,
that
and
Aston's
looking
quick. That's very quick.
Not quite quick enough there, though.
He doesn't have to be that much closer, though, Graham.
He doesn't.
To pick up the toe a bit earlier.
And he'll have known that from that experience just right there. So wouldn't be the underwit of man to think that Marco might be looking to be in exactly that position next time around. Car 2, meanwhile, gets the black and white flag for abusing track limits at turn 19. That would be the final turn. Still battle joined. Here comes the second of the Audis to deal with the GT traffic this time around. Up the inside. You know what, John? I do tend to agree with that opinion as the 8 car makes its way back by trouble-free past the battling GTEs. Doesn't interrupt their race. Does it safely because he's got the pace.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. The reason, by the way, that we've been hoping to see that Audi on Porsche pass again is there is a suggestion that there may have been a yellow flag out when that happened, and need to see where the pass was actually started and finished to see. It has not been a reported incident, I have to say. There's the tyre pickup on the edges there. When you talk about pickup, it's that knobbly bit on the outside. It's where the tyre picks up the rubber and it gets thrown to the outside or the inside edge of the tyre. And what you normally do is use a heat gun just to scrape the surface bits off. And you're cleaning the wheels there because you don't want the wheels to have any gunk or rubbish or debris on it, because it would throw the wheel out of balance. It would. The sort of speeds that these cars are doing, a tiny out of balance wheel is going to feel like you're having your fillings shaken out.
Absolutely. Rattles your eyeballs out your sockets. Not close enough this time, I don't think, for Marco Sorensen.
Not sure. Not sure. Let's see. There's Jimmy Bruni, or is it Bob Bell? You never see that.
It's definitely Jimmy Bruni, because he's just off for a bowl of pasta, whereas Bob Bell will be off for a pine chips.
True. Just like his gravy, does Bob Bell.
Northern blokes love gravy.
He is at 95 car, just not close enough. You were right, Graham. I'll bow to you on that one.
No, you don't have to do it literally. Come on.
Sorry, I can't get up off my knees now at this point. That's... Somebody bring the hoist in.
11 minutes until we've had 2 hours of racing. It's flown by again, John. It's
always something happening. It's not the wheel-to-wheel dicing that we had at Silverstone, but the racing is intense out there, and let it be said that there's no lack of effort from everyone out there. The GT battle's a bit more close than it was at Silverstone. That was the one that really didn't come together until later in the race.
because we saw the Ferraris have a delayed start and then guess right. Well, I think a little bit of a lucky break for them under the safety car. Not the safety car, full course yellow course. That lead battle, overall though, John, we might just get it because it's number 9 car, again, porpoising on the straight, look.
We had this.
Oh! Now, what was that? What was that?
Well, did he run over something? Or has something broken off from the car?
It's a side window. It's a side window.
The side window has blown out of that car as it was under that very odd aero bounce that we saw Ollie Jarvis had.
As we saw a shot a little earlier, I thought there's no side window, and then they discounted the possibility.
Well, he'll have
but
to
it was
come
that.
in. He'll have to come in. They will not let him continue. And let's have a listen then. This is Marco Bononomi, of course, talking to the pits.
In this lap, we change the door. In this lap, we change the door.
Yeah, the whole door will have to come off. Let's just look at that again.
Bang. Oh.
Now that looks like pressure almost from inside the car, not from the window being pulled out, if you see what I mean.
All they would have needed is one part of the leading edge, John, to come adrift, and the kind of speeds you were talking about to do with the wheels out of balance is going to just impact on that in a most dramatic fashion. Back with GTE Pro and the battle for second, third and fourth. Marcus Sorensen is the factor here. And can he just drag a little bit closer? He's trying to force just a minor error at that Ferrari ahead of him.
As the Lotus CLM. That car still being developed. It was quicker this weekend.
Yep.
New bodywork for them, as well as bits and pieces of other stuff. There is the new door. No point in just trying to change the window. And get the right one. It's
going to begin the garage for this.
Yes, it is. The hinges was the word I was looking for. Allow for a quick change.
12 seconds is the overall lead now, as Andre Lotra starts to get onto terms with the leading Porsche. Marco Bononomi, meanwhile. What a shame. A great run from Marco Bononomi in this car. Remember, they've not had the kind of track time that the two full-season cars have had, but Bononomi has battled away. A shame to see a failure like that get in the way of what had been a great battle with the Toyotas in particular. And he's running fourth, by the way, at this point. It's Toyota, then all 3 Audis before we see the 2 and then the 1 Toyotas.
Oh, and that is coming together at the final corner, or was it just a spin? It's a masterful piece of avoidance by Mitch Evans, I think, as yes, the Porsche spins. This is the 77 car with Patrick Dempsey on board. He gets it back, but Mitch Evans has to go the long way around. That's a pretty good flick turn by Patrick Dempsey. Listen. Spin, floor it.
Showboating.
Magnificent stuff.
Going for the part of the next Fast and Furious film, I think, there, Patrick.
Fantastic. Good on you, PD.
Well done, well done.
This was just before the incident. Patrick Dempsey in the 77 car, sporting the low drag haircut this weekend.
I noticed that, yep.
So still waiting to see Marco Bononomi in the pits. Did he come in, Graham? He hasn't yet, has he?
Marco is not in the pits yet. No, I think he's gone round for another go for them to get the door ready for him. It's not stopping. I mean, he's only a couple of seconds down on the ultimate pace, even with no door on the car.
Not sure what that's doing to the aero inside the car and what the pressure zones are doing as well. The worry would be that it'll blow the other door out or it'll have some effect elsewhere. Marco Bononomi's Italian job, he has blown the doors off.
Absolutely.
Or at least one of them. It was a very, very odd thing to happen, that it seemed to be an explosion from inside the car, that it popped outwards. It wasn't like it was ripped and torn away.
shades back, John, of a car that you and I saw just very recently, the R8C, back from 1999. Yeah. Where they had endless problems with the doors on that car. Still a very pretty-looking car. We went in for a day, talked to some of the Audi factory drivers, Ollie Jarvis and Jamie Green, the DTM, the 99 car on display in the showroom.
Yeah, Jamie Green, former champion in DTM. And showed good pace at the end of last season in DTM for Audi. I won't spoil your enjoyment if you're waiting to see that. Into the pit lane, an Aston Martin now. Who was that coming in?
It's Roel Goethe.
Roel Goethe, yeah.
Well, that was an early stop, if you remember, for the 96 car, so that might well be on time for Roel. Their fourth stop, though, for 96. That will be just the second routine stop. Of course, the problem with Roel, with the damage he had, and then that drive-through penalty for Stuart Hall.
Stefan Sarrazin flashing Marco Bononomi, and again, look at the front end of that Audi porpoising. That can't be pleasant inside the car. And we saw that with Ollie Jarvis's car, didn't we? That was explained away by hitting the curb. The Audis do have quite sophisticated interlinked suspension front and rear. A number of people, including Jason Ford, saying, when was the last time you saw an Audi fall apart without any contact? Well, he had a little bump on that side, hadn't he, earlier on when he was trying to get past Verti.
He did, yeah.
But that was further down the front. But what I wonder is if it had changed the way the air was passing through, round, under, over, between various parts of the car. So Romain Dumas leads by 13, call it 14 seconds from Andre Lotterer, the first of the Audi. So Porsche number 18 from Audi number 7. Then it's another 18 seconds back to Ollie Jarvis in Audi number 8. 7 and 8, remember, the two new Hammerhead Audi front ends, not like this one, which is in 4th position at the moment for Marco Bononomi. And he is going across the line now to complete his 56th lap. And as far as the gap between him and his teammates is concerned, he is another minute further back and has 9/10 of a second on Stefan Sarrazin in the first of the Toyotas. Here it is, and that is the view forward from Steph's car. Anthony Davidson is another 9 seconds back from his teammate, and Mark Webber in the 17 Porsche, which has had its issues, including stalling out on Nick Tandy, and he had to bring it back under E-power, and also had a rear suspension issue. Nico Hülkenberg is a further lap back into the pit lane. Has come the Ferrari, and that is the 7th car. Collado out.
Regon in.
Remember, nothing can happen whilst the fuel is going in. That's why the slight cessation of activities. Oh, and on goes the new Michelins. Meantime, Stefan Sarrazin is charging towards the back of Marco Bononomi's car. The still left-hand side window-less number 8 car, having lost that window down the Kemmel straight, blowing out from inside to out. A weird bit of some kind of pressure build-up inside the car. Oh, and a nice line from Sarrazin. Means he got on the power a little bit earlier than Marco, down towards La Source, turn number 1 here. Now, there is a car in the way, so that's not necessarily a terribly defensive line from Bononomi, but the Toyota using the supercapacitor energy to try and boost up alongside. He's in the hole in the air made by the Audi. He goes to the left-hand side, down into La Source, into Eau Rouge. Surely not, but he has. Wow, what a pass. That was remarkable confidence being shown there. He feinted to the right, dived to the left, blue flags waving, and Bononomi does not fight that, Graham, but even so, that was confidence in spades by Steph Sarazan.
It most certainly was. I'm beginning to wonder why we've not seen that Audi on pit lane there, because he was called to box. They clearly have cancelled that call. We've not heard that. There was a door ready, which was put to the back of the garage. I wonder if they're going to bring him to the end of his fueling stint here. If they think it's not damaged the lap time sufficiently, my guess is what they're going to do here is to take him to the end of his stint.
Yeah.
It will save them, what, 25 seconds of pit lane running.
Nico Hülkenberg in the pit lane. And he'll make his first competitive pit stop in the FIA WEC for Porsche. Meantime, the Ferrari and the Astons both getting services. The 95 car, Marco Sorensen, brought that car in from second. Fernando Reis with the lead Aston in as well. And the 92 Porsche has sneaked up into third place there, by the way. There's Hülkenberg staying in the car. Fuel, will they put tyres on that car? No, would be my answer to that. And once again, a little bit of attention to that car. And some fluid being added. This is now effectively, Graham, for the 19 car, even more of a test run than it was before. It was a test run already, but whilst they were there in third position that could help their teammates, now they're just putting miles under the Michelin tyres.
Absolutely right. Looking a bit further down the timing screens as we're watching again from in-car, the number 2 car, hugely committed again up through Radion. A bit of a spin for Paul Dell'Olana, who had been closing in on the lead again for GTM. GT, loads of action. And no more so than in the Pro class, and we're going to go down and talk to Tony Verlander from the 51 car.
Tony, we saw in qualifying you've got the pace in that car. Can you keep it up?
It was not easy out there. A lot of traffic, and once you go offline, you pick up a lot of dirty stuff on the tires. Takes a lot of time to clean them up. I had at one point a good rhythm. I lost it again. Prototypes are coming so fast, so I have no option than to let them by. Yeah, let's wait another couple more hours and see where we are, and then we make a final push in the end.
Thank you.
Perfectly explained again by Tony Verlander. It's about rhythm, isn't it? It's about rhythm. It's about that strategy. If it's not working, gather your thoughts, gather your loins, go again. Meantime, by the way, as we look at the 51 car, back in the hands, of course, of Jimmy Bruni.
Yeah, these two, just two drivers, of course.
Absolutely. And the 98 car back in after that spin.
Just had to be held for a moment there. Somebody else was going down.
Absolutely. But the lead gap, Romain Dumas is pulling out a bit more of a gap now.
Well, coming up, another hour has gone, so there's the latest Porsche by 17 seconds on the 7 Audi, who has about the same distance on his teammate, the 8 and 7 with the low drag kit, the Hammerhead kit, if you like. Toyota Racing, number 2 car in 4th position. In P2, the leaders are still the mighty 38 Jota with Mitch Evans on board ahead of Julian Canal for 26G drive. Best of the GT Pros, the Aston Martin. Archie Stanaway at the wheel of the 99 car heading the Abs. It's also a former Aston Martin driver, actually, Christian Poulsen, in the number 50. That is the Chevy Corvette. And whilst we're talking about things American, hello to everybody watching on FS1 at Marion's at Master Raceway Laguna Seca. Nice to know that as they get ready for their races today, they're tuned in to here from a distance.
On board again with the number 18 car in the lead, Romain Dumas. And drawing away now from Andre Lotre. Lotre got the gap down to under 12 seconds at one point, getting out towards 20 seconds now. Now, is that traffic? Is it being able to sustain the attack?
I have a question here. Big question. Have Porsche double stinted any tyres yet? Answer, I think no. And we know that they had an issue with double stinting tyres at Silverstone, and their pace dropped off.
And they have to double stint those tyres at least
one
once.
set of tyres.
They most certainly do. I'm going to go off mic for a moment to catch up with one of the teams who've just joined us.
In the meantime, the KCMG car, start from the pit lane, remember, has worked itself up to 4th position at one stage, but now sitting a little bit further back, Matt Howson in that blue and silver chrome car. So Porsche at the head of the field by 18.2 seconds. We're live from Spa, and the Ardennes Forest is alive with the sound of the most technologically advanced racing cars on the planet. Lap record has just been, or has been, obliterated as early as the first half dozen laps. 1:57.9 is the new race lap record around here. That was by the 17 car. And we haven't seen anything quite as good as that recently. Fred McAvicky's just put a decent lap in the 92 Porsche GT car after that car has been struggling. 2:19 is that car's best lap of the race so far, and if you put that against what other cars are doing, that's much better.
It's brought a competitive lap time for the first time, John, to be fair, because I'm afraid the number 92 car trails the field at the moment. On good terms with, in terms of the 91 car, the sister car, but those two cars are now how far back? 20 seconds back from the next target, which is the 95 Dane Train. On board, though, with the number 1 car.
Anthony Davidson, and 2 cars ahead is Marco Bononomi, still with that open air feeling. The left plexiglass gone from the number 9 Audi. You'll see it as it comes down to La Source here. And other side of the car, my apologies. Cannot be, well, I don't know. I wouldn't have thought it was very pleasant in there. Almost has to be some buffeting going on there. It's that thing when you've got the window open, the car and it's going...
Not nice, is it? That's not nice.
Look at the porpoising again. And the Toyota on the same piece of road is not doing it.
It's not doing it. It's not. There's an issue there.
And a bit of cadence braking going on as well from Marco Bononomi. News just coming through from the circuit that 54,000 spectators have been into Spa-Francorchamps over this weekend. That's up some 8,000 on last year.
Or close to 20%.
Yep. I prefer to give numbers, because percentages sometimes don't tell the full story.
But it has been. We'll give them both.
And there's Davison making a mistake. He got across the curb and got the car high-centered there for a moment, and he's done well to get that back. Just watch here as he runs out onto the yellow and red curbs. Now, he just can't get the car back.
He did well to hang on to that.
He's got the wheels either side of the curb, and it's dragging him away from where he wants to be. Well, that will have woken Andy up if he wasn't already.
Porpoising everywhere, that number 9 car. I think we're not going to see, when Marco Bononomi gets out of that car, a driver in the usual bounding, that wasn't very tough sort of stance, are we? I think
quick.
this has been very hard work.
That's Pouon, and that's quick. And no jokes about the name of the corner and what might have been happening in the cockpit of the #1 car there. We'll move quickly through that. 3 hours and 51 minutes to go. It's Graham Goodwin of dailysportscar.com and me, John Hino, at the FIA World Endurance Championship, round number 2 at Spa. Fascinating duels going on here. Interestingly, not the side-by-side racing that we saw at Silverstone, but these lap times are really, really impressive. Remember, this is the second year of these new regulations, and the teams and manufacturers seem to have got their heads around them. The improvements coming thick and fast at every event. I made a statement at the beginning of the year, which I didn't feel was very bold, some people think was, that every lap record will go this year if we get the right conditions.
Yellow flag at turn 9. And it's a GT car in the wall.
It's not just a GT car, it's 77. It's Marco Seefried.
It's Marco.
Marco's just taken over that car relatively recently. He's facing the wrong direction. You can see he's got a rear view camera on the centre of the dashboard there. The blue, pink and green Marco Seefried's helmet, and that's a shame. That car was going well. 6th position.
Well, will we? He's got external cameras front and rear, so we may get a view of this, John.
Well, there's one on the rear wing, isn't there, pointing backwards?
And one on the front. So, you know, we've got some excellent shots on this car in practice. And there's damage, I think, on the left-hand side of the car. Oh, it's his mirror flapping around.
Yeah, it's just where he's gone in. Now, again, not a nice place to go off. That was on the...
There it is. Yeah, there's the mirror.
So what I think you're going to see here, this is coming down to Rivage, isn't it? The long right-hander. Now, the no-name left-hander is the next one. This is just before Pouon. Too much curb. Too much curb. He hands off the wheel. Ooh, he's lucky there with that much lock on. And his hands on the wheel that he didn't hurt himself or indeed break his steering arm. Look at how much right lock he's got on there. And that front wheel takes a big hit. And so does the suspension. And the rear end of that car
is off the ground. Meantime,
Bononomi in the pit lane. And does he get a new door on that left-hand side? There's no sign of them changing that, is there?
No, there's not, because it's only the glass, not the door, isn't it? Or the plexi, not the door.
There's no window net on it.
It's going in the garage.
Yeah, it has to.
And the sock puppet stays in while it does that.
Right. And oh, yeah, here is the door coming off on the quick release hinges. Quick-ish release hinges.
You are 7 behind Steph. Bononomi stopped to change tires.
More than changing tyres for Marco Bononomi.
And that was Anthony Davidson being informed of what was going on. Look at the new door already fitted, Graham.
Interesting, not quite as quick and slick as some of the jobs, because it's not one they've had to do before, John. It'd be an interesting question to ask the Audi guys. Have you ever practiced changing that before? And would you bet against a better solution being on an Audi before the end of the year? Now, let's have a quick look. That was full service plus a change of door. And René Rast is aboard the car.
They changed the driver as well.
They changed the driver as well. And that was 1 minute and 43 seconds.
Wow.
So broadly speaking, 30 seconds longer than a normal stop would have been. So next time you're down at your local Audi dealer...
Don't get me started. There's the 17 car. Leading, in 6th position for Mark Webber, pole position car. Not been there season so far. Cleared off into the distance at Silverstone and then had a driveline problem, drive shafts and gearbox issue at the back of the car. And I do mean that at the back of the car, because of course these cars are all-wheel drive.
Been something of an incident. That's the mirror.
It's the mirror from the Proton car, or at least it's the mirror cover. And just look at the ferocious nature of this car crawling up the tyre stacks there.
That wouldn't have been a nice feeling, would it?
And look at even on the right-hand front, and he's still got that right lock on. Siegfried there, very lucky to have got away with that. Here's the mirror going to fall off the left-hand side. And whilst that bounces away, there's some damage to the left rear, as you can see. Let's head down to Louise Beckett, who's gone up to Audi, and here's Dr. Wolfgang Ulrich, head of Audi Sport.
Dr. Ulrich, that's not your usual reason for a pit stop, is it?
Marco lost the window of the left door on the long straight, and we could see that this was not so good for his lap times, and therefore we called him in and we changed the door.
Is there any reason why that happened? Do you know?
No, we do not know. It never happened before.
Thank you.
Is there any greater enthusiast for this sport than Dr. Wolfgang
Here
Ulrich?
it is. Watch it explode from the outside in. It's as if someone has put a centre punch to that. You can actually see the seal was flapping at the back of the window opening there. It was as if someone had put a centre punch to it and tapped it from the inside.
And in fairness, Marco Bononomi did very well to hang on to the car there, because that must have been some shock at that point. VMAX coming into the braking area, and that must have gone with one heck of a bang.
So 3 hours and 45 minutes of this one to go. Romain Dumas behind the wheel of the lead Porsche 919 hybrid with its 2-litre turbocharged engine and the big battery pack, the 8 megajoule energy storage and harvesting and deployment system. And the amazing thing about that is that they've gone from 6 to 8 megajoules, Graham, whilst making the battery pack a bit smaller, and it's no heavier than the 6 megajoule energy pack from last year. Such is the pace of development.
No, it's mind-blowing, isn't it, in terms of the year-on-year progress we've seen here in the World Endurance Championship. The technology, relevant, spectacular, gives great racing, great reliability, and the word is efficiency, isn't it? We keep saying it, but would you have believed, John, what, 5-10 years ago, that a hybrid car would excite in the way that these do?
It's beyond belief in some respects that the kind of move forward in team as the 38 is in from the lead. That's Mitch Evans out of the car. No, Mitch is still in.
Mitch stays in.
Let's get a quick drink. New set of Dunlops, possibly not, actually. No, thumbs up from the Dunlop man.
Absolutely.
And that means double stints for the Dunlops. There goes the G-Drive car back into the lead. That is Julian Canal at the wheel of that car. So Mitch Evans will be moving the moment he has got the fuel in that car.
Away he goes now. And it's the length of the old pit straight and first part of the Kemmel straights, including Rouge and Radion as the gap in P2. But of course, this car, the number 26 car, will owe us that stop. Anybody watching on time and scoring, wondering why we've got 4 stops for the Jota car, only 2 for the G-Drive. Should be reminded that Harry Tinknell, judged to have jumped the start and got a drive-through penalty early on, but came back from that down, I think, in about 5th or 6th position, as Gerard Neveu is shown the door. Shown the door
in the nicest possible way.
In the nicest possible way, Gerard. When you read this on, watch this on video later, it's.
And being explained the situation, that's Luca Di Grassi in the background.
Ready?
That is the board member that of whom I spoke earlier on, so a bit of pressure on Audi this weekend.
Absolutely, and some quiet confidence, I think, in that pit garage. It's not gone exactly the way they would have wished it to have gone, but it's gone rather better at the moment than perhaps it's gone for the Porsche guys. Mark Webber, by the way, up into 6th position. courtesy of that slightly longer stop. 1 minute 43 seconds, by the way, for that stop to fuel the car, change the driver, change all 4 tyres and the door.
Mitch Evans, by the way, dropped down, I think, into 3rd position in P2.
Yeah, I think that's about right.
But he's the first one to make the 3rd stop.
Yeah.
Because, don't forget, he's had a drive-through. So if you're watching on live timing and scoring, it will say 4 stops, but 1 was a drive-through for a very close call on a jump start. And Julian Canal, in fact, comes into the pits now from the lead. So Gustavo Jackerman should go round and lead this.
If he takes the extra lap.
But they pitted at the same lap last time.
They did.
So they may not.
And again, the Dunlop technicians taking a look to see whether or not they'll need to double stint tyres, or they can double stint tyres rather. Sorry, John.
And there was a pressurised liquid container.
Ready?
Now, that might have just been a driver's bottle there on the side, because they don't tend to put those down.
Jackerman does pit. So both G-Drive cars pit on the next available lap.
Mitch Evans will go back through and lead for Jota.
One of the Tequila Patron cars there. Very, very pretty. Fabulous. Just unbelievable.
Just watching Lotterer there, weaving between the 2 GT cars. And when he was in behind both the Aston Martin, but also even the slightly smaller silhouette of the Ferrari, you could not see the prototype.
Yep.
They are small now.
This is the battle for 2nd position in class. That is the 71 car, Davide Rigon, right on terms now with Darren Turner. 99, by the way, still leads 16 seconds, 17 seconds to the good. Then it's this pair of cars. It's the 97 Aston, 71 Ferrari, with the 51 car just there coming into shot in the background in 4th position. So the current battle for podium positions is right here in GTE Pro, and it's been a very good battle throughout the race so far, but it's involved only the Aston Martins and Ferraris so far in the race. The Porsches have not been a factor. Kevin Estre obviously involved in that incident of which he was adjudged at fault with the Nick Tandy-driven 19 LMP1 car, and he's dropped back now behind the number 92 car of Fred Makovicki, who is still putting in very quick lap times in the 92. But they are, what, some 40 seconds plus off the leading Aston Martin, which is the red and yellow car. So it's Turner against Rigon, Bruni. Catching this pair, by the way, as the number 7 Audi pits, Lotterer at the wheel.
That is lap 69, and the lap 69 for him. So yes, that's spot on. That has been 23, 23, 23.
Oliver Jarvis.
I like it when they do that. It makes life easy for me to do the adding up. Now that was the drinks system going in there. That red bottle there is...
So Lotterer stays aboard.
Is the pressurised drink system made for Audi by?
Progressive Engineering.
Correct, well done.
So
hello, Wardy. Hello, H.
On the rear dorsal fin is a tribute to the passing last week of the hugely enthusiastic head of the Belgian Audi Supporters Club. Great to see them recognising that. Vincent Vos from the WRT team, very successful Belgian customer team for Audi and GT racing here this weekend too.
By the way, you were talking about those spectator numbers, a very healthy 46,000 last year and 54 this year. Going back to 2013, it was 35,000, so
wow.
That's a 54% increase in 2 years. Now that's weekend numbers, but certainly yesterday there was more people than I've seen on a practice day. We did, I think in 13 it was only a 2-day meeting.
Yeah, I think you're right.
But
bear in mind the rain we had for the first 2 days, John, as well.
Oh, absolutely.
18 in the pits with a Toyota behind it.
So 35,000 2 years ago to 54,000 now.
So leader in the pits, as is Stefan Sarrazin in the 5th position Toyota. Now, tear off strip from the...
See how carefully that was
tyres
done.
are ready here, John.
Now here comes the 8 car.
to take the lead.
And Audi have not yet led.
I'm sure that's right. I don't think we've seen Audi in the lead. And it's no pitting. He's pitting. It's exactly what we saw last time. So Lotre at the moment not in a position to take the lead if the Porsche pit stop goes as it should. Dumas in the pits, so is Jarvis, so is Sarrazin. Here comes the number 8 car to a stop there. Lucas de Grassi will climb aboard. Audi building a very new look crew, aren't they, for that number 8 car? Lucas de Grassi, Loic Duval and Ollie Jarvis for this year. It's a bit of a squirrely finish to the lap from Andre Lotre. Dumas is out and running.
It's not going to be that far up the road.
What was the gap? The gap, 1 minute and 15 seconds on pit lane for Romain Dumas. There's exactly the same stop for Lotre.
Here's the 8 car.
7 up through Rouge, through Radion. And what is that gap going to be?
Let's look down the road. Well, he's not in shot there. See how much smoother,
unbelievable,
the 7 car is. It looks like it's a different part of the track.
Yeah.
Well, that can't all be aero. Well, okay, sorry, I'll take that back. It would be surprising if that was all aero, but there's clearly something not right with the
9.
With a 9. 18 goes under the Michelin bridge down towards Stavelot. Excuse me, that's fine. This is Stavelot coming up now. Dropping down to Blanchimont is the left-hander.
The gap is going to be around 15 seconds.
And they're both on the same pit strategy now.
They have both stopped an equal number of times, correct.
It's going to be who double stints tyres first again, isn't it?
Or have we already seen the number 7 do that?
I think the Audi already has, and I think that'll be the interesting thing towards the end of the race. What will be the performance drop-off when the Porsche has to double stint at least one set of tyres? You get 26 tyres for qualifying in the race, and obviously that's not a complete number of a complete set. That is
14.7 seconds is the gap.
6 sets and 2 tyres. You can use 2 brand new sets for qualifying, but if you do that, that is taken out of that 26 tyres. So you don't get any more new ones there.
Romain Dumas is going to be attempting to head for the Ardennes Hills now. Fastest first sector of the race so far for the number 18 car, as he attempts to make up time ahead of this car. Andre Lotre pursuing him now. Lucas de Grassi, meanwhile, has not given up the chase either. He's putting in a very quick outlap. The 2 quickest sectors in sectors 2 and 3 for that car in the race thus far. Traffic, though, for the 7. In large quantities.
And it's exactly what Lotre didn't want to see on his outlap, with de Grassi putting in fastest sector times for the number 8 car behind him. Look at the crowds.
It's great to see, isn't it?
It's not, I mean, we're still in spring, late spring, early summer perhaps you might call it, but it's still been a bit chilly out there.
I think the message is getting across, John. Sports car racing is back.
Track temperature 15.6, air temperature about as good as we've seen it all week, about 14. As in comes Mark Webber, that's 14 Celsius.
That traffic has cost Andre Lotre a couple of seconds on that lap. 1:59.1 for Romain Dumas. As the team take a look at the 17 car. Yep, it's a 2 minutes, almost 2 minutes 1 for the chasing Lotterer, but that was traffic. See what happens now with clear air. 3 P1 cars together, the 2, then the 1.
Just some information coming through from Dunlop. All of their cars double stinted their tyres as we expected, and we won't say which is which, but one car were on the medium plus tyres, the rest are on the medium.
Toyotas, John, strike me as just they are running their own race here.
Yes, I agree.
Now, have they been surprised by it? You see all the world's current GTE cars in the same frame, almost. Look at that.
Oh, that is glorious.
That is the
brilliant stuff.
The 2 factory AF Corsa Ferraris making their way through some of the GTM runners.
That's Davide Rigon in the 71, Jimmy Bruni in the multicoloured 51.
This is the battle for 2nd, 3rd, 4th in class.
Look at this. And through, and there's a car we haven't seen that much of, actually. That
35.
was the 35 car that had all of its problems. It's Jean-Marc Merlin at the wheel of that car at the moment, the Ligier. That's the car with the pink on the front of it. That car had a nightmare with water in the fuel ring.
It did. And coming through as well there, number 19 car, Nico Hulkenberg. 7 cars made its way by both of the Toyotas. They managed to get through the latest gaggle. P1, P2 and GTE cars in the same shot there.
So, not yet halfway through this race. The spectators beginning to spread themselves out around the circuit before they come back. Now, what's happening down towards the end of the lap? Blue flags waving massively. Well, do you know what? That's what got Kevin Estre.
Oh, that's
what got Kevin Estre a drive-through.
Right, that's the Corvette off very quickly, unfortunately. Backwards.
It's at the end of the
Christian Poulsen.
You can see the guys there. That is in the Labour competition pit.
That's Roberti, not a happy bunny.
He thinks he's being pushed. The car's being pushed off by a P car. And let's see, that one will have to be looked at, won't it?
Gianluca Roda is getting himself ready.
There's the snatch tractor with the Audi door there. Notice the Audi design door, which is very nice.
It's got a long way to run down to get to the car.
Now, this could be full course yellow, Graham. They'll not want to have that running around with the cars at that part of the circuit at
well, they could run this as a slow zone.
They could run it as a slow zone. That's a good point. Be a perfect time to
double
use
yellow
it.
at turn 15.
Just watch here as the G-Drive car goes up the inside. The Corvette barely touches, but it's
just unsettled him at the wrong part of the corner.
And Christian, you know, Christian's a good driver. I don't know about that one. I really don't know. I have not a clue how that will come out the steward's room. But it needs to be looked at. Contact that has caused another driver to go off the circuit. You know, in the old LMS days and the IMSA days, it was, the phrase used was avoidable contact. It was never whether it was deliberate or not. And you've got to ask yourself, you know, was that avoidable? Romain Demar leads for Porsche, 3.5 to go. And for the first 2.5 hours, it has only been a Porsche who have been scored in the lead of this race. The 17 and the 18 cars have each led twice, and the 18...
We have double yellow flags at T15. We have marshals out there.
Eduardo Freitas on the race channel. Since lap 48, we're now on lap 75. It has been the 18 that has led, and the pit stops have not seen that change rather unusually, although it is a long lap here. 2:05 last time around from Lotter is a bit tardy. 2:07 though from Sarazan and Davidson. They are respecting the yellow flags.
Yep.
And well done. Because if, I've said this before, and I'm sorry if I upset some people, but this has been in conjunction with conversations with drivers that I know. Slow zones, full course yellows, virtual safety cars. If drivers respected, waved yellows around the circuit, you wouldn't need any of that. But unfortunately, they can't be trusted to do so.
Sometimes. 97.
Some drivers, I should say.
97 on pit road. Still double yellows there. We've not seen the state of the car yet, of course, the Corvettes. There's some grim-looking faces at the team, and clearly we're prepping for whatever they might find. Emerges from the... just in the wrong position for the camera we've got to see what's going on with the 50 car. But clearly an attempt to recover it. 97 rejoins, the V8 fires up.
Well, Paolo Roberti is ready to talk to Louise about that incident that happened at the curve of Paul Frere.
Hello, you've seen the pictures. Jean-Luc is ready to get back in the car. What's your reaction to that?
Yeah, we had another problem for the second race in a row with the prototype in Silverstone with an Audi, now with Elige. I don't know who is the fault, but we lost again the race.
Thanks.
Let's have a look. How'd you see that one?
There was barely contact, if there was contact at all.
Well, I don't think it matters whether there's contact or not.
I think what caused the incident was clearly the cars getting side by side, the wrong part of the road, but
Poulsen had to swerve away from him.
Christian swerved at the wrong time, didn't he? And just couldn't hold the car at that particular point. How did I see it? The first time I saw it, I thought perhaps the Ligier was at fault. The second time I saw it, I'm not so sure.
Oh, come on, have an opinion.
I think Poulsen may have kind of overcorrected.
Okay. Do you see that as different then into the yellow flag zones here? Do you see that as different then as the Estre and Tandy incident?
Oh, we just passed the sites.
Yeah. Answer the question, don't deflect.
Sorry, I was reading something.
Do you see that as different then from the Estre and Tandy incident?
My view
for
is
which
that
Estre was penalised, by the way.
I think that was an equal fault for both drivers. I'll be blunt with you. The Porsche incident.
Right.
I certainly wouldn't have seen that as being entirely to blame on one party. And I think what we saw from Nick in the pit lane talking to Louise rather underlined that. I think Nick knew that was probably something where perhaps he could have taken a wiser choice at that point. My view.
Problem is, nowadays you are driving flat out from the moment you come off the pit limited and the moment you go back in these prototypes. And, you know, the old stickers that used to be on the dashboards that said patience in endurance racing, they're not there anymore, for good reason. These guys are works drivers, they perform at the very highest level. They are expected to give nothing but 100%. And average lap time is the king here. That is what makes or breaks careers. Half a tenth here, half a tenth there. And to some drivers, the other categories are an unnecessary hindrance. Now there is a pass for position, and that's 8 on... no, it's all right, it's a lap car. It must have been the 17 or the 19, because that wasn't the leader that was getting past. There is the Corvette being rather sadly dragged away on its front wheels only. Now the question is, has there been enough damage to take that car out and sideline it permanently, or can Christian Poulsen get the big V8 fired up and restart it?
Well, we will see very soon.
Careful. Well, that is Jacques Lecomte. You may not recognise him under that, but good to see Jack actually togged up doing
Usually
the pit
is.
stops. Yeah.
Looks to me to be damaged through the rear right corner, John.
I'd agree with that. Put me down, he says. Put me down, I can fire this up.
I think that's exactly what he's saying. Yeah, you can see that the rear deck is kinked. Now, let's hope that doesn't mean worse damage.
Well, they've dropped down already out of the fight because GT is so close.
Matthias Lauda now leads the way. The 98 car. Paul Donnellan kept it close enough that Matthias has been able to get that back. Richie Stanaway, meanwhile, we've not seen him for a little wee while, leads the GT Pro battle.
And here is Luca Di Grassi coming to put a lap on René Rast. René does the right thing. Now, this will be interesting to see the two different Audis. New Audi, the hammerhead configuration at the front. Those spars, by the way, are not solid. You can put your fingers around the back of them. Very interesting piece of carbon fibre ridge. Toyota's lapping together at the moment, and Anthony Davidson wants to be by Steph Sarazan.
Well, of course he does. He's the world champion.
I am the world champion. Let me by. This is such a great circuit, isn't it? Really, it is. And these cars do go very well here. It's a good place to show them off. Two Toyotas then are in 4th and 5th position. That doesn't look good. That doesn't look good at all. Gianluca Roda is taking his helmet off, and that would suggest to me that they've had the word from Christian Poulsen on the radio. He's been on the phone. Yeah, it's gone behind the wall. It's gone behind the wall. And
we can't see the corner where the damage is, but that the kink to that rear bodywork, I think, tells the tale, John.
Meantime, in Porsche, that is a driver ready to go in, flexing the footwear.
I think that's Il Bamba.
Christian Poulsen reluctant to abandon the car. So the 98 Aston Martin has gone back into the lead then with the demise of the 50 car. So it's Matthias Lauda leading the class from Alexei Bazov in 2nd place in the 72 Ferrari, and Rui Aguas in 3rd place. And there's a decent gap between Lauda and the rest of the field. Khaled Al-Kabezi, by the way, on the cusp of a podium finish at the moment, just 4 seconds behind Rui Aguas, the 88 Porsche.
But he's been caught by Alex Mortimer in the 55 car. So that class is far from done. And we're not even halfway yet, remember, John. It does feel like this has been a real endurance race. I think it's to do with the pace and just action everywhere, really.
This is 4th position in the pro part of GTE. Scratch that 5th position. And Nygaard down the far side of the circuit, under pressure from Fred Mako, for whom there is a big pink sign opposite the pits.
Oh, it's moving.
It's moving.
Fantastic. Well done, guys.
It's alive.
Smoke from the other corner.
It's dragging is what that is. That is not as it was meant to be, and not how it came out of Bowling Green, Kentucky. That is the chef to keep. This is good driving by Christian Poulsen to keep that car off the racing line. That's just bodywork dragging there, Graham. There's the wheels at a slightly jaunty angle. Now he's going to have to rejoin the circuit here, ironically right in front of an Aston Martin.
He's going to try and make his way over to the other side.
That's
and
very
does so
smart.
safely. Well done,
very
Christian.
Smart.
Well done, Christian.
Now let's have a look at that. That wheel isn't in as bad a condition as I thought. Now can he get it? Oh yes, it is. I'll take it back. He's just going to keep it on the grass there. It's a long walk back from. Look at the bodywork on the side. This is really, really smart work by Christian Poulsen. And
talking
the
back.
chef to keep is looking at. He's going to lose the drive shaft on the right rear. He's going to lose the drive shaft on the right rear, and that's going to stop him getting back because it won't spool up the diff. I bet that's what happens.
Stop where you are.
What's probably happened there is the bottom link of the rear suspension has broken. And, oh, off the track for the 19. Nico Hülkenberg. Avoiding action having to be taken there by Nico at the top of Raidillon.
This time it's the 92 Porsche with the 95 Aston Martin ahead.
That is the battle for position.
It is a battle for 4th position, with the 97 car, of course, out of position, and Christian Poulsen is bailing out.
Well, I'm not sure. I think he's just kicked the wheel back in. Oh, no, he's just going to... What's happened, I think, is the bottom suspension mount has broken, allowing the wheel to move around, and the drive shaft will have pulled out of it. And there's a reason I know that. It's happened to me.
Christopher Nygaard, meanwhile, trying to fend off the ever closer attention of Fred Makovicky. Aston Martin versus Porsche. This for 4th position in GT Pro. Just sniffing around the top 20, this pair of cars. The Saber and Morgan passing them both now. This was the moment, wasn't it, that Nico Hülkenberg just chose.
Well, that was the lesser of two evils,
I think so. Let's watch this from his point of view.
But look how little time he'll have to make this decision, Graham. I'm fine, I'm fine, I'm fine.
Oh,
I'm
no,
not fine.
No.
And look how quickly that gap closed down.
Absolutely.
He lifted out of it. He did exactly the right thing. He lifted out of it.
Not sure the Aston Martin even knew he was there.
No, of course he didn't. It's too far back. He can't see that far back. He was over the other side of the hill.
That is track clear at turn 17, must mean the Corvette has been pushed to a position of safety.
It'll have been pushed through that gap in the wall that's there on driver's right.
It's almost certainly done. Very sad end to a good race from the Labra team.
Meantime, the battle goes on in Pro for 4th position. Nygaard ahead of us. We're on board with Fred Mako. And that is the gap between 4th and 5th. Down the inside, Porsche. Lock up on the front. Punches out. That's what you get when you've got a little bit more weight over the rear wheels. Get in.
Fred Makovicky continues onwards. Up into 4th position now. His next target will be Jimmy Bruni.
Thing of beauty. Watch the way this Porsche squirts from the apex out. Now. Look at that.
Jimmy Bruni, John, less than 20 seconds up the road from this.
Oh, yeah. Just a little squirm from the back end there, but and that is the man who's at the head of the programme, don't forget, who was punching there. The 91 car. That's Kevin Estray's car again. To race control immediately. Now, that's interesting. What have they done this time? So let's just take stock here for a moment, Graham, whilst we have the opportunity to do so. On board with René Rast, who has Mark Webber just ahead of him. And that is a battle for position, by the way.
It is. Estray, by the way, is only 3 seconds back from that battle we've just been watching. So Estray was catching that pair, certainly up to that point. And here we go. It's the performing porpoise of number 9 car. That looks horrible, doesn't it, in terms of the way the car's behaving. And it's doing it everywhere.
Do you think it's an accident or they're doing it on purpose?
You said it, so I didn't have to.
I knew you were winding up for it, if I'm honest. I mean, it's not slowing it down that much.
No.
Let's take stock at the front of the field, where the gap is 25 seconds between Porsche and Audi, and then another 34 beyond that is the 51. And that is the 51, is it? Oh, is that the... No, we can't go around the cone.
Oh, no. And
that is the 71.
71 has had trouble at the final. In fact, it's a 3-car incident. It involves the 88 and the 71 have come together.
And the 51 had to go around them.
And the 51, meanwhile, has also got a black mark flag for track limits at turn 3 and turn 17. So dramas all the way round for AF Corsa. Davide Rigon loses position. Loses 3 positions, in fact, has pitted from 2nd position in Pro.
Just looking at the head of the... I will get this out before something else happens. Let's go back on board with René Rast. That little white speck in the distance is Mark Webber in the 17. The pole-sitting Porsche now sitting in 6th and 7th, these two. Once again, the pace at the head of the field under the 2-minute marker. That's what I've been watching. And Dumas and Lotterer, they might be 25 seconds apart, but they are trading tenths of seconds here as the 71 car comes in for service. I think we're getting round here to see what's going to happen with double stinting of a tyre. Romain Dumas was the man who double stinted the tyre, if you remember, at Silverstone, and he very nearly had a big off. Now, here's that incident. Oh, dear me. Davide Rigon, you know better than that. Khaled Al-Khabazi, he's just nailed him there. That was a low percentage lunge of the most ridiculous order.
Well, it's cost him, and cost him dearly, because he was in a battle for the lead and is now, well, before too very much longer, is going to be trailing the field. Khaled Al-Khabazi, meanwhile, has also lost a position thanks to that, and he drops back to 5th in GT Am. Alex Mortimer up to 4th. Alex doing very well, first outing of the year in the GT car, of course. 55 car, shares with Matt Griffin and Duncan Cameron. Mitch Evans, by the way, we've not said much about P2 for a little while as we look at the pair of blue open-top prototypes. Here's the 36 Alpine. Good drift action there. But Mitch Evans has got nearly a minute on Julien Canal now. That has been a stellar double stint from Mitch Evans on his debut. Nico Hulkenberg on pit road now in the number 19 car. Tyres and fuel.
There is one of the Porsche livery show cars down in the bottom paddock here, which is the red and white car, the one that is the Salzburg.
I think it's that is the 2013 test car.
It is very reminiscent of the Salzburg car, the 23 car, of course, at Le Mans in the movie.
Yeah.
It looks brilliant.
So does this car, by the way, the number 30 Ligier Honda for Tequila Patron ESM. Inevitable niggly problems, I'm afraid, for these guys.
Clap for these guys to be here.
They've not packed it in at all, have they? It's bounce back again. And there is Davide Rigon, by the way, about to be lapped by the leader in GT Pro. Here comes Richie Stanaway. And my guess is Davide will be kicking himself.
Oh, I'll be very, very surprised if he doesn't get a slap wrist or something more for that. That is the... Hang on, I'm looking up in the dictionary. Avoidable contact. Yes, there's a picture of that incident.
Yes, indeed.
Pushing hard there, the Aston Martin. Meantime, that's
the 8 Audi.
The 8 Audi
having the 17 car. This is the Mark Webber car.
Well, this is Mark Webber trying to unlap himself. One of his laps from Luca Di Grassi. And Di Grassi happy to let him go for the moment. That is not a change of position there. However, it puts him just one lap back from the car he's just passed.
Yeah. So Dumas now 22 seconds to the good from Andre Lotterer. Lotterer with a 1:58 last time around. Just shaves back a couple of seconds. Lucas Di Grassi, meanwhile, 40 seconds back from that battle. And then it's this pair, who seem to have been lapping together for some time. Stefan Sarrazin still ahead of Ant Davidson. This is for 4th and 5th. Solid, reliable, quick, just not as quick.
Yeah, Davidson and Sarrazin 3/4 of a second apart as they went across the last timing line as they head back towards us. And time for us to have a look back at some of the action.
30 car back out on the pit apron. Been a troubled race, 6 stops now for this car, but it is new car Nichols. We heard about that tyre pressure sensor, but it's been other bits and pieces as well. They've just removed the rhythm from the race. It's the rhythm that's going to get you. And they wait. Complete fueling, and the car will be released. So these cars really is an extended test session of these guys ahead of the Le Mans 24 Hours. Plans for the 2015 season just did not come together with the problems for the new HPD ARX04B Coupe. And extraordinary news coming out from Marshall Pruitt, Racer magazine in the United States, that suggests that for the next time we'll see that revised HPD Coupe will not be on the circuit for a sports car race, although we are going to be, I think, seeing them back, but actually will be with an attempt to take the outright record at the Pikes Peak hill climb, what is now a fully sealed surface, of course, with, one would presume, an enhanced powertrain, but precious little else required for a P2 car now there. And the Cologne formation team, meanwhile, make their way round to complete their 84th lap of this fabulous circuit. We're now within 5 minutes of halfway through this race. And Mark Webber is catching these two.
Yes, he is.
Quickly.
And he'll unlap himself. In fact, that wouldn't be an unlap, of course. That would be for position.
Position. That was one of the reasons why Webber was keen to get by, because if you look back, if we keep the long shot on these two cars here, there's Webber. Not even the full length of Kemmel Straight now. The gap now between Mark Webber and Anthony Davidson, under 6 seconds.
Well, more battles in the P2 category, as Julian Canal is standing by with Louise down in the pit lane. That is a pass for position that you've just seen.
Julian, just out of the car, how was it for you?
It's so hard for me because the balance of the car is not so good as the quali, but we had some problem of brakes too. The car is not so bad, but I think the Jota is very, very fast. So I lose many times compared to Evans, but I think Evans is gold driver maybe. So I think I'm not so bad compared to the other car, number 28, but I push as I can, and we will see with Roman and Sam at the end.
Knowing that Jota aren't here for the full season, are they still a threat to you? Okay, you want to win the race, but are they a threat?
Excuse me, I don't understand.
Jota aren't here for the whole season. Are they a threat for you?
I don't understand.
Oh, no, not to worry. I can ask Sam. Jota aren't here for the whole season, are they? So are they a threat to you?
Not really, no. I think that because it's a one-off, they're here for this one in Le Mans. You know, they're not competing in WEC, so if they manage to beat us today, fair play to them, but we'll be pushing for the win today. Make no mistake about it. We like winning here, and we're pushing for the best result possible. But if they do, then we've still beaten our main competition.
Thank you.
Brilliant work, yeah, Louise.
Beckett on bird action there.
That was very good.
Well grabbed.
I'll just grab you.
What we need is a stripy pole with a hook on it for Louise down in
good
pit lane.
stuff. You will not escape from me, Sam Bird. Bird with the I'm liking the Bird lumberjack look. That's very good. it is the summer of the beard, isn't it, this year? Here's Anthony Davidson on his teammate now, and this is for 4th position with Mark Webber. With Mark Webber closing down on these two Toyotas.
Watch behind the Oreca. You could be able to see that Porsche closing in under 3 seconds now. There he is, just a corner away, and he's going to be with these cars within the lap, I think.
Yeah, and there needs to be someone on the phone, doesn't there, from Toyota?
Well, if indeed Ant's got very much more in the locker. Now, coming down.
It's points-based prizes, though, Graham.
Absolutely right. Coming down towards the end of the lap. Where is the Porsche? There he is, behind the G-Drive car.
This is going to be 4th, 5th and 6th together, just as we come to half distance. It's Porsche that leads by 26 seconds. In second place, Andre Lotterer for Audi number 7. Third place, another 40 seconds further back in third place is De Grassi. Then this battle we're watching now from 6th place man, Mark Webber, that's 5th and 4th, just ahead of him, going up Eau Rouge now. And it's come back to life again. This is the car. Oh, Webber is on a mission here. This is the car we pretty much thought was out of the battle earlier on after its problems. Remember, into the pit lane, it had an issue with a suspension part at the back. There was a stop and 15-second hold when Brendan Hartley, in the lead, went through a marshal's post to re-enter the track.
Absolutely. And here he is right now on the rear wing of the world champion. And I think before too much longer, John, this car is going to be taking a couple of positions because he's clearly got the pace. Whereas the moment, the Toyotas do seem to be running to a pace.
Yes, the Toyotas now have got company in the shape of Mark Webber. The Porsche 919 project and Mark Webber really started to click around about the same time, 3/4 of the way through last season. Webber looks down the inside of the Ferrari, can't get that done, but somehow makes the pass, but he lost ground there. But again, racing room from both drivers, asked and given.
Right.
If you're going to do it, that's the way to do it. Get alongside and stay alongside.
And Davidson worked hard there to get some of that room, and then beyond that, Webber was rather lucky, well, unlucky rather, just to be balked by the next car along. So he's got the work to do again. But the Toyota's in fight and flight mode at the moment. They can see where the threat's coming from as they lead the race. Romain Dumas puts in another fastest first sector of the race, so nothing wrong either with the pace of the 18 car at the moment as it draws away from Andre Lotterer. But this is where the battle is on track right now. There's the first of the Toyotas, there's the second, there's the Porsche. This is for 4th, 5th and 6th position. P2 car ahead. The Toyota will dispense with that quickly. Mark Webber too should get by the 35 car before Eau Rouge. He does. And now what are we going to see as the cars emerge through Raidillon onto the Kemmel Straight, and this time it's going to be easy for the Porsche.
Goodbye.
Absolutely blows by the number 1 car, and we'll now start to close in on Stefan Sarrazin behind. But in behind there is which of the Audis is that in the background? I think it's the 8. It is the 8.
Well, that was easy meat there, easy pickings, wasn't it, for Webber on Davidson, and now he's after Sarrazin, the 9 car in. That is the... Do you know what? Here's something. I don't think we'll see that spec again this year.
You don't?
No.
You'd sort of ask yourself, why would you need to?
This is a compromise circuit as we see Webber going round Davidson again. That was very, very straightforward. This is a compromise circuit where you've got 2 fast sectors and 2 twisty sectors.
Lead 3 cars in GT Pro on pit lane together. Sorry, John's got across you.
And consistently, the quote-unquote low drag, low downforce Audis have been the fastest cars in the middle sector against guys who are running cars with higher downforce.
Yes.
This is very interesting. This is the top 3, as Graham has mentioned, in GTE Pro. Stanaway, Nygaard and Bruni brought them in. Stanaway's car, the 99 car's already popped out.
And the 1st and 4th in GTM also on pit road, with Matthias Lauda bringing in the 98, Kel Alcabezi, the 88. I think a driver change there as well. I think Klaus Bachler now aboard that car. Keep an eye for that one. 17 has gone by the number 2 car as well, and within a lap and a quarter, within a lap, sorry, has gone by the two cars to go from 6th position to 4th on pure pace. And I don't think it's going to be very much longer before a lap is put on those two Toyotas by the number 8 Audi as well, because closing in on the back of Anthony Davidson is the Brazilian in the number 8 car.
So that is the running order, with Dumas by half a minute and then 42 seconds back to 3rd. Mitch Evans for Jota and the Gibson. Richie Stanaway for Aston in the Pro, the 99 car. Paul Dallalana, winners at Silverstone, leading here in the AM class with just under 3 hours still to go. Well, the 7 car
outbraked himself here.
This is Andre Lotter, and not the first time we've seen this from the 7 car. Listen, engine's cut out again. Restarts. This is that's we've seen more than that's happened more than once with that car. It's also happened with the Porsches, where under extreme braking, the back wheels, I think, are locking and stalling out the engine, which then is having difficulty starting. You've got to use the E-power to get the car moving and effectively bump start the car, excuse me, on the clutch to get it to restart again.
As we're on board the number 8 car, Simon Dolan has rejoined in the, what was then, the leading car in P2, came in with 1 minute and 23 seconds over the 28 G-Drive car.
The interesting thing about that, Graham, for me, is, of course, what's happening is, in that last bit of the braking area, you're losing the engine braking if the engine isn't there. And that's why the guys are running on. And I think we've seen everybody, bar Toyota, have that happen to them this weekend. Just goes to show, talking to some of the drivers about systems, and they talk now about systems. Nobody's talking about rebound and spring rates and setup and caster and camber. They're talking about systems and optimizing the way that the systems interact with each other. So here comes the 8 car to put another lap.
That would be for first lap? First lap on them. That would be the first lap, yes. Yeah. It's lapping them for the first time.
The leader's already gone through and done that, of course.
Passes the number 1 as the ESM Ligier to deal with, does that now. Will go off in pursuit of Stefan Sarrazin. This is the 3rd position car, Lucas de Grassi, and Davidson following along, but not able to deal with the pace of the Audi. Closing. Great run, by the way, for the number 99 Aston Martin. Absolutely great run. With Stefan Mucker now 10 seconds back from the number 99. It's an Aston Martin 1-2 again. And that fumble from the 2 AF Corsa cars, and that incident that involved the 88 will not have helped their cause.
No.
Tony Verlander is 14 seconds back from the 2 Astons in 3rd, but through goes the number 8. And that's the 2 Toyotas a lap down now, and Ant Davidson still trying to find a way past the 2.
What's interesting, of course, is just a little wee while ago, Mark Webber went past those 2, and he's in 4th position, and that's the 3rd place car just got past him.
Indeed, so it's almost a lap.
Yeah.
Between those. The Toyotas have lost that time on track. The 17 car lost it off track. I think if we were to speak to Ant Davidson in particular post-race, there'll be a frustrated world champion.
Well, let's have a listen to see what the tactics are at the head of the field. Nobody can do a 6-stop race by our calculations. Let's see what Andres Lotter has been told by his pit crew.
I want to double this tyre. How is it?
The previous one was a bit better, but we can do it.
The previous one was better, but we can do it. Now, what we don't know is what particular compound. They were doing softs yesterday, weren't they?
So he's making the call. They're making the call now that this is the point at which they're going to actually play their hand.
Lena Gade now putting the cards on the table and saying this is the time that we want a double stint. It's as dark as it has been outside in terms of the clouds, but it's not got any worse for a couple of hours or so now, Graham.
Now, that would lead you to believe that their weather is telling them that there's not, at this point, as high a risk of rain. They're certainly not risking having to run a double stint at the end of the race with the tyres.
Correct.
Because if it rains and they need to use wet weather tyres, of course, all bets are off.
They're free. You do not have, it's a safety issue. Wets are not part of your tyre allocation.
26 tyres available to the teams, qualifying and the race. Now that realistically means, when you crunch the numbers, and Paul Troswell has, that you've got to double stint a tyre at some point in a 6-hour race. Now, it would be interesting to hear what Andy Davidson is telling his team. He still looks to have that kind of aggressive body language on the car that would lead you to believe that he'd want to get by, but it's been action-packed throughout the race.
So back to the start of the race, some 3 hours and 10 minutes ago. It was an action-packed start, wasn't it, as the very highly sophisticated P1 cars all headed down to La Source for the first time, and this is the most we've seen with the 2 extra cars, one each from Audi and Porsche, over the top of Radeon for the first time, and the 8 of them stretching off into the distance with the race lap record going as early as lap number 6, and not just going, in fact actually it went by about lap 4, but by lap 6 it was down to just a mere 3.5 seconds quicker than it had been. The head of the field, it was Audi and Porsche that battled it out in the early stages, with the Porsches initially taking a 1-2-3 position, and that was perfect for them with the 19 car. The 19 car being a bit of a spoiler. Problems for Nick Tandy with Estre. Estre got the drive-through for that. Now let's go back to live, because this is trouble for Luca Di Grassi.
Smoke from the rear of the car there, John.
And there's something underneath it as well. Look at the front splitter, something dragging on the ground. The indicator flashing on the right-hand side there, but that is not a happy Audi R18 e-tron Quattro. Andre Lotter has just come out the pits, by the way, having made his 4th pit stop. Tom Christensen in the foreground, watching this car into the pit lane. It was due the pit stop shortly anyway, so it's not a million miles away from its stop. And there is Tom, waiting for the 8 car coming in. But what we didn't see was the start of that. They have... That's on E-Power. Oh, run it out of fuel, have they?
I wouldn't have thought so.
That had no internal combustion engine running as it came into the pit lane. New set of Michelin's due to go on it. They're going to fuel it, of course.
18 on pit lane as well. Romain Dumas in from the lead, and Lucas Di Grassi. So the top 3 cars either in the pits or just on the way out in the case of Andre Lotterer. And this swings back the way of the 17 car, which there, I think, goes through to 3rd position.
Correct. Absolutely correct.
In the garage. So
Lotter has gone through to second, and negative actually.
Lotter was in second and remains there.
Yes, he's just got his outlap, of course. De Grassi in third, he was so far ahead, wasn't he, that Webber's just gone through now and goes through into third position, correct?
So,
but he's a lap behind first and second.
Finally, Ant Davidson makes it by his teammate because the number 2 car, Stefan Serrazan, has pitted. Mike Conway gets aboard that car. Mark Lieb aboard the 17. And the 7 car leads the race.
Yes, correct. Because of the pit stop now.
Because they've double stinted, of course. They didn't take tyres, that's right. Sorry,
Correct.
apologies.
So they've made the better part of 30 seconds.
They have, because it was a 1 minute 29 second stop. Not a very quick stop, actually, for Mark Lieb. They've lost 33 seconds to the Audi, the number 7 car. Mark Lieb back out now, but 10 seconds back from the number 7 Audi. So Audi lead the race for the very first time.
And that's the first time anything other than a Porsche number 17 or 18 has led the race. Now let's have a look here. This is alongside the Strata. Listen.
Gearbox?
Yeah. Yeah, and
he's got it back out, or was it gear selection?
It went to some kind of limp home mode or something like that, but he's got it back and it's out. It's another great job. Don't forget, this was the car that had to be rebuilt, Graham. This was the 8 car that got rear-ended by Kaz Nakajima in the accident that's kept Kaz Nakajima out of this race. We should remind new viewers perhaps of that.
Yeah,
that Kaz has fractured a vertebrae.
Fractured a vertebrae after a nasty accident in absolutely streaming rain, wet conditions. Couldn't see, and an Audi moving to avoid a slower car in the spray in Kaz's path and hit the rear of the Audi at a closing speed of something more than 100 kilometres an hour. And Davidson now brings in the number 1 car from what will be 4th, but this has shaken up the order, good and proper. Andre Lotter now leads the race. With 95 laps under the wheels of the number 7 Audi, head of the 18, then the 17 Porsches. And Davidson on pit lane now. Mike Conway aboard the 2 Toyota, 4th and 5th, those cars. Then René Rast, then Lucas de Grassi. That's cost them dearly. 2 minutes and 50 seconds, though, to deal with that. And this car's going in the garage.
This is the 1 car. And Davidson just made it up into 4th position. And that was a late decision because the replacement driver, and there he is, was ready to get in. Seb Buemi was ready to get in. And he will do the driver change in. That's another new set of Michelin's going on that car.
Well, you know what, John? Silverstone saw all the drama on the track.
Yeah.
Spa has seen most of the drama off the track or outside the track limits. But, boy, there's been plenty of it.
So let's just recap what's happened in the last few minutes. Andre Lotterer leads the motor race because of a quicker stop. Leader Gade said, this is the set of tyres I want to double. He said, yes, let's do it. They take the better part of 35 seconds out of the Porsche number 18, the former leader in the pit lane. Mark Lieb now in that car and 10 seconds in arrears. Up into 3rd place, but in the pits is Mark Webber, and that's because of problems with the number 8 Audi and Lucas de Grassi.
We check the throttle strut and we check the steering column loom if one connector is disconnected.
Right, so that's throttle and steering connections.
Yeah.
So that sounds like gear selection for their problems as well.
Clearly feeding back about an issue which may well have been affecting his overall pace. Meanwhile, on track, the number 9 car, René Rast, we're seeing that car right now, is closing in on Mike Conway. And just 4 seconds back for the number 2 car. There he is in the background.
Wow.
So we just seem to swing from one battling pair of P1s to another.
And René Rast, as you say, less than 5 seconds now behind. Let's process this then. From Porsche's leading and Audi's being 2nd and 3rd, it's now Audi leading by 9.5 seconds with Mark Lieb putting on a storming performance on new tyres. and he's just taken a full second out of Lotterer on stint old tyres. There is Lena Gade, who had to make that decision, but it has got her car, the 7 car, track position at the moment. This is the chasing car in second position. The 919 hybrid of Porsche, the 18 car. Brendan Hartley is taking over the 17 car, which we thought was out of it. And remember, was way back 2 laps down not so very long ago, and now just a lap down on the leaders. Got about 1 minute and 28 seconds on the first of the Toyotas, now in 4th position, which is Mike Conway. Mike being closed down on by René Rast in the number 9 Audi. That's the wrong Audi. As far as point scoring is concerned, that car's invisible for points. Lucas de Grassi back out now with a new front end on that car. The new Hammerheads look to the 8 car in 6th position. And Earl Bamber doing a cracking job in the 19 Porsche, the extra Porsche.
20 seconds back from the number 9 car is the number 8 right now. 2 minutes back from Brendan Hartley. So effectively, John, we've got 2 battles here. The battle for the lead between the number 7 and the 18 car, and then 17, 2, 9, 8.
After these tires, you're catching up on the Audi number 7 quite quickly.
Which I think means that this is the set of tyres that's going to be doubled for Mark Lieb.
Absolutely correct. Spot on there. So Mark Lieb, he's basically being cautioned here not to push too hard. They know they've got a tyre advantage at this part of the race, but he doesn't want to burn through them in the early laps of the stint, because I think you're absolutely right, John. This is going to be the set that they try to double stint for the 18. The 1 car, though, still meanwhile in the garage. Davidson falls back.
Problems, and you see, that is the issue. If you've got an electrical contact issue, if you've got a connection issue, if you've got a software issue, where do you start in a race car, really?
Brendan Hartley back out on track in the number 17 car. But to complete the point before we went to the very interesting team radio for the Porsche team, we really do have 2 battling groups. It's the lead battle between 7 and 18. That's about 10 seconds between Lotterer and Lieb at the moment. We wait for Brendan Hartley to come through on his outlap, but he's now effectively battling with 17, 2, 9 and 8. We're going to hear, though I think before that, from the car that's in trouble, from Anthony Davidson, who's down in the pit garage with Louise.
Anthony, obviously still working on the car. What was the issue?
I had a sticking throttle. So it felt like it was returning okay in the beginning. Just it happened on my in-lap. Sorry, second to last lap. And yeah, it felt like on modulation getting a bit hard to put my foot down. And it became a bit like a switch, just either on or off. So I was okay with that, just about. But then it started to, on the in-lap, right at the end, it felt like it was returning in an unsafe way. So a little bit of a delay in how it returned. And I thought, seeing as we're not in the fight at all, and it's worth just, for safety's sake, just changing it. It's too much of an important thing to go wrong. So yeah, shame, but I think part of the few niggles that you sometimes get in a new chassis, and yeah, so.
Thanks.
Perfect. Explain.
Sorry, Graham. And what he means in the new chassis was that is the car that had to have. No, it's not, is it? Yes, it is. It's the Nakajima car. Sorry, that is the car that had to have its effectively a brand new car. It was built up from the spare tub, the spare chassis. After Kaz Nakajima hit the back of the 8 car with Ollie Jarvis in it in the torrential rain. Hardly torrential. The torrential rain that we had earlier in the week. No blame, by the way, attached to either driver. Certainly not Ollie, who was a completely innocent party. But Kaz Nakajima really couldn't see anything. Down into the hairpin, turn 1, La Source for Mike Conway. Now finds himself just 20 seconds away from a podium position. It's Audi, Porsche, Toyota, Audi in the top 6. And the Strata cars looped it on the final corner. And that at the moment behind the wheel is Nick Leventis.
requiring some assistance there.
Great work by the marshals, telling him exactly what to do. Now, has he got a gear?
Drive? Yes, he has.
He has got drive. He can make it round there.
Well done.
Yeah, nicely done. Nick's worked so hard on his fitness and his driving. And the time that we've seen this now, they look like they're scrambling to bring that car in. Let's have a look. Was there a touch here from the Patron car, the 30?
No.
Which has...
No.
No, just a loop. He's done well, actually, to keep out of everybody's way there. Who was in the 30 at the time? That is David Hannemar Hansen.
Yes, indeed.
That's the car that they have. He tweeted earlier on, we're throwing the kitchen sink at this car. We're determined to get it back out.
Well done, guys.
They are 30 laps down.
But lapping, and that's going to be the important thing here as the guys ramp up towards the Le Mans campaign with these two cars. 31 car, meanwhile, with John Fogarty at the wheel at the moment, 17th position overall, back of the pack for P2, with the 30 car the wee way back from that. Simon Dolan still leads from Roman Rusinov, 48 seconds to the good in the 38 Gibson. And we're going to take another look here at the number... Oh, a real big twitch there into La Source from the number 1 car.
And a lock-up as well.
Now,
watch the sport. That's...
Was that
a down change, or is it a...
Was that another issue?
We're hearing now from the pit lane, by the way, that the CLM has been officially retired. Not a great outing for them again, not getting the mileage that they need. I kind of feel for them. It's almost like they're fighting with one hand tied behind the back, a hood over their heads, whilst being fastened to a chair. You get the point I'm making, I'm sure. On board with our leader, Andre Lotterer then. Double stinting his tyres and having to just work it carefully. 2 minutes, .858 for Lotterer. Mark Lieb, 2 minutes, 1.081 that time, but 2 minutes, .87 something the last time around.
852, 6 thousandths of a second between the two of them. Two Audis running together on track here.
Now this
it's
would
the
be
8 and the 7 car.
This would be handy for Lotterer to put another lap on the 8 car of Luca Di Grassi, and then for Di Grassi to sit in behind him and just make sure that that pesky Mark Lieb's Porsche doesn't get too close. The issue about this is now, let's start counting pit stops till the end of the race, Graham, as we go onto the 100th lap.
A slow Toyota going slowly.
On the front straight.
On the front straight, there's a Toyota going very slowly.
And I almost bet that that's the number 1 car.
It is.
There it is. Good pick up from the guys. Thank you. And that means he's got 7 kilometres to get around.
So that's happened at the very worst place it possibly could.
Now, Control-Alt-Delete, and how much can the Super Cap get him round?
So whatever's been done in the garage hasn't worked.
Let me just make the point here while we're watching this. The Lotterer car and the Lieb car are now on different tyre strategies, because Lotterer will have to change his tyres next time around, and we know that Lieb isn't.
Yeah.
So the advantage swings back to Porsche. But how much gap will there be when those two come in this time around? And
Track
then
position is going to be everything, isn't it, right
here? And then
here?
it's count back till the end of the race.
Now this is going to feel like the slowest thing in the world, Sebastian Buemi right now.
And the final part of that calculation is that everybody will need a splash at the end. 6 pit stops will not get you to the end of this race at the pace that it's been run. So who needs the least amount of fuel for their splash? Well, bizarrely, it's the 17, but they're not on the lead lap at the moment.
So that's
at
not...
the moment.
That's not...
Let's have a listen.
Oh,
gear.
It happened, what, 300 metres too late?
Yeah, gear selection issue, and also it'll be that could also be a throttle sensor issue, because obviously the gearbox and the throttle have to work together, so that when you flick the paddle it just kills the throttle for a moment. If it's not doing that, then you can't change gear. And I just wonder if there's a manual clutch, either a paddle or an old-fashioned foot clutch, that they can do something with.
Cruising back with little opportunity, anything other than that, Sebastian Buemi at the moment. An inevitability of more time in the garage for this car.
Car 1 slow, going down to T10. Car 1 is slow, going down to T10.
Eduardo Freitas warning teams and drivers.
Let's have a listen to see what Buemi is saying.
He will probably join the garage, then we will refuel first, and we will go back in the garage, tire in the heater, we will jump out, and we will work to check where is the shortcut. There is a shortcut between steering column and tax 320.
Pascal Vasselon there explaining to Sebastian Buemi what the intention is. While we were looking at that, though, there's been a change in position, John. That's the number 9 car, René Rast, up to 4th, ahead of Mike Conway. So it's Audi, Porsche, Audi, Toyota now. And the second Toyota, not too long from now, is going to be on pit lane. And this is how it happened. Balked by the Saint-Laurent car. Caught behind there, and the Mike Conway nowhere to go. René Rast went around the outside, took the place easily.
And that is 4th position now, then.
It is indeed.
Wow, what a turnaround. These 6-hour races, you know, I tend to think of them as a quick sprint race, but there's still plenty of action in them.
Oh, yes.
Well, I tend to think of a 24-hour race as a sprint race as well, but that's just my weird metabolic rate and the fact that I've been brought up. And then, I know I've said this before, but no lesser personage in the endurance game, although not around in the endurance game at the moment, than Carl Charlie Lamb once said to me, there's only 2 sets of people in this world, Hindhoff. People who understand, know and love 24-hour racing, and everyone else, which I thought was great.
Sebastian Buemi, as the eyes tell it all. Frustration. Under go the dollies, down goes the car, and away we go.
Did you notice, though, that was as much, I think, for the team who were listening in as it was for the driver, because there's a little panel that's going to come off where that Toyota word is behind the pitot tube there. And so, and the 8's in as well.
Yes, the 8's in the garage.
And they're going to just pull off that inspection hatch there. That's the shortcut he was talking about. To have a look at the wiring on the steering column that takes the... Brilliant, thanks, guys. That's a great shot. That takes the sensors for the paddle shift. And if you think, why is that a throttle problem? Again, it's all about just how everything interacts. 2.5 hours still to go. There's the front end of the new Audi. The new front end of the Audi. So 2 down then, and it's 2-point scoring cars in the World Championship. The defending champions and the number 8 Audi, both in the pit lane.
Is this going to be the race we look back at the end of the season, John, and say that was a turning point? You never do know. It's, you know, we're not used to seeing these cars having major problems, and we've got 2 of them here with issues. Meantime, the lead gap is coming down to a 1:5.98 last time from Andre Lotterer.
So Andre Lotterer leads the race overall at Simon Dolan in P2. Richie Stanaway still has the Aston Martin in Pro, and Paul Dallalana in the similar car in AM. Two hours, 28 minutes to go. Now, there are the grid progress positions. If it's green, it's good. If it's red, it's bad. It's as simple as that. 20 positions by the 47 car. They started the pit lane with a 30-second penalty, remember, the 47 car. It's Rich Bradley at the wheel of the KCMG Oreca Coupe at the moment. And that car is just off the back of the lead lap, isn't it? Simon Dolan leads for Jota. By the way, if Jota win this, they don't get any points, of course. They're not a full season entry. So Roman Rusinov and the Ligier G-Drive team would get first place points. It's a bit of an anomaly for this. It happens at Le Mans as well, and in fact decided the championship last year.
When the SMP Racing Oreca, correct, John, finished either 12th or 13th in class, but was the only WEC full season car to finish. And therefore got not just maximum points, but double maximum points, because of course it's a double point scoring round.
I think it was you that suggested that you should get the points for the max points for finishing first of the WEC cars, but the bonus points would be where you finished in the class at Le Mans.
Absolutely.
And I think that's a really sensible idea. So if you won Le Mans and you won,
Yes.
therefore you would be the first WEC car, you would
Yes.
get double points. If you came second, you would get your points for winning the WEC part of it, and second place points for being second in P2.
Not to devalue the
No.
achievements of S&P Racing, but the reality was they were champions last year without winning a race. And the biggest points all of the year came for a race which they didn't finish in the top 10.
Yeah, finished 12th, didn't it? If I remember correctly.
I think that's correct.
And they got double championship points for finishing 12th. Now, as I said at the time, those are the rules that everybody has signed up to, and no one else got to the finish. And this is the World Endurance Championship. But yes, I take your point.
Lead car here, and there is the lead car. Also on the Kemmel Straight, this gap has been coming down the last couple of laps now down to 6.2 seconds. And Mark looking racy.
I want to talk strategy for a moment before we get to wheel and my head explodes again. At the head of the field, Audi and Porsche are playing a very interesting game at the moment, and whilst Lotterer is ahead by just 5 seconds, that gap's come down from over 10 seconds, remember, there are at least some more wrinkles to work out with that. What will the Porsche do on its next run with Mark? Because that's when it will be keeping these tyres on, we believe. Andre Lotterer will have a longer pit stop when he comes in this time, because the likelihood is he will get a different set of Michelins. Now, whether that's a slightly used set from qualifying or a brand new set, we don't know. In P2, Simon Dolan and the Gibson Jota leading out by 40 seconds, but then it's the two G-Drive cars which will get the points for first, second, and indeed the Saad Morin car would get the points for third as it stands at the moment. In GTE Pro, the Astons and their tricky strategy seems to be working at the moment with the 99 car of Richie Stanaway, who has been out there from the start. Remember, that was the Paul Sitting car. Stefan Mucker in second, 15 seconds behind in the car that he shares with Rob Bell and with Darren Turner. They had that early stop when it was a bit of strategy, it might have been a slow puncture, but they are in second place now and have 11 seconds to the good on Tony Wielander's Ferrari. And Porsche, the 92 car, Rickard Leitz, is right up the tailpipes of Wielander at the moment, fighting for position, not out of it. In Am, Dallalana in the Paul Sitting Aston leads, Emmanuel Collard off the lead lap in second, on the end of the lead lap in second place, and 31 seconds to the good from Alexei Basov. And Porsche's day gets worse.
Porsche's day gets worse because car 91 in the hands of Sven Müller, another of the debutants, Porsche junior driver, has got a drive-through penalty for abusing the track limits at turn 1. But I think we're going down to talk to Dr. Ulrich in pit lane.
Dr. Ulrich, what's going on with the number 8?
Yeah, the car was already in the pit lane, in the pits before, because there was a problem with the electronics, and we tried a power cycle, then the car went out again, but after some laps the problem came back. So we changed now the central control unit, and it looks as if now the thing is okay.
Okay, thanks.
That is a 7.5 minute stop, 7 minutes and 40 seconds stop for the number 8 car. Lucas de Grassi is back out and running, as Dr. Ulrich says, in 7th position, but 4 laps back from the fight ahead of them, which covers 3rd through 6th. So it's going to be about points, it's going to be about finishes. John quite rightly says there's at least 2 cars ahead of that car that will not be scoring full season points, the 19 Porsche and the number 9 Audi. So effectively in the point standings, de Grassi is 5th. But the 91 car, as we said, we watched the number 7 still leading and trying through traffic to just keep Mark Lieb at bay, but that's becoming an increasingly difficult task. Have we hit the point where it bites over the second stint for the tyres, the stint and a bit old tyres under Andre Lotterer, as there, behind the G-Drive car, there is Mark Lieb, second place car, the number 18 Porsche, 2.6 seconds now, the gap for the lead, as we head towards 2 hours and 20 minutes to go.
We're live at Spa. I'm John Hindhaugh. Graham Goodwin is the editor of dailysportscar.com, and we still have at least a couple, in fact, at least 3 pit stops to go as they head towards this 6-hour time certain race, 106 laps completed by the leader at the moment. Advantage, Lotterer and Audi, and Lena Gates, number 7 car. Now, they had to play the strategy game to perfection at Silverstone when they were called for a late race penalty, and it may yet be penalties that decide this one as well. There's a lot of people on a yellow card at the moment.
Absolutely.
And further transgressions could bring them in to the pit lane for a drive-through.
And the next one that gets that yellow card, if you like, the black and white flag in motorsport money, is the 71 car using track limits of Radeon. That is the, where are we? The 6th position in GT Pro AF Corsa car. 91 takes its drive-through. Sven Muller, away he goes. 23 seconds. That cost him. So Lotterer still fending off the close attentions of Lieb. Quicker in sector 1, the Porsche, slightly slower in sector 2, the Porsche. 2.6 seconds the gap, and here they come towards the end of their lap, 107.
So Davide Regan getting pinged then, as Graham mentioned. It's not been a great day for him. He could have been penalised for that driving in the side of the Proton Porsche as well. He was lucky, I think, to get away with that. The 19 car then in the pits. This is 6th position for Earl Bamber, who's been doing a cracking job.
Another debutant, remember, in the P1 side of things.
And a man who I have shared a commentary box with.
There you go. You think I could get a Porsche factory drive next year?
No, it's my turn before you. Remember that. I need another works drive. I've had a Porsche works drive. Well, it was a Porsche and it worked. You were getting into trouble about calling AF Corsa factory cars. Well, they're
factory backed.
They're a Ferrari and they were built in a factory.
They were built in a factory.
It's a Ferrari factory, isn't it?
Now this gap, there was 2.5 seconds, is going to be rather less than that at the end of this sector, because that's 1.2 seconds taken out the lead in the first sector alone by Mark Lieb. Now we, though, get to the twisty bits where the Audi reigns supreme. And will the lead just extend a little for another lap? And how far we got, John, until we're expecting the number 7 car back on pit lane?
23 laps, so divide that. That's 5, about now, 2 laps. 2 laps time. 109 laps. There or thereabouts. They've maybe squeaked an odd one here. So in case you hadn't worked out what Wolfgang Ulrich was saying, Dr. Ulrich there, it was a central control unit, an ECU, if you will, to rectify its electrical. I do like the way a power cycle is basically turning it off and turning it on again. It's a technical way of saying we did the old control alt delete.
We did a power cycle, which is switched it off, yes, and then back on again.
Yeah,
count
it's a
to
power
10.
cycle.
Or in motorsport terms, everything's quicker, count to 3.
Control alt delete, turn it off, leave it, turn it back on again. Love it. There is Mark Lieb then. This has been a very measured drive by Lieb. Nothing that you wouldn't expect. That's the leader. But rather like a long-distance runner who is getting back to the leading pack in a 10,000 metre race or a marathon race, he's not sprinting up to him and then sitting back there. He's just taking half a second here, half a second there. In fact, he took a lump last time around. That's the biggest lump he's taken for a while. He took almost a second away from the lead. God, it's quick through there, isn't it? But what we saw earlier on was that the Audi is much better equipped with this new hammerhead front end to deal with the Porsche's exceedingly fast top speed and acceleration.
You saw there, John, through the first sector, Lieb again taking better part of a 7 tenths of a second out. So the gap is now under 1 second. The 7 car, Andre Lotterer at the wheel from Mark Lieb in the number 18 Porsche, the white car behind, the red, black and white car ahead. And it's going to be a matter of just how long can he keep this car back? And I think the answer is, at most, until they get back up to the Kemmel Straight.
Right, well, let's find out what Lena Geard is seeing to the leader.
Okay, Andre, car behind is Porsche 18 for position.
And that's all he needs to know.
Yeah, agreed. That is absolutely all he needs to know.
There's Mark Lieb. Mark's had those helmet colours for as long as I can remember. Very focused young man indeed. I think everybody in the sports car racing community delighted when he got the nod for the LMP1 drive, the start of the programme. One of the most experienced guys.
I still think, as we see that battle, continuing battle, electronics problems there as well. Well, the windscreen wipers are working. That's excellent. Start pulling fuses, guys. Actually, they're putting it back together, haven't they? It's fine if you leave the windscreen wiper on. This is 8 and 9. The 9 car is the flappy car. That's in 4th position. The 8 car is the 7th position car of Luca Di Grassi.
Now, we want to be watching here for the...
That's 2nd position in GTE Pro, Vilander and Leeds.
But Lieb closer this time to the leading cars. We watched the 2 GT cars going by. 1.5 seconds was the gap.
It's an amazing drive from Leeds in the 92 because
Absolutely.
the Porsche has not been on form this weekend. But what he and his teammates have done, have driven that car, they've raced it, it's not had an issue. They have been hitting their marks, hitting their lap times, and this is a great drive, and this is bonus points for Porsche Team Manthey.
Absolutely.
At the end of qualifying, they were really down in the dumps.
Here comes the 2 car through. Just interrupts the battle for a moment. But Richard Leitz, the Austrian, on the tail of Tony Vilander, the Finn. Both absolute masters of the GT racing art. While we're watching this, just let you know that the lead battle still going the way of Andre Lotre. Actually, he's pulled out some time with a little bit of traffic that time around through sector 1. Almost 2 seconds the gap as they came through that sector. But it's worth sticking with this because these guys, top of their game, world class.
So let's just again remind ourselves that whilst the gap has come down to 2 seconds, it's just gone out a little bit now.
Going out 2 seconds.
But it doesn't. But that's not. Let's not get
massively
ourselves
significant. No.
Annoyed or excited or anything about that, because what this will come down to is the relative performance of these 2 cars when they have next pitted.
Absolutely right.
Because Lieb is going to be in the lead after the pit stops. Lieb will lead, and Lotterer will probably get out of the car unless he stays in for a triple.
And the reason why Mark Lieb will lead is because he's going to take less time in the pits, about 30 seconds less time in the pits, because he won't be changing tyres. And here come the leaders.
Look at the speed.
Look, this is the 2 battles
cars
together.
Blue light on the top of the windscreen. If you look at Andy Blackmore's spotterguides.com, you will know that that is the number 18. As back out onto the pit apron has come the number 1 defending world champion car, having now dropped all the way down to 15th position. But remember that the 2 extra cars are invisible for points.
Absolutely right.
Anybody who's not a full season entry doesn't score points and does not take those points from anyone else.
Benoit Traoré is suiting up and getting ready to get aboard that number 7 car.
That's interesting. So that will be a driver change.
Will be a driver change.
And a new set of tyres.
May as well while they're doing it.
Yeah.
But meantime, the gap went out there, John, because whilst the 7 car managed to get through the traffic pretty quickly, I think Mark Lee was held up a bit. Drive-through penalty, its 2nd drive-through penalty for improving on the yellow this time for the number 96 car. Stuart Hall at the wheel of that car.
We've still only got, I think, 2 retirements, which is the CLM car and the Corvette, which had a little bit of a nerf off by one of the G-Drive cars and couldn't get back to the pits when I'm pretty certain the right hand...
I'm not sure there was actually contact there.
No, there was. There was.
If it was very mild contact and an overcorrection.
And then heavy contact with the wall that pulled the drive shaft.
Absolutely.
So, let's just again remind ourselves that Simon Dolan leads from
Ricardo Gonzalez
now in the 28 G-Drive car. Roman Rusinov doing his usual cracking job in the 26 Ligier. The 28 and 26 G-Drive car 2nd and 3rd, but picking up top points as the Gibson Mighty 38 of Jota, with the Irish Spec sponsorship, doesn't get the points. Just watching Richie Stanover as well, and what is his lap times like? 2:21 flat. He's holding A good 30-second lead to Vilander, but Leeds is still right there. Meantime, here is Brendan Hartley.
Putting a lap on one of the Toyotas. I suspect that was the one car on its out lap. But
yes, it was. Good spot.
There you go. And through comes Brendan in pursuit of a podium finish.
It's a slow-moving 77.
The one car coming straight back in, John. Straight back in for the number one.
And into the pit lane came Patrick Dempsey as well in front of that car, going a bit slower. Also saw an Aston Martin.
I wonder whether that's Stuart Hall doing his drive-through.
It is indeed. Dempsey comes to a halt. Been a great run for them, but they're still running.
Fuel. I can't see the dollies.
No. Systems check. Everything all right? Yeah, change the chip. You forgot me drink. You gave me lemonade. I told you I wanted raspberry. You know what these drivers are like. Good to hear that around the world people are tuning in as part of the big endurance racing family. Down under at the moment.
Absolutely.
The Australian and New Zealand audience calling the 9 Audi at the moment the Kangaroo for obvious reasons. No. 3 Kiwi drivers in this
Absolutely. Twitter going bonkers this afternoon, John. It's got to be said. I've never seen a race like it for Twitter. Can talk to us if you like. At Specutainment for John, at DSC Editor for me.
Simon Fitzpatrick saying, do the factory works teams carries enough spares to an event to build a complete car? Exactly what the 8 Toyota is, a completely new car.
One.
Excuse me, the one car, yes. They had a spare tub. They transferred what they could save from the one car after it had its shunt, but quite a lot of that was brand new parts.
Absolutely. In the background there, the 47 Orica pits from, where are they, 5th position in LMP2. It's back again with this this cracking battle, 2nd and 3rd in GT Pro. Richard Leitz is not letting this go. And all of a sudden, though, for the lead overall, Mark Lieb right back with the lead Audi, John. And
a quick word before this gets very hot about Rebellion, not here this weekend. Are we going to see those guys at Le Mans Test?
Well, I hope so. Well, that's what we promised. We've heard nothing different. The last opportunity I had to interact was to talk to a Rebellion team spokesman and indeed someone from Orica who are doing the engine fit for them around the time of the prologue. It's a complex job, but it's very quiet at the moment from Rebellion Racing. We hope they come back.
And very quickly, Talisker J. Fernley says, anybody bringing a Huracan for GT? No, there's no compliant Huracan at the moment. It's only a GT3 car, same as the Audi R8. It's effectively the same car underneath.
Again, what we're seeing here on track as we watch the 2 leaders is exactly what we've been talking about from the very start of the race and the very start of the season. These cars perform differently in different parts of the track.
And in different parts of the race.
Indeed. So you've got the Porsche, which is quicker from now on as the Jota car down pit lane just ahead of them.
That's from the leader.
And this is as close as he's been at the end of a lap. This could be where the move comes, because this is going to be close enough when they get to the Kemmel Straight for the Porsche to perhaps make that move. Porsche punches out from the source far better than the Audi does, and if he can keep his momentum with no traffic here, this could be enough for Mark Lieb to find his way by the Audi as we get through to that long straight from now.
I made a basic arithmetical error. It's 2 more laps for the Audi. It should be around about lap 113. Oh, beautiful piece of Andre Lotterer driving, using the 2 GT3 cars that were blocking 2/3 of the road.
Perfectly fair.
No, that's, that is brilliant stuff.
That was perfect timing in terms of where the GTs were from Andre's point of view.
Massive frustration, I think, for Mark Lieb, who's done exactly the right thing.
If you know any bad words in German, they were likely being said inside that Porsche at that moment, because that was his opportunity. And this is where the lap comes back to the Audi. This is where the Audi handles better. Remember, the tyres, though, on the Audi, almost a full steam. It's not going. It's not going Lieb's way, is it, at all?
Stuart Hall in the 96 Aston. And I mean, nothing he can do. It was 0.1 of a second across the line. It's already a second. And, this is the ebb and flow of endurance racing. Blue flags are there to warn the drivers, but there's nothing that says you've got to stop or drive off the track or get out the way within 3 marshals posts. This is part of the game. This is as I say, the ebb and flow of multi-class endurance racing, and this
almost
is why
exactly
I love it.
a second slower in the second sector for the Porsche. It's exactly what we're talking about last time around. From point 189 to 1.169 in 2 sectors. When are we going to see the Audi on pit lane? This time, though, the Porsche has closed right back up in the 3rd sector, where it's got the advantage with the wide open spaces. The gap back down now to 9/10. Is there going to be a rear gunner by way of a GT car to protect the Audi this time? I think, well, there is one there. There is one there. Could we see the same again, or will we see again a Porsche threading the needle? Winding yourself up here, John.
Hello to Johnny Morlam, who's watching in the UK, courtesy of Motors TV. He says, I only tuned in for 10 minutes. That was 3.5 hours ago. Hi, Johnny. See Johnny at Le Mans, hopefully in a car. If not, we'll get him in the booth to work for us. And this is the lead changing down the outside. Perfect stuff.
No.
Very strong driving from Andrea Lotterer. And it's the difference in braking distances. It's not just acceleration that we've got to look at for strengths and weaknesses, but deceleration. The Audi goes deeper into the braking zone than the Porsche. It's lift and coast and brake for the Porsche. It's spin up that big flywheel.
Fantastic stuff.
I thought this pass was done at this point.
Easily, didn't you? I mean, but he was tough love there.
That could have easily ended up with both of them. Look at Marcel Fessler.
But look at Treluay.
Treluay's not
focused.
Treluay's going, I'll have to learn that one. He comes from a long way back. It's not done.
He's thinking we'll never hear the end of him for that one in the bar tonight. That's what he's thinking.
Marco Seefried not having a great day. He's already spun the 77 car. Now he's been pinged for track limits. Just a quick hello then to JMO, Johnny Morlam, who will either be driving a car at Le Mans or we'll get him in the Radio Le Mans booth for that. It's not a party without JMO there at Le Mans. As down into the final corner, that's another lock-up for a Toyota. So many people having issues today. Epic defensive driving by Lotterer, says Craig Woolard. And absolutely right.
I think if I'd have put money on this, John, I'd have had Lieb past Lotterer 5 minutes ago. And I'd have been wrong.
Here's the thing. As Ben Myatt says, he's decided that the Audi looks a bit like Sam the Eagle from the Muppets with the front end like that. Okay, I see what you're saying. We trumpet, we celebrate the variety, and here's traffic again for the leader. Danger time for Lotterer, due in any time, by the way, these 2 cars. And what we've got here is a diesel against a petrol, a 4-litre turbocharged diesel against a 2-litre turbocharged petrol, a flywheel against a battery pack, and cars that react differently, make their lap times in different ways, both in acceleration, top speed, and braking. And that is because, guess what? The rules have been left open so that the cleverest people in the automotive world, the people who go motor racing, are allowed to do what they do best, be clever.
And again, Andre Lotterer succeeding there. Thought he may have fumbled himself there, but succeeding. The area of the lap where he's the strongest, and the twisty bits here, using the traffic to his advantage. Now we're getting to where the track opens out more. We're going to see the Porsche back on the boot lid of the Audi before the end of this lap. But is this the lap that Andre Lotterer, John, has got to come in and finally get some new tyres on the number 7 car? Epic stuff from both drivers, but in particular here from Andre Lotterer. 92, meanwhile, it goes from bad to worse for the Porsche GT team. Ricard Leitz now from 3rd position in GT Pro gets a drive-through penalty. It's just, it's just been a terrible day for Porsche Team Monti.
Yeah, and Porsche have not had the best of it in any way, shape or form. So Lieb then, there is the 18 car. Still more than 2 hours to go as Lieb, that was a big moment for Lieb as he went round the outside of the Alpine.
Inside the Alpine, hit the curb.
It's Cavalier in that car.
Threw him sideways, almost exactly the same place as the incident happened with the Corvette. And a bit of a shake of the head there for one of the crew members thinking, lucky I don't have to get the spanners on that one.
This is not old-fashioned endurance racing, it's new-fashioned endurance racing.
That's another great phrase.
Right,
we'll use that one again.
It's not 85% some of the time, it's 100% 100% of the time. This is endurance racing. Everything's got to still work. Everything's got to last. But there is nothing being left on the table.
It's like a meeting with your ex-wife. There are no compromises. None.
Fortunately, I haven't got to have that issue.
Sorry, Julie.
Well, I'm one and done. One and done on the wife front. I think that'll be it for me. Thank you. I've found the one. I found the right one.
I'll call mine first free practice. If only it was free.
But you're right. There's no compromises, and there's nothing. There's no running around at anything less than full pace all of the time. And that, to me, is what has transformed endurance racing in the last few years. Now, this is the number 2 Toyota getting involved. Mike Conway is only in 4th position, but is about to go another lap back. Let's take another look at the incident. Cavalier there in the blue. Oh, that was close. In the blue Alpine.
Back end of the car, off the ground there, John, and that's what threw him off sideways. Just hope he's not damaged the car there by doing that. But he clattered the curbs outside and in on the way towards that near instant. Did very well to gather it back up again. So we're 30 seconds away from 4 hours run in this race, and we're back to the kind of, well, bonkers stuff we saw at Silverstone again.
I warned people this morning that the forecast was for periods of fast, followed by bonkers. And in comes the leader. Here comes Lotterer. Lotterer then 2 more stops after this one. And therefore, through goes Mark Lieb and is scored as the leader. So that's another lead change, the 4th, only the 4th, and only 3 cars have led the race, remember. So what we will see now is Andre Lotterer get out, already done, in Ben Treluet. Now, must be tyres, of course, when this goes on. And this is what will cost them the time and the lead when the Porsche comes in a lap or so's time.
And we'll keep an eye on the pit time here because it needs a smooth stop. Every second is going to count here, John. Every second.
Don't you just love the way that nothing is done in a hurry? Everything is done correctly. Let's have a listen to what Lieb's been told.
Okay, Mark, focus lap. We're going to do a refuel.
Refuel, I think, only.
That's going to be it. And it's not been a good in-lap for Mark Lieb.
I was just about to say, not... Oh!
They did take tyres. Did they take all 4? They must have taken all 4.
Well, what's the lap time as he go? I don't think they did.
1:15.
I don't think they did.
If they did, that's an astonishingly quick stop for full service.
We need to get Louise down on that one and find out if they took tyres or 2 tyres. Paul Truswell might know.
So, Mark Lieb on his in-lap now, dealing with traffic as best he can. And that traffic included a Toyota.
Yeah, and that was the killer.
In he comes now, and that in-lap.
Well, here he comes now. Hits the pit lane speed limit to get down to 60 kilometres an hour. Let's hear what Ben Treluet has been told by Lena Gade, his chief engineer.
Okay, Ben, we double stint this tyre. I'll keep you updated on the Porsche.
Well,
double stint
the tyre. So that must have been a fresh set of tyres. A 1:15, including a set of tyres, is pretty impressive.
In-lap for Lieb, almost identical to that of Lotterer.
So how quick can they turn around this Porsche? What, if anything, was left in the tank?
Well, bear in mind, John, it's not a case of them having to double stint it. They must believe there's an advantage in doing it. So it's not a matter of they have to do it. At this stage, they've got enough data to say...
No, they have to do it. They don't have enough tyres to keep putting new tyres on it.
Yes, but he'd already double stinted.
Sorry, the Porsche you're talking about?
No, that was
the
Lena.
Audi. Yes, OK, so I thought you were talking about the Audi.
So the only explanation there is that they must be choosing now that is the quicker of the 2 strategies. That on balance, they can make those tyres last, despite the punishment that was being handed out to them.
And that decision made early again. And I think that's important. because it's like saving fuel. You can't decide to save fuel halfway through a stint.
49-second stop for Mark Lieb as we get a bit of a tail-happy moment for the number 7 car. That won't help the tyres.
That's Trellier. So this time as they go through, Mark Lieb then will lead it by something in the region...
25 seconds.
Of 25 seconds, yeah.
On board now with Ben Trellier. And his job is a simple one. Drive really, really, really quickly. Don't hit anything.
And don't wear your tyres out.
Don't wear your tyres out. Look after your fuel. That simple.
I love the way... When we talk about motor racing being a team sport and endurance racing being a team sport, look at those images that you've just seen, if you don't believe me. It's not just about 3 guys driving the car. As a big sideways moment for Mark Lieb, losing the front end there. Exactly what happened at Stowe Corner when they double stinted the tyres at Silverstone. And it wasn't Mark that was in the car, it was Romain Dumas, wasn't it, at the time? It was the other car.
No, Mark did it as well.
Yeah.
Mark did it as well.
Exactly.
Big fishtailing moment through Beckett's.
Unbelievable stuff. But going back to the team aspect of this, as Trellier goes a little wide as well, that's all 4 wheels off. Oh dear. Are we getting into that territory again? No. I did say that there was every chance that a penalty might influence, if not decide.
Well, we're waiting for the next couple of seconds for Ben Trellier to finish his lap.
Second place car in GTE Pro in.
First and second place car in.
Let me just finish the thought that I was going to make. And this is 22 seconds between them. And we will not know until they've both made their final pit stops how this really stands. Because as it goes at the moment, 1 hour and 55 minutes to go. It's more than 2 pit stops for each of them.
If it stays this good, I think we should put a petition in to Eduardo Freitas to extend it by another hour, John. Because I don't want to go home. Fantastic. 1 hour, 54 minutes as we're on board now, looking rearwards from the number 51 AF Corsa Ferrari. Will rejoin, I think, in 4th position.
I'm just trying to work out what the situation is as well with the 17 Porsche. They are off the lead lap, but only just.
No, they're off 2 laps down, just.
Right, okay, got you. And Albuquerque is a lap further back in the 9 Audi, which doesn't count.
Albuquerque will be there or thereabouts the same lap as the 17.
No, I think he's a lap further back, mate. He is. He's exactly a lap further back than Hartley. They've just gone through the second sector together. 1 on 118 and 1 on 117. Okay, I've got my head around that. And by the way, battles in the other categories. In Pro, Alex McDowell has just climbed aboard the Aston number 99, which still leads, but only by 6 seconds from Rob Bell in the 97. And then 27 seconds further back is Jimmy Bruni from Fred McAfee, the 92 Porsche still hanging in there. In Am, still the 98, just coming into the pits actually. And that will allow Manu Collard in the 83 Ferrari to get back on the lead lap. But he owes us a pit stop. And in 3rd place, it's Andrea Bertolini, just gone back out again in the 72 Ferrari. And there is the confirmation of what is going on at the head of the field. 17.5 seconds now between 1st and 2nd. As into the pit lane has come that 3rd place Porsche.
That's why, apologies, that's why he was on the other lap, because he orders a stop.
Yeah.
Whereas Albuquerque has already made that stop.
As far as GT, we've mentioned that, but the Gibson of Simon Dolan still leads by over half a minute. The Jota Mighty 38 from the 2 Ligier of G drives. Yellow flags being waved at Rivage as the 7 of Ben Trellier drops dramatically down the hill to the no-name left-hander before Pouon. And now sets himself up for the double apex left. Fantastic stuff.
Lead coming down and down rapidly. 2:02.9 last time around for Mark Lieb. Slow lap from him, but a 1:58.4 from Ben Treluet brings the lead down from 22 seconds to 17.
Well, still just over an hour and 50 minutes to go. We're live from Spa for round 2 of the FIA World Endurance Championship. Start of the race was the usual first corner dash with 4 abreast going down into La Source. Extra cars from Porsche and from Audi is part of their preparation for the Le Mans 24 hours, when we could have as many as 13 LMP1 hybrids on the grid. Excited? Of course you are. Early stages belonged to Porsche, first, second and third, before the number 7 Audi got in amongst them, with Marcel Fessler doing the damage to the Porsches early on. Well, they fought back, and that turn of speed that we saw at Silverstone is still there. The afterburners are still working for the 919 hybrid. Pace set at the head of the field, huge, and mistakes were almost inevitable. The first one from Nick Tandy on Porsche GT teammate Kevin Estre. Estre adjudged to be the transgressor, not respecting blue flags and turning in on the prototype driver. He got a drive-through for that. Nick Tandy brought a rather battered Porsche 919 hybrid back. It is back in the race. Earl Bamber now at the wheel of that car. Roel Gotha took a wild ride at Raidillon. 96 cars not had a bad day, with a couple of calls for transgressions, as did the 17 car, with Brendan Hartley at the wheel. Went straight on at the final corner and then rejoined through a marshal's post, and then there was further drama when the car had some suspension issues and had to be pushed back in to the pit box. Remarkable then that it's still in third position. Shows how the problems have been at the top of the field. In P2, Simon Dolan and the Toyota team have been the boys to beat, certainly after the first hour or so, but it's been Audi, Toyota and Porsche. And Porsche GT cars, with Marcus Seefried making an unusual mistake. And also Christian Poulsen going off in the 50, the Corvette. Whoa, do you know there wasn't a touch there? Graham Goodwin was right all along. Just a slight overcorrection by Poulsen. And it's back to the battles between the top 3 manufacturers in world motor racing at the moment, with Toyota, then the number 1 car, the defending world champions, having electrical issues, which first of all jammed the throttle open and then meant there could be no shifting. That car has dropped down to 14th position and lost laps on the leader. So Aston Martin leads in GTE Pro and GTE and Paul Della. There's the GTE Pro leader. In P2, it is Simon Dolan in the Gibson by half a minute. And at the front of the field, it's Porsche or Audi, depending on the pit stops.
Back to live race action, and it's still Mark Lieb leading this race, but by a decreasing margin, 12.7 seconds now, courtesy of a sub-2-minute lap last time around from Benoit Treluet. Worth mentioning as well, by the way, that Jota don't only lead this race, they lead it despite having had an early pit stop penalty, a drive-through penalty for Harry Tincknell for a
very tight call on jumping the start.
Yes.
Right, 18, Mark Lieb leading by 12.7 seconds. What's being said?
Okay, Mark, the gap now is reduced to 13 seconds. 13 seconds. There are new tires with Treluet.
So Treluet on new tyres, down to 12.5 seconds. But remember, we know that Treluet, or at least we've heard Lena
will
Gay
double
telling
stint them.
Treluet that they'll double stint them.
And I think that's interesting. They told him he's going to double stint them on the radio, that we can all hear.
Yeah,
now,
true. And that's the point I was making.
Yeah.
Exactly so, Graham. This is Treluet in second place. Ben Treluet, the Frenchman, who is often overlooked in that lineup, in fairness. But he is a very, very good driver. He wouldn't be there if he wasn't. That new hammerhead look to the front end of the Audi is clearly doing exactly what it was meant to do. This is marvellous stuff, isn't it? We've had the wheel-to-wheel. We have had a bit of that now.
Oh,
That's
yes.
good. But I'm delighted that what we're seeing is a tactical battle between two cars that have different strengths and weaknesses. Here is Mike Conway in the number 2 and Luca Di Grassi in the number 8, going by the 26 of Ricardo Gonzalez.
There's
Come
touch
on,
there.
Lucas, you know better than that.
Gonzalez on the number 8, rear right of the Ligier to the front left of the Audi. Biff.
Boys, boys, boys. Really. There is the delayed, much delayed Sebastian Buemi with electrical issues. Let's not forget the number 8 Audi of Luca Di Grassi has also had some electrical issues, had to have the main control unit changed after a power cycle. For that read, turn it off and turn it back on again. Did not cure the issue, but it was in and out in a very short amount of time. Very few cars have been untroubled today. In fact, probably only the 18 and the 7. Can't remember them being in the box. Here's your leader. Excuse me, check that. Here's Brendan Hartley in 3rd position at the moment in the 17 car. Pole sitter. Pole sitter for the last 3 races if you go back to the end of last year.
And Brendan, I think a unique achievement in motorsport, John. He got the white, green, red, black, and every flag, actually, in one particular manoeuvre, didn't he? By driving through that marshal's post.
That was because he drove through a marshal's post and pushed the bin of flags across the in front of the car, for which he received a drive-through stop and hold for 15 seconds.
Yeah.
He was very lucky not to have had a worse.
I think it's fair to say it's not one we'll be letting him forget about.
Oh, heck no. And it will make the highlights video as well. What we haven't heard of, so I presume that it's been NFA'd, no further action, is the Nick Tandy pit lane entry infraction. Let's go down to Audi land. Andre Lotterer is out of the car, watching Ben Treluer close down on the leader. He's with Louise Beckett.
Andre, you went to new tyres, the Porsche didn't. Is that what it's going to come down to?
Let's see how Ben goes on with the new tires, and I did the double stint now, and the Porsche is doing the double stint now on the tires, so let's see how they get on, and hopefully they'll struggle a bit more than us. Actually, we didn't struggle in the double stint, so we managed to stay ahead, but intense fight out there and a lot of fun.
Yeah, there was some good driving from you there. Good defensive driving.
Yeah, it's tough in the first sector. The Porsche is really fast, so even you position yourself in a defensive way, they still manage to get really close. But then in the second sector, you got to really push because that's our strength. And at the end of that, it kind of evens out. But then you get the traffic and everything. So yeah, it was really enjoyable, but very hard as well.
Thank you.
I'm not getting anything from that.
I'm getting lots from that, actually. And what I'm getting from that is exactly what I said before, is they know they've got less of a disadvantage than perhaps they thought from double stinting those tyres. They believe, John, they will lose less time. They believe they'll lose less time from double stinting the tyres than they will for changing them at that phase of the race.
And that's where the advantage is over the Porsche. Let's have a look at some of the If you're just joining us, welcome to the second round of the FIA World Endurance Championship. We've got an hour and 42 minutes to run. This is where the technology is relevant, the racing is real, and the action and drama is 6 hours long. Hello there, I'm John Hindorf. Alongside me is the editor of dailysportscar.com, Graham Goodwin, and we're looking at the leader in LMP2. 4 different classes of cars on the circuit at the same time, so 4 separate races effectively, all going on at the same time. There is the chasing second place car in LMP2. This is the Roman Rusinov driven G-Drive Ligier.
Our winner from Silverstone, round 1 in this car. And the car ahead that will be racing again, of course, at the Le Mans 24 Hours. Not a WEC full championship entered car, but this is the regular run-out for the British-based Jota team that they would have. They've had for several years now prior to the Le Mans 24 Hours, measuring themselves against the WEC opposition and doing a very good job of it at the moment.
I was going to say, generally that measurement tends to be the other way around. The WEC full-timers having to measure themselves against Jota, and let's not forget that run to the Le Mans victory last year by the ELMS team. Didn't get the championship last year, they're going for that this year, but another Le Mans victory would certainly be in their sights. There's the overall leader of the race, which is Mark Lieb for Porsche. Pit stops, crucial. It's a ballet. It's a team game. It's not about fractions of seconds here. It's about 10 seconds at a time if you get this wrong. And making up 10 seconds on the track can take most of a whole driving stint. Teamwork, absolutely crucial.
Absolutely, a G-Drive top team, a 2-car effort this year to attack the WEC they felt they should have won. It's this car, the GT ranked, that's leading the way. It has done, I think, from the get-go, hasn't it, John? The 99 car. Alec McDowell
fighting off,
fending off Rob Bell.
Start there.
99 from 97. Aston Martin from Aston Martin.
Different strategy for the 97 car. They came in very early with a slow puncture, although they did say that they were looking for a different strategic run. They tried it at Silverstone, it kind of didn't work for them. I think they expected some full course yellow. Might have expected that here at Spa as well, but this is a race that traditionally runs green, and so far has been completely green. Ooh, looks like running out of rear tyres on that Aston there for a moment, as the 17 goes through with Brendan Hartley at the wheel. That is the 3rd place car, but off the lead lap. There is the Ferrari. This is one of the 2 AF Corsa
51. It's the 3rd place car. 3 green lights on the side of Jimmy Bruni's 458 Italia. While we're watching Jimmy, that's lead battle, John, under 5 seconds now. Ben Rothwell is making the best of his new rubber.
There's your leader in GTE AM, and that is Paul Dalla the non-pro driver in that squad, driving with Pedro Lamy as he was last year, and what a run Pedro put in earlier on. Confirmation there as of the AM. Francois Perrodo 90 seconds in arrears at the moment. Andrea Bertolini a lap off the lead lap in the 72 Ferrari.
Paul Dalla taking a big step forward in terms of his pace. So the last part of last year and into this year, very impressed indeed.
And I tell you what has aided his confidence, I'm sure, is doing the qualifying, having to do the qualifying.
Oh, yeah.
And he's loving driving on new rubber. There, we expected again to see more stewards' decisions and more penalties. This is for James Collado. The 71 Ferrari has not had a day to remember.
This time, John, though, it's for something different. It's forcing out another car out of track and crossing the pit entry line.
That was a long time ago.
It was.
A very long time ago.
Are we going to be playing catch-up with some stewards' decisions here?
Yes.
Watch out for drama. There's an awful lot of significant runners that have been involved in drama of some degree or another over the last, 4 hours and 23 minutes.
And there was an early question mark over one of the Audi passes as well, wasn't there, under yellow down at this part of the circuit. But that, as far as we can find out, has not been investigated.
There, though, are the 2 leaders separated at the moment just by the Stracker dome. The 2nd placed Audi deals with a dome right now as the Porsche goes by its team car from the GTE Pro Stakes. Right Turn Lover, by the way, on Twitter tells us that he doesn't think the two Toyota has had trouble, just not quite at the pace. So there might be the third P1 car that may have run trouble-free. And I'm trying to think of any issues we've had for
three
that car.
laps, though. It's dropped 3 laps.
3 seconds the gap as they cross the line. The traditional advantage we've seen from the 18 Porsche.
So what's being communicated to the leader?
Okay, Mark, the gap is now 3 seconds. Target is to keep him behind.
Exactly what we're watching on screen at the moment. This is Mark Lieb's view. But I suspect he's probably paying quite a lot of attention, not just to this one, but what he's got in his mirrors as well.
Can't do that, Graham. You've got to just hit your marks, and you've got to hit your fuel numbers as well. That Audi, with Ben Treluet pushing rather harder than I thought he might be at the moment. At this stage,
yep,
he's got no tyres to change next time around. Pierre Fillon centre there with Romain Dumas. And to the left of our shot is the CEO of Gerard Neveu.
Yep.
Pierre Fillon, by the way, is the president of the ACO.
The Automobile Club de l'Ouest, who run the 24 Hours of Le Mans.
Luca de Grassi brings the 8 car into pit lane and disappears straight away. Well, not disappears, drives out the pits. If he disappeared, that would have been quite an impressive trick. So Treluet with the 2 red lights lit on the side of the car, showing he's in second place in P1. Blue lights for the P2s, greens for the GTE Pros, and orange for the GTE AMs. This is going to come down to pit stops, and I at this stage of the game, I'm afraid my befuddled mind can't work out who gets the shortest last pit stop, but that's effectively what it's going to come down to.
Well, it's good. It's going to all come and unwind nicely in about the next 45 minutes. All will become relatively clear until it is that Eduardo Freitas opens up the box of tricks that he keeps and decides who deserve punishing for things they think they've got away with. 18 car onto the kill straight. There comes the 7. This is where the Porsche is strongest.
They can do just under 50 minutes on a tank of fuel, these guys, at full speed. About 46, 47 minutes. 23, 24 laps. 2-minute lap.
So from this point, they've got 2 full stints.
Correct.
To go, but they're not running with full tanks. So
not now.
It's
not
2 full stints.
So what you've got to look at is when the next pit stops are taken.
Absolutely.
And the decision that has to be made, and it's a tough one, but it's going to be about track position as much as it is about what you are doing at the end of the race. You need to think about what tyres you're going to be on at the end. And remember, you're only allowed 26 tyres for qualifying in the race for the P1 hybrids. So has either of these 2 teams got a brand new set of Michelins to bang on at the end for a stint and a half or a stint and a bit? That's the question you've got to ask yourself. We don't know that. Paul Truswell probably knows that because he'll be watching the RFID information in our walking data centre. Second place car going past the 5th place car of Richard Bradley in P2. But what it comes down to is, do you decide to run long into the race and just take the guesswork out of it and just stop when you need to stop? Or do you say that from now, if I take 1 pit stop now, I only have 1 more to go before the end of the race?
And one of the major factors, John, that we probably overlook more than we should in the strategic gambles they've got to take here is you cannot anymore in the WEC count on a safety car.
No.
Because we've got a guy in race control that will move heaven and earth not to call that.
Not to do it. Yes.
So you're not going to get that advantage.
You might get a slow zone, neutralised part of the track. At the very best, you might get a virtual safety car, a full course yellow without the safety car being on track. And that means nobody bunches up.
It might happen at a point where you can take advantage in terms of your strategy, but that's the best you can expect now. It is going to be a race that's won on the track. That's it.
Which is great, isn't it? So at the moment, then, this car, Ben Treluet, that car, Ben Treluet, is on newer tyres. He has that gap between himself and the Porsche in front, and he's got offline there, and he's got all the crud from the outside of Rivage on the outside, inside, all over his tyres. Let's go down to Louise Beckett in the pits, who is watching the major teams to see what might be going on strategy-wise. Where are you, Lou, and what's happening?
I'm at Porsche, and Neil Jolly is on his way, getting ready to get back in the car. Team are ready for 19 and 18 to come in for pit stops.
Thanks, Lou.
But as we were talking to Lou there, the leader balked by a GT car. That's given the 7-car a chance to get right on the back of the 18, John.
And Ben Treluet may not have expected this chance so early, Graham, but of course he'll accept it as they come back onto the old part of the circuit through Stavelot towards Blanchimont, and the Porsche just ekes out half a length, a full length, maybe a little bit more through Blanchimont. No hint of a lift there.
No.
No hint. Well, and neither would you expect it with, or even with the reduced amount of downforce that these cars have got on, they're still carrying much more with the closed wheels and the full body than, say, a Formula 1 car would. They're heavier, but they also have a heck of a lot more power, probably half as much.
He's going to have a look. He's going to look.
Down the inside towards La Source, the first hairpin. That was very forceful driving by both drivers. Now can Treluet hold on to it? Here comes the Porsche. He'll use the battery energy to try and boost himself past as they go down the hill. If he doesn't get them into Eau Rouge, stay in the gap. The Porsche can harvest energy under acceleration, remember. Now release the extra energy, pull out from the slipstream and drag straight back. Copy boot stuff for the Porsche, and we're back at Silverstone all over again.
Absolutely mental stuff. Wonderful, wonderful racing again here in the World Endurance Championship. Open rule books, open minds, open your eyes. This is motorsport. This is what it means.
General election in the UK at the moment. You could get any of these guys elected, couldn't you, with the electorate of the Endurance Racing Party. Dear me. And not there, surely.
That's a touch.
That was a touch, and there was a little bit of carbon fibre went flying there from, I think, the front of the Audi, Graham.
Is a dive plane gone?
Could be. Maybe it's part of the Porsche then, but that was Treluet being very forceful into the no-name left-hander coming down the hill
this
towards
is very
Pouin.
strongest. He's a second quicker than the Porsche in this part.
No, not round the outside.
Unbelievable.
No way.
Unbelievable.
And don't forget, this is the Le Mans spec Audi. This is the lower drag, lower downforce Audi that has just driven round the outside with a pass that I've not seen pulled here
ever.
Well,
not
at this level.
No,
not at this level.
Absolutely stunning stuff.
Now, the interesting thing now is that we've got the car that has the shortest next pit stop in the lead, and he needs to make good his escape at this point and disappear into the distance. And he being the leader, Ben Treluet. Oh, both cars all four wheels off, and that's what they will be looking at. And just looking at the sides of the cars, there is one that the higher of the two right-hand dive planes is missing.
Yeah.
I'm surprised we haven't heard anything from the Porsche about he's hit me. Although you do tend to get a lot less.
Well, we might
of
do.
that.
They might be choosing not to broadcast it. Back onto the Kemmel Straight though.
And traffic might play a part here. Here comes the Porsche again.
He's not going to have enough room to do it here.
Well, not because his braking distance is so much longer in the Porsche. You've got to have it done. Let's have a look at this again. First of all, it looked like this was all done and dusted down into La Source, but the Porsche used the hybrid energy. No panic there from Mark Lieb. Remember, the Porsche, as I say, can harvest on the way up through the acceleration zones, which is clearly what he did. Fires in the 1,000 horsepower plus, and this is going to be interesting. Treluet down the inside. That's not a passing place there, Ben. Ooh, that's a bit naughty, you know. And then the final manoeuvre is made round the outside at Fane into that little piff-paff. That is cheeky. That is cheeky. Louise Beckett is down in the pit lane.
Oh yes, and number 18 is coming in any second now.
And we know it's Neil Yarney because we saw him. Thank you very much, Lou. 2.6 seconds. Now this is Porsche throwing the dice because Porsche went a lap longer than Audi last time.
Yep.
So this is a change of strategy for Porsche. Let's see the 18. Does he peel off into the pit lane? Does the Audi peel off into the pit lane? The Audi does go. No, that's the Toyota car. So Treluay's gone through, and he's not in the pit lane. Oh, and the Porsche's held up just for a moment. So Lieb, change of strategy now. Neil Yanni will go to the end of the race, I presume, from here. One more stop after. This is the first time you can do it with one more stop, Graham.
Absolutely, and I think what we can deduce from this, John, is that Porsche cannot double stint its tyres as well as the Audi can.
Well, this is very, very interesting because they did not have to come in at this point. They last came in at lap 116, and they could have gone to lap number 139, 140 perhaps. So they've come in, I reckon, at least 6 laps early.
Throw the dice. I think they know those tyres are gone, John.
A new set of Michelins. They're not new. That's going on, though, are they? Louise is looking at those very closely. Louise Beckett, are those sticker tyres that's gone onto that Porsche?
Definitely not new. Definitely not.
So that must be one of the sets that was used in qualifying.
Are they going to use them for a short stint, John?
Wow.
Out comes the 18. The one goes by, but is laps down rather. Number 1 car, by the way, up into 13th position now, and in amongst some traffic with P2 cars, and will make further progress in the overall order, but not in the P1 order. So Ben Treluay romped away once he'd made that pass.
Well, Treluay now has got an advantage. If he does double stint these tyres, which is what we've been told, and takes it in, he can go at least, I think, another 6 laps before he has to come in.
Through he goes onto his 135th lap. There again we see.
This was magnificent. Great driving by both guys, and by the way, by Alex McDowell, who got a grandstand seat to watch that.
He got the heck out of Dodge there, didn't he?
Oh, he really did.
Thoroughly enjoyable stuff here. Here comes the 18 car again. Just blasted by into the straight. This was probably the only questionable manoeuvre. Ben Treluay.
He tried to get out of it by mounting the curb, but still, I think, again, I used the low percentage lunge tag.
But
this is outstanding.
Absolutely astonishing stuff.
I mean, he's already ahead, actually, before the road curves back to the left. He would have had position on the track, but he didn't need it. In rowing terms, he had clear blue water between himself and the car behind.
That thing, John, has Jupiter levels of downforce. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely an astonishing machine. And this is the low downforce version.
I just can't see the other car coming back after the debut of this car. Mark Lieb has just got out of the battle with this number 7 car. Let's hear what he's got to say. He's with Louise Beckett in the Porsche pit.
Mark, how are you feeling?
Yeah, good. It was fun out there. Yeah, I mean, we tried a double stint. Didn't work out as planned, so we lost some time. First stint, I was trying to save the tires, but it just dropped it in the second stint, so I had to defend quite a lot. But yeah, it was a tough one. One time it was quite close when I think Ben hit me in the rear going down to turn 9. It was quite close to win it, but yeah, that's racing. It was fun.
Superb battle.
It was fun, yeah. We fight back now. Hopefully we can get it to the end. Neil, we should be on a good strategy now with Neil, so he has fresher tires. So.
In terms of tyres, did you put a full new set on there?
Yeah, we put a new set on for Neil, and I think we still have something in the pocket.
Thanks.
That's very interesting.
Well, there you go. Special tyres. Very Days of Thunder.
Yeah. He said we've got something in the pocket. They've got a brand new set for the last run, haven't they?
I think that's probably it. So I think he's going to push hard on the quali tyres now for a short run and do a full run on a set of brand new tyres.
No, he's got to do 45 minutes, mate, on those ones. He came in just after the
shorter run.
Yeah, he's got to now do. He's got to go. Johnny now.
Oh,
really.
trouble,
John.
This
is one of the G-Drive cars, and is that that is the 28 car? That's Pippin Tirani.
Oh,
it's 26, and attention. It's engine related. That's at Le Combe at the top of the hill. It's blowing smoke out of the left. This is the car that's leading the championship. And Sam Bird is blowing. Oh, well, at least his engine is blowing. That is very, very unusual to see an engine issue.
Unbelievably unusual. I can think of maybe 2-3 times we've ever seen that. Roman Rusinov absolutely gutted. Heading at that stage, John, for maximum points in the WEC. And that, at the moment, well, passes it back either to the team car, possibly the Saab Morand car.
But what a story that would be for Saab Morand, who are doing their penultimate pit stop at the moment. Oh, my goodness. Trellier will go through to about lap 141. And that means that Neil Yarney has to go through to... We'll have to do the quick...
While you do the quick maths, what I'm going to tell the viewers is that Neil Yarney is going to have to drive like a man possessed. This is going to be about pure, raw speed with these tyres on now, because they're going to need to squeeze the best they can out of these tyres. And if what Mark Lieb was telling is correct, and they're going to have got something in their pocket at the end there, that can only be new tyres. And it can only be that they're going to try to do all the best they can on speed and squeeze what they can in as short a stint as possible on these tyres, bolt the new ones on and go like the devil himself. 158.3 for Neil Yarney the last time around on his lap 136. We wait and see the gap when Ben Trellier completes his lap. But meantime, Sam Bird not quite cruising back, but clearly big trouble for that 26 car. Makes it back to the pit lane, though. We'll go into the garage, I've no doubt. But that does rather look like game over. And that happened very early in the lap on the way up Eau Rouge.
I think 155, 156 for Yarney, and then that'll be his last stop. Whereas 141, it was only a 15-lap stint for Mark Lieb, so that was 8 laps short. It was even shorter than I expected, that.
Yeah. AMP 4.8. Don't know how you say this one, my friend, on Twitter. Porsche have a set of tyres for the last stint which are matched perfect and staggered special. That's exactly what I think we're looking for. Movie references, we love them.
Yeah. Now, the key thing about this is that the next stop for Trellier is a full stop.
Yep.
Full stop, full service. Does he stay in the car? Do they put someone else in the car?
And let's keep an eye on this gap. 1 minute and 6 seconds at the moment is the lead gap with Ben Trellier on new tyres.
Right, let me just reset this, Graham. One more stop, full stop for Trellier. Lap 141 or thereabouts. It will be tyres, fuel and potentially a new driver. But that's not the last time they have to come into the pit lane. They won't be able to go to the end from there.
They need a splash.
But they will need a splash without tyres.
Correct.
OK? That's the absolute time that they're going to have to take at that point. So
it will be around 30 seconds on pit lane for that final stop.
Right. Neil Yarney, if he can go to somewhere close to 155, will need one more full stop, and that's it.
Yep.
We expect him to take tyres. We expect him to stay in the car. So let's expect again about a 120, something like that. Lap. And that the difference is going to be the splash in the Audi. Can they get Trellier far enough ahead to get him in and out for that splash at the end of the race? All things being equal, the real roll of the dice for Lena and the number 7 Audi crew is, if anything happens that neutralises the race and the safety car does come out, they need a long safety car so that they don't have to splash, otherwise their race is over.
Absolutely right. And we also have to see, as we see the number 9 car on pit road now, is I think what it comes down to, John, is it's a pace race now for the Audi against a sprint race for the Porsche. That's what it's about. It's about stretching the envelope as much as they possibly can for the number 7 car, and keep an eye on that gap, that 1 minute and 6 second gap against a Porsche team that just have to push as hard as they possibly can from here to the flag.
The disadvantage for Porsche is they can't go to the end on the tyres that they have now.
Yeah.
They have to do one more full stop.
Absolutely.
Now Audi have to do one more full stop. So that balances each other out. So if it was to stay exactly as it is now, 1 minute and 3 seconds, 1 minute and 3 seconds is what Audi have got to get Treluet in the pit lane, splash of fuel, or whoever takes over from Treluet, the 7 car, in, splash of fuel, back out again. Do they lose more than 1 minute and 3 seconds to the Porsche? My answer right now would be probably not.
No, it's about, well, we said 30 seconds for the final stop, John, on pit road. Of course, it's less than that because you've still got the cars moving while the cars are going past more quickly. So you don't lose 30 seconds for that final stop. You lose 30 seconds, less the time it would cost you to cover that distance anyway. So it's...
Yeah, it's the net addition to the lap time. That's
Believe
the key
me,
thing.
you're going to be gripped to this till the very, very end. You lucky people to watch this, because yet again, this 6-hour format with this grid has doled it out for us.
Now, meantime, in GTE Pro, for the first time, the 51 Ferrari is making inroads into the 99 Aston Martin. Alex McDowell leads his last lap at 2:22.6. 2:21.5 for Jimmy Bruni has brought the gap at the head of the field down to just 7.3 seconds. And the 97 car of Darren Turner has dropped way off. I don't know what's happened to that car.
That's because that car stopped early, John. That's on a different strategy. Remember, the 97 car stopped early to put Rob Bell in the car.
Correct, and they've just done...
Which they are right in the mix. They're right in the mix.
Except they can't go to the end. They still need another stop. They've just stopped. So that hasn't worked for them.
Maybe they were expecting the race to be neutralised.
Well, OK, there is the lead.
Spa, 34 cars.
There is the leader in that category. And it's Alex McDowell at the lead. There is Timo Bernhard getting into 17? The 17 car. Brendan Hartley has got out. So Timo started, set a new qualifying lap record, started and will finish with the Stefan Beloff tribute helmet. Hard to think it's so many years ago since Beloff lost his life here. September of this year is the anniversary. There's your leader, Treluet. Another 2-minute lap, Graham. And what is Lena and what are Lena and Ben talking about? Let's eavesdrop on the number 7 Audi Sport Team Yost.
I start to lose a bit of front, especially in the braking slow corners.
Right, he's losing a bit of grip. He's losing it through the braking areas. Well, these lap times aren't bad. Neil Yanni, 1:59.1. Took, what?
That was a previous lap.
Yeah.
1:59.1 against about 2 minutes. He's taking a second or so out of the Audi a lap.
For now.
For now. But they were tyres that already had wear.
Well, I'm going to go back to what I said earlier on. This new aero package, the quote-unquote Le Mans aero package, if we see the other aero package back at any stage this season, unless we go and race at Monaco, I will be very, very surprised indeed.
Simon Rees on Twitter says, I'm not buying Audi's low downforce line. They just didn't want anybody to copy this before Le Mans. Not a bad call, you know.
Well...
This is what you get with open competition, though, John, is you get clever people doing clever things. And it's just a joy to watch it. It was clever enough last time around. I mean, the grip.
Speed.
It's...
Even from the helicopter shot, which normally slows things down, through Blanchimont, down to Blanchimont now, through to the end of the lap. This is... Oh, excuse me. Yes, that is the end of the lap. I keep forgetting the bus stop was changed. Press car park on the top level there, on the left-hand side of that helicopter. And that is very busy. Well, Neil Yanni, the Swiss, is chasing down this car. What's he being told from his team at the moment?
Yeah, your pace is good. Pace is good. Audi is going to beat the next lap. I will give you an update on the gap.
So they're listening to us. They've heard that the Audi's pitting on 1:41.
Yeah. It's the Audi source of their data, of course, down in pit lane. So, Ben Treluet, 1:59.
Now, is this Lena telling the 7 to come in?
Then box this lap, using that button.
Use in-lap button. That means he can take his hands off the wheel, settle down in the back, read the magazine.
Quick
the
coffee.
car brings itself in. Yeah, exactly. All good. This is very, very impressive indeed from Ben Treluet.
Neil Yanni had a poor lap that time around,
202. Traffic, though,
Traffic
Graham.
must be.
Catch it in the wrong place,
And
here.
particularly for what's a disaster for Porsche, if they catch traffic in the first sector, that's where they grab all their time. Or a chunk of it, they could grab some more in the third sector. But if they do get balked up through Rouge Radion and onto the Kemmel Straight, it's a disaster for them. It's not a tenth, it's not a half a second, it's a second and a half.
And here is the number 7, the leader. This will not get him to the end. Now, does he stay in? Does he get out? This is the second stint on these Michelin tyres. Does he now do a short stint? No, there's been no point in doing that. What you've got to do is get him out, get a new set of Michelins on the car, and then send the car to the end. Now, who are they going to put in it? That's the question. Down to 60 clicks.
Well, on rotation, it should be Marcel Fessler.
Okay. Fessler did a great job at the start of the race and looked very competitive indeed. No mirrors on that car, just the built into the edge of the front wings.
Everybody's watching this race, John.
No driver.
No driver. He stays in.
He stays in. I didn't expect this. I did not expect this. They're not going to triple these tyres, are they? Surely they can't. New drinks bottle for Treluet. They are. They're tripling the tyres. I don't see anybody coming out. Full set of fuel. Triple on the tyres.
No, double.
Double on the tyres.
Double on the tyres.
Makes perfect sense then. One splash. Then, do you put the tyres on or not?
No.
Well, I think they'll have time to if they want to.
We'll wait and see.
Because I think Porsche have got to put tyres on this car next time. I don't think Yanni can go to the end.
It's happy hunting around here for Audi, not just with their LMP cars, but the GT cars as well. Classic sports car racing track and fabulous, fabulous action throughout so far.
Well, Treluet's done a great first stint. He's got to keep that up. And he's gone out with the same tyres on. Neil Yanni coming to the end of a stint on his tyres. Remember, he pit that car, the 18 car, pitted 8 laps early on its last stint when they tried to double. Wolfgang Ulrich trying to explain the strategy there to Gerard Neveu on the left and Pierre Fillon, the shorter of the two gentlemen there.
They're less tall, I think we say, for Pierre.
There is a man, 2 men there, 3 men there, in fact, who have had a massive positive influence on endurance racing worldwide.
I absolutely agree. I'll go back
each in their own different way.
I go back to what we said earlier. We've got all sorts of sports car and GT racing worldwide. What this shows, John, these regulations show, is if you have the opportunity and you have the factories and you have the courage to give these guys an open rule book, and you have open minds, as we've seen in the way that these races are run with Eduardo Freitas, this is the kind of racing you could get in a mixed class race. And, you know, we've taken huge strides in the last couple of years. Racing at Silverstone was off the clock. This, perhaps not quite as much in terms of the wheel-to-wheel racing, in terms of the strategy we're seeing unwinding again here. Fabulous, fabulous stuff. And a perfect track for it. Perfect.
There is the second place car in GTE Pro, and the red and yellow car ahead of it is the leader.
2 seconds.
We've not seen this at any stage in the race where the Aston has been threatened like this. Alec McDowell is being caught, and he's being caught relatively quickly by
the world champion,
Jimmy Brown. You don't need to give Jimmy any assistance.
It's almost not fair, is it?
No.
It's almost not fair.
Across the line then, the stopwatch starts now. And the gap is down from 2 seconds to 1.5. And of course, I know they've got half a chance here, more than that.
Yeah, Martin Ferrari is big budget problems at the moment, by the way, for AF Corsa, because every single year they have to build a bigger trophy cabinet, and that's costing them just a huge amount. Every single place we go to, John, whether here or the other side of the world, there'll be a car, or probably 7 or 8 from AF Corsa. What a fantastic contribution they've made to GT racing.
Right. Just watch this unfolding, and we've got a moment while Jackie Hicks looks on.
It was never this good in my day, says Jackie.
It was a different form of racing in his day. It was endurance. It was a different form of endurance. It was about getting the best out of the car and not necessarily driving at 100%. Now it's driving at 100% from pit out to pit in again, each stint. Here's your conundrum. Porsche don't really have any choice now. They run Yanni's full fuel stint and the bang a set of new Michelins on, which should just about take him to the end. He'll come in round about lap 155, 156. How far into the race do you run Treluet before you bring him in and fill it up? I say you bring him in at the very moment that he can go to the end, because then you're putting less fuel in the car.
Fair enough. I agree.
And at that point, you can bang a set of tyres on it, and you've got good tyres for the longest amount of time.
Well, 14.6 seconds is the gap. We have an hour and 6 minutes still to run of this. It's not enough, is it? Like, more of this. This is great stuff. Mike Conway on pit road at the moment in the number 2 Toyota. We're looking back from Jimmy Bruni's Ferrari, but he's looking all the way forward past the traffic ahead to the rear end there of the red and yellow Aston Martin. Now we see the number 2 Toyota. Alex Wirtz is aboard the car. Down goes the door.
Yeah, Mike Conway's just got out of that, Graham. We can't remember that car having an issue, but it's sitting in 4th place, and it's 2 laps off the lead, which tells you a lot. Tells you an awful lot, and there'll be some scratching of heads at Toyota Gazoo Racing.
I'm afraid so.
We are predicting 176 on the old swingometer in terms of lap, which will be a record.
Under a second now, this gap in GTE Pro. That's not Bruni in the second car, it's the 3rd. The multicoloured lights flashing as the 51 car goes past the sister 83 GTM car, up through a Rouge Radiant onto the Kemmel Straight. And when we get the longer shot, we'll see just how narrow that gap is. As we see a P1, look how quickly this P1 car was catching there.
If we go to lap 176, this will be the record distance over 1,230 kilometres for any 6-hour race anywhere ever, unless somebody can prove me wrong.
Let's say a big hello to the guys at Nismo over in the United States at the moment, working hard to bring the next LMP1 car, the GTR LM, the Nissan, to Le Mans. In just, about 40 days' time, we'll be seeing that car run in anger for the very, very first time. Can't wait, guys. Cannot wait. And the same, too, to the Rebellion guys. Delayed start to their season with their AER-engined pair of P1 cars. If you've not made arrangements to be at Le Mans this year, best you do it soon, because the campsites and the hotels are filling up fast, and it is going to be an all-time classic.
And the all-time quickest lap round Silverstone, 13.9s and 13.6s. Rodriguez and Oliver.
Le Mans.
What did I say?
Silverstone.
Right, the all-time Le Mans records, 3.13.9, 3.13.6.
I think it's going to go.
Oliver and Rodriguez, different configuration of track, of course. That's not going to matter this year. Both of those records could potentially go. And at that point, that will be a record that will last beyond my lifetime, because the cars will not be as quick when they go back there next year.
Absolutely
I predict.
right.
If you want to see history being made
it's this
at
year.
Le Mans, go to Le Mans this year. Mistake by McDowell. McDowell, this is the battle at the head of GTE Pro. Remember, there's more than one race out here. We're waxing lyrical about the front of the field, but the GT street-based cars are having the usual fist fight as through comes Alex Wirtz. And it looks like the Aston's in tyre trouble to me, Graham.
It's getting to that stage, isn't it?
Rear tyres looking to be an issue on the V8.
Great run, though, from the 99 car. Absolutely magnificent run.
Well, and
if,
I've
you
got
go,
to say,
if at the end of the day you're going to get into a battle, you might just as well get into a battle with, well, hands down, one of the, if not the best GT driver in the world, Jimmy Bruni, double world champion, in the tow, goes to the outside.
Surely can't make that stick round the outside. Don't forget, Alex is a former touring car driver. He'll just cut over to the left here.
Nicely done.
Brilliant piece of strategy and measured driving by the two-driver team, should I say, of Bruni and Vielander.
Yeah,
you know,
no
once
weak
again,
links there. No weak links there at all.
Measured themselves. Looked like they were out of it earlier on. Looked to be nowhere. Fred McAfee, by the way, has dragged, coaxed, cajoled, and virtually carried the 92 Porsche into third place. And Kevin Estrie is in fourth in the second of the Porsches, and he's had 127 penalties, been held up, had bits of the car fall off, got nerfed off by his teammates.
Absolutely.
Porsche's come good in the race. How many times have we said that?
The only thing more they could do to Kevin Estrie by the end of this race is to nail him in a box. 30. ESM Ligier just breaks up the fun for a moment. Scott Sharp going through. But will that give Jimmy Bruni the opportunity he's looking for? He looks to his right. Is there a prototype there?
Look at the relaxation,
And
but the concentration on his face.
Going through. A master at work. And another bit of a wiggle there from Alec McDowell. He's doing a very good job here.
Yeah, I think he's struggling with grip. He's lapping.
Bruni looking on the inside this time, though.
No, not there, Jimmy Shuley. Oh, Alex was really, really fair there. Jimmy got alongside. Would have been easy to close the door. Alex didn't. He's going to try and do the over and under. Go to the outside. Oh, Jimmy, that's a bit naughty. Started to weave. But I don't think the Aston's got the grip to punch out. Oh, great shot to show the relative performance. And he's McDowell. Jimmy's having to move over. He's in the gap in the air. He's in the gap in the air as we move into the final hour. This is the battle for the lead in GTE Pro. Has McDowell got the pace down the Camel Straight? GTE Pro, he hasn't. The toy's going to be broken, and Jimmy Bruni's pulled it off with exactly an hour to go. And Jimmy Bruni hits the front when it matters. We've still got, I forgot we've still got an hour to go. I was thinking it was nearly over.
Here he's hit again. Put his nose in there.
At that point, Alec could have closed the door.
He could have done that, and Cristiano Michelotto there on the right, man responsible for building these cars for Ferrari.
Ferrari don't have a works team in GT. If they did, it would look very much like AF Corsa.
If they did, it would be painted red with those kind of stripes on, with those guys in the car. Lead gap, by the way, is down under 10 seconds now. Neil Yanni in the 159s.
I reckon, let me see, it's another 15... It's another 15 minutes for both of those guys before they can make that last stop. So tactics is going to be all important. Will Ben Treluet stay in and go to the end? Maybe we'll find out from Andre Lotterer, who's with Luis.
Well, Andre, Porsche say they've got a little trick in their back pocket, so how are you going to keep ahead?
What trick is it? I don't know. At the moment, yeah, it looks like they're catching us. We're on our double stint on the tires. They put fresh ones, I think, with Neil. Both cars still have to come in. Let's see, you know, we're still not sure about our strategy, how we're going to do the last stop, but hopefully it will be the right one and that we can stay ahead. It's a really nice fight out there, and let's see, fingers crossed.
Is the plan for Ben to stay in the car to the end?
Yes.
Thanks.
So Ben stays in. The question then becomes, do you bring him in when there's 45 minutes to go, or do you run him deeper into the race?
Well, there you go. We've got one answer to one of the important questions. There will be no driver change unless something dramatic happens here. Ben Treluet rides the curbs on his imperious way. In comes the 99 car.
This is from the lead, and...
No, but not the lead, because Bruni had already just taken it.
Excuse me, from the second place.
That's Richie Stanaway.
Stanaway has been set to stun. And that is the 83 car, which is in the AM category. I'm looking at that 57 minutes. Can the Aston do 57 minutes around here?
Quite close.
I'm not sure they can. I'm really not sure they can. How far back is Darren Turner? They need one more stop as well. All of a sudden, this looks good for Ferrari, and Porsche in as well with the 92 car. It's shown us Fernando Reis who's got into that car. I'm not sure.
No, in fairness, I'll be honest with you. Reis did such a stellar job at the start of the race. Why wouldn't it be?
There's the leader, 8.7 seconds at the head of the field for Audi Sport Team Jost as we head well inside the final hour. The two Porsches chasing down in P2. It's Pippi Durrani now at the head of the field in the 28 car. Ferrari lead Pro and Aston lead AM. I was just panicking there for a moment. I'd lost the mighty 38, Graham, but actually they've got them into 8th position. They're actually ahead of the Toyota of Sebastian Buemi. That tells you about their woes today.
It does. Buemi's made a good comeback drive through the LMP2 field after the issues for the number 1 Toyota. But Harry Tinknell now back aboard the number 38, and, well, they've got, what, a minute and 40 seconds over the second place 28 car. The 26 car, well, looks done, doesn't it?
So, 48, I reckon it's 10 more minutes, isn't it, before we see Neil Yanni in. Ben Trellier can go a wee bit further than that if he needs to. It'll be, for me, there's two key things now to talk about. We know that both of the leading cars need a stop, Graham. We presume that Neil Yanni needs a set of tyres.
Yep.
I don't think he can challenge without that.
No.
We know that Trellier will get a set of tyres because he's on a second part of a double
Correct.
stint with this one.
And it's too long to go to even risk even a part stint.
Well, how far can he go in? I mean, that would be massively demoralising. What you would get is a fantastic chase at the end. From our point of view, that would be the best thing, but I don't think that'll happen. So the question remains, when do you bring Trellier in to send him to the end? Do you bring him when the 18 comes in? Do you cover them?
You look where you are in a couple of laps' time, and frankly, if you think you've got the legs on them, you copy exactly what they do a lap or two after they've done it.
And Sebastian Tenkat, I'm indebted to you. He says the Aston can go to the end. That was their 5th stop. All have been there or thereabouts an hour. So that is the last stop then for the 99 car of Fernando Reis. As Estre and Sorensen are in the pit lane now, we await to see when the 51 comes in. In fact, it's been in and come back out again. And Reis goes back into the lead in GTE. Jimmy Bruni stayed in the 51 car. He'll take it to the end.
10 seconds longer in the pits from the AF Corsa car.
Darren Turner now into second, but has, I think, one more stop to give because they came in after half an hour. Well, whilst we're now in the last hour, let's take a break from the action live and remind you of what's happened so far here at Spa. Cast your mind back, dear viewer, to 5 hours ago when we had all 8 of the LMP1 hybrids charging down to La Source for the first time of action, first time of asking for the action. It was the 3 Porsches, 1, 2 and 3. The Audi's trying to get in amongst it, and a very good start by Alex Wirtz, getting into it early on. Once Marcel Fessler had sorted himself out, he split the Porsches up, but it was difficult to hold on to any position because those pesky Porsches are so quick in a straight line, particularly in the first part of the lap. The pace was hot on and off the track. The first major incident for Porsche coming with Nick Tandy and Kevin Estre, respectively, in the 919 Hybrid and one of the well-fancied GT cars. Estre getting a drive-through penalty for not respecting blue flags when being passed by a faster car. Nick Tandy reported everything was okay and got the 919 back to the pits. He wasn't plain sailing for the pole sitter either. Timo Bernhard had set a cracking pace at the start of the race, but a small suspension problem took that car into the pits, and then they had a drive-through 15-second stop, in fact, after Brendan Hartley took a shortcut off the track and went through a marshal's post to rejoin. Kevin Poulsen off the track in the Corvette, eventually causing the Labra car to be retired further round the lap. Timo Bernhard pushing hard. And Mark Lee pushing hard and going off the track. And then the pass for the lead. Audi number 7, Porsche number 18. Very, very good run indeed. So that's it, that's the lead done, isn't it? Of course, not at all, because the Porsche came straight back and retook the lead coming out of Radeon and down the Kemmel Straight, using the superior energy stored in the battery pack. But Ben Treluer in the 7 was not to be denied, and after one abortive attempt at the no-name left-hander before Pouon, he waited, well, just till the bottom of the hill and fine, and pulled off one of the manoeuvres of the year. Round the outside in the chicane. Amazing stuff. And that's the low downforce Audi. Really? Do we believe that?
No.
In the P2 category, Sam Bird was leading in terms of point scoring when the engine went on the G-Drive. In AM, it's Paul Dall'Anna and his team, and in Pro, it's been a battle all the way and perfectly judged by the AF51 Ferrari. Jimmy Bruni taking the lead just as we went into the last hour, as Alex McDowell fought hard but ultimately didn't have the grip in the Hanergy Aston Martin. In P2, now up inside the top 10, it's the 38 Jota car. And of course leading Ben Treluer by a decreasing margin. 50 minutes to go, Graham, and crucial pit stops coming for Porsche in a couple of laps' time.
They are, John, and that gap is not coming down anymore, because it looks to me like Neil Yanni has had some very bad luck indeed with traffic. The gap's still 5-6 seconds.
Fernando Reis has just set the fastest GT lap of the race.
Wow.
And he's back in the lead, and he's got 40 seconds.
Bruni betters it,
and Bruni just goes to a 19. Wow. So the gap is now 9.8 seconds between the Aston and the Ferrari, and they are both fueled to the end of the race. Jimmy doing a double, Fernando perhaps a bit fresher. That could count at the end, Graham.
It might, but knowing Jimmy, I suspect not.
Darren Turner has made his 5th stop. I still think there's a stop to give there, because he had that early one. Meantime, battles down the field. This is 4th and 5th in LMP2. 4th being the 47 and Nico Lapierre, and 5th. 4th being the 36 of Paul-Loup Chatin, the open-top car there, and 5th being Nico Lapierre in the 47 KCMG, the blue and chrome car in behind it. Let's have a look at how people have worked their way through the race. Green means good, red means bad. 21 positions by this 47 car, started with a 30-second penalty in the pit lane.
Yep, and is on track at the moment to finish 5th in what's been an excellent P2 battle. Jota, again, have shown the class that team most undoubtedly has. But behind there, we've had 3, 4, 5 cars battling away throughout the race, John, including the 47 car. Big fan favourite with that fantastic livery aboard the car. And Nicolas Lapierre, a second behind Paul-Loup Chatin for 4th position, which would be 3rd in the WEC points, of course, with Jota non-scoring in championship points.
Paul-Loup Chatin, one of the real success stories of this form of racing. He's come up through the junior categories and Formula Le Mans prototype challenges, it would be called in the States. and graduated to full house P2 cars. I think he was a champion, wasn't he, in
FLM? Yes, I think he was a champion in European Le Mans Series in the last year we had a competitive LMPC class, and was the newcomer of the year in ELMS.
That is first, that is second.
And that's what happens, John, when you get a clear lap for the Porsche. All of a sudden, 6 seconds becomes less than 3.
Alfred Bradley has been tweeting in for the last hour or so to @SpecUtainment and @DSC Editor to remind me, and I haven't had a chance to mention it now, just how good Ben Treluet is on worn tyres. And he says if it was him who was calling the strategy, as we see the pass, KCMG going through and taking the position, that's fourth. That has just been captured by Nico Lapierre. Good to see him back as well, by the way, and I've never seen him smile so much
it's great
on a race
to see him
weekend. He says if he was calling the strategy for the 7, he would leave Ben in as long as he could through the race and possibly leave him on the tyres till the end. I think that's an interesting one. Decent pass there by Nico. Harry Tinknell has just done the fastest LMP2 lap of the race, and here's his teammate.
Simon Jota back with us in preparation for Le Mans. Couldn't have gone better, could it?
Say again?
It couldn't have gone better so far, could it?
Well, we could have not had the jump start penalty, which was harsh. I mean, it was fair, I suppose, but a bit harsh, bearing in mind he was only about 2 inches ahead of the other guy. But there we are. I thought Harry did a stunning recovery drive from that to, and he's going against Sam Bird, who's no slouch, and we know the Ligier is quick. And then Mitch in his first sports car race just goes out and blitzes it and gave me such a good lead that when I went out, it's all just staying out of trouble, managing the gap, managing the tyres, which is really important. If you hammer those in the first few laps, then you're done for the second stint, which we've been seeing. So really happy.
Thank you.
As well he should be. Simon Dolan, a great supporter of the sport, and fantastic that, well, and in fact, without Jota, 1 or 2 drivers possibly wouldn't have been able to forward their career.
Well, there's a story there, isn't there, over the last 3, 4, 5 years with Simon Dolan and Sam Hignett at Jota coming together. The team has been a force to be reckoned with, and we've had dramas, upscale stories, downscale stories for the team, triumphs and tribulations, but there's never been a dull moment with them, and still stories to come with Jota this year.
Right, we are inside the window for the final pit stop for the leaders. Neil Yarney needs to come in first, and Ben Treluet can if he wants to. 1.7 seconds. The 51 pit stop under investigation. This is the leading car. Second place car now, of course, the Ferrari in GTE Pro.
He's closed the gap to 6.3 seconds, but that could be undone. Well, what went wrong in that pit stop, if anything?
Paul Dalla back in the 98 car. He's defending against Rui Aguas and Andrea Bertolini, who are trying to chase him down at the moment. This needs an Iron Man stint from Paul Dalla in the 98 car, but I think that he's just done
the car's fastest lap
of the race at 2:20.
That's Paul Dalla doing the car's fastest lap of the race in a car that shares with Pedro Lamy. It's Lamy in the car.
It's Lamy in the car. Thank you. Louise just telling us that in our ears. So it is Lamy. Save the best of your drivers till the last. That's perfect. So that's a sensible thing to do. Well, we are inside the last pit stop window for the leaders. Hello there, if you are just joining us. Where have you been for the last 5.25 hours? As Neil Yarney is turning up the wick in the number 18 in second place. It's down to just 0.2 of a second, but pit stops to come. It's Graham Goodwin and John Hindhoff in the booth, as we are as enwrapped in this as everyone else. And there is the lead battle coming through. 95 ahead is the Aston Martin as they go past the Aston of Marco Sorensen. Not really much they could do there, and there's a slight breathing space again for Treluet. Fastest first sector of the race by Neil Yarney, a 32.7. Porsche own the first sector. Audi, and the Le Mans spec Audi, owns the second part, and it's about even Stevens in the third. Now, Here is the pit stop. Did they have too many people over the line? Too many people and too many tyres over the line. I think there for the 51, and I think that's going to get them a drive through, and that could hand Darren Turner second place.
But does Darren have to have that last stop? This could go any which way, couldn't it? But certainly potentially gives Fernando Reis breathing room. But he can't count on that at the moment, has to push.
There was another GT Ferrari there in the fast lane, and I wonder if something just got away from the 51 crew.
Those tyres were not where they should have been.
Let's worry about that in a wee moment, because we are now with 42 minutes to go, looking at the battle at the head of the motor race.
This will be a lead change, Sean.
It's Ben Treluet on 2 stint old tyres, trying to hold off a very fast Porsche of Neil Yanni. It won't happen here. But Treluet drops in behind, needs to keep that Porsche in sight. That was all done on the hybrid energy. We've seen the Porsche do that, but the Porsche's going to be held up here, and there's half a chance for Ben Treluet. Clicks to the right-hand side. Oh, I think the extra grip on that Porsche is beginning to tell. Time to pit. You've got to pull the Audi in now. Pull the Audi in now and give yourself the best chance with new tyres to the end of the race. You can't leave him out there. He's just going to lose time. The Porsche is due in next lap or the one after, by my reckoning. Let's have a listen. Is Ben Treluet getting the box instruction?
The Porsche will pit in 4 laps. The Porsche will pit in 4 laps. We see what they do.
Oh, that's exactly what they're going to do. They're gonna basically try to stay in the wheel tracks here, copy what the Porsche does.
That's very interesting. Very, very
interesting. They are
interesting.
considering leaving the tyres on this car, John.
They can't. 30 seconds in 30 minutes. He can make up more than a second, you know, more than a second a minute. As in comes... Now, that looked to me as though Harry Tingle was coming in the pits. It was indeed.
It was indeed.
But he's
got
a plenty big lead.
Final stop for the Toyota car, second place car on pit road as well in the LMP2 class. Pipo Derani bringing in the surviving G-Drive car. Magnificent stuff from these cars. A very happy hunting ground for sports car racing. It's a driver change down at Jota. Is that, I'm guessing that's going to be Mitch getting back in. What a great introduction to sports car racing he had.
Yeah.
See again the replay of the pass for the lead with 41 minutes remaining, with 2 minutes further down the road now.
And Mitch will be on Midweek Motorsport on Radio Le Mans on Wednesday. I'm going to go and sit with him for some of his reflections as part of another exclusive that we have from Jota on Wednesday evening, 8 o'clock UK time on RadioLeMans.com. Well, I'm a bit perplexed, if I'm honest, because I would have liked to have seen Audi take the initiative rather than wait to see what Porsche do.
Well, what have they got up their sleeve?
The issue is, if Yanni gets the hammer down and starts pulling out a second or a second and a half a lap, very quickly your options become limited. And it's already 2.5 seconds, the gap. And they cannot, absolutely cannot be considering not putting Ben on a new set of tyres till the end of the race. And the answer is, from now till the end of the race is not even a full stint. So you don't have to fully fill the car. The car's still got diesel in it, so you get a bit of a shorter fill. You're leaving Ben in. How quick can you change your tyres? That's what it comes down to. And here's the Porsche in, and in a little bit earlier than Audi thought.
Okay. Yeah, I need something to drink. We will give you some drink in the pit stop. We can't fix the system in the car.
Oh, Neil Yarny's drink system is broken in the car. He'll have to get something given to him manually. Now, tyres, no tyres. That is going to be the big question for this one. They've refilled his bottle. That looks like no tyres to me, Graham. There are no tyres there. Louise is down at the pit stop. Any tyres?
Definitely no tyres around. Nope.
Wow. So that was the thing that they had in their pocket. They are going to risk an extra 37 minutes on that same set of tyres.
What do you do now if you're
If Audi had pitted and banged a new set of tyres on, you would have had the advantage of 2 laps already of tyres that were faster.
Car 51, black and white flag for abusing the track limits again.
Oh, and that is before they've had the investigation on their pit stops.
This is a battle for third in GT Pro. This is Richard Lietz, who's had a brilliant race in a car that's been off the pace for most of the afternoon. All over the back now of Darren Turner. 97 against 92. So, Aston Martin Ferrari battle at the lead of the race. It's Aston Martin Porsche battle for third position.
So Trellier has got 44 seconds of a lead over Neil Yanni. He doesn't have to stop for a wee while yet, but are we gambling on a 2.5 stint set of tyres with Ben that Neil Yanni can't pull that back? He's got to do a splash. It'll be a timed stop. Audi have got to do a splash, and they can do it any time now. Any time now. And you've got to be confident that you're not going to get that lead knocked out to leave him out there. You take into account, I absolutely accept that Eduardo Freitas is not probably going to throw a safety car unless there's something massive.
Yeah, well, so far, John, we've had almost 5.5 hours, with the exception of a couple of corners under wave yellows, all green.
Well, I'm nonplussed at this from Audi, but I refuse to second-guess Lena Gade.
That's a dangerous game to play.
No,
isn't it?
I won't do it. First of all, I don't have all the information that she has. Second of all, she's won Le Mans several times.
Yep.
I've been to Le Mans several times.
Yeah, fair enough.
But it's not the same.
Not quite,
No. Keith has just tweeted at Specutainment DSC editor. WEC shows you don't need any tricks to have great racing. I've just burned my pizza watching this race as I forgot about it.
Oh dear.
This is a battle for position and for the final step on the podium. Darren Turner, I think, still owes us a pit stop. They can't have made that much fuel. Remember, they came in after half an hour. Well, let's have your tweets. Have Audi and Lena played this right, wrong or indifferent as the Porsche goes through into third? Richard Lietz then saw Aston, Ferrari, Porsche in the top 3 in GTE Pro, Aston, Ferrari in GTE Am, and Pedro Lamy managing to hold his lead for the lead of that category. Let's go down to Louise, who is in the Audi pit at the moment. Louise, what's the atmosphere like down there? It's 40 seconds at the head of the field. Ben's still got one more pit stop to make. What's the mood like?
Well, I have to say, Andre's just come from the pit wall over to the garage, and he's having big talks with Tom Christensen. He's putting his hands in the air. He's giving it, looks like no hope is the signal I'm getting from them.
Really? All right, give me a shout if you get to them. Thanks, Louise. Louise Beckett down there in the pits, and great to be able to get Louise a bit of extra information out of Louise that she normally would have fed through our ears, but this year being able to put her on the air without her going in vision on camera, and thanks to the tech guys for giving us that option. We should thank all of our cameramen and tech ops, by the way. Brilliant stuff again. Well, what is Neil Yanni being told by his race engineer?
Kenny, the gap is currently 46 seconds, 46. They will beat in 6 laps and target to be in front after the stop is 34 seconds, 34.
So they're expecting Audi to put tyres on, and they're expecting to be 34 seconds ahead.
He needs to find 12 seconds in 6 laps.
Yeah, exactly.
At the moment, he's not doing that, John. Bit of bad luck with traffic is holding him up. He's not making those inroads.
Completely split on Twitter. Scott Christenbury, from my view, Audi Sports playing it wrong, but Lena might know something we don't. Samuel Stockwell can't bet against Leader and Audi, but it's difficult to bet against Porsche. Not sure what's going to burn me out first. Thinking about the strategy or the heat from the excitement, says Patrick Poloni. So split at the moment. By the way, the Aston Martin, I've just checked back, stopped 40 minutes ago, so it will need one more splash. As in fact, Darren Turner has just been in and has come back out again. He's dropped down the order now. Sorry, I looked away from the timing screen for a nanosecond, and that happened. So Treluar's last lap at 2 minutes, 0.1. Yanni's lap at 2:02.1. And the swingometer of this race,
and it's a slow middle sector again from Yanni,
goes back towards Audi.
But every time I've seen it, John, it's been traffic.
Yeah.
Traffic is hurting the Porsche here. So 2:03 this time from Yanni.
And the problem with Yanni is he can't afford on those old tyres to go offline. Nope. He'll get pick up on them, and that'll exacerbate his pace problems. Here he is, and he's caught traffic again.
Right
just
where he doesn't need
Rivage has to go offline, and look at the rubbish offline. It's not as bad as some of the Formula races, but you can see there's debris. It's a bit of a wider groove down the Camel Straight. Half an hour to go, Graham. Where's your money?
Audi.
Well, Silverstone was the opening race of the 2015 FIA World Endurance season, and we had a barnstormer, front to back, top to bottom, left to right.
Well, to give you an idea of what difference that traffic actually makes to Yanni, he was delayed just for a moment up at the place of the track where he's quickest through Eros Radion and onto the Kemmel Straight. That cost him, what, about 2 seconds, John, in the first sector. That car perfectly capable of mid-32s, and it's almost a 35. And I'm beginning to wonder whether or not he's in big trouble here.
It's all down to the last pit stop. Audi may have gambled that Porsche can't make those tyres last. Remember when they tried to do it last time on this car, they came in 8 laps early. And there's no way that Porsche can go without going the full second stint on those tyres. Well, let's go and hear what the instructions to Ben Treluar are now from Lena.
Big front block, turn right. Copy, we'll look into it then.
Big problem, I heard.
Was that a lock-up?
A lock-up on the front right. But I mean, I don't know what he expects Lena to do with that.
More drama.
2:01.9 last time from Treluar, 2:01.9.
Same that time, to the 1,000th last
2:01.975 equal between the two cars, but a 6 km/h top speed difference between the Porsche and the Audi.
When I looked at that top speed through the speed trap about 10 minutes ago, the Porsche cleared that speed trap at 311.
Yeah.
It's 10 kilometers an hour down on what it was doing 10, 15 minutes ago.
Yeah. So everybody struggling in the last part of the race. So is this going to be who is less bad at the end of the race rather than who is most good? Let's go back to Audi. We can eavesdrop on their team radio.
Copy, Ben. You're doing a good job out there. Gap is 50 seconds. 50 seconds, 4 laps remain.
Yeah, so they're running him till the end of this fuel stint. 164, 165 when he comes in. It's going to leave him about 20 minutes to go now. That's 10 laps. An extra 10 laps. That's 2 stints and 10 laps on the tyres if they don't change them. They can't change them. They'll lose track position.
It's too late to make it up, isn't it?
Then that's the problem. If you were going to change tyres, you had to do it at 45 minutes to give him the opportunity to get the best out the tyres and make back the time. Also, well, I suppose they'll put a timed stop in, but you could have filled it to the brim at 45 and known exactly where you were. Now you've got to do a timed stop and hope you get enough fuel in, which means you'll actually put a bit more in.
Absolutely.
And that extra second or two might be the difference.
Well, if I was playing sports car poker, the last people I'd want to do it with were the likes of Lena Gade and the Audi Sport guys and girls, because time and time again they've shown that their strategic analysis seconds are none.
Jonathan Cassell says, I'm going Audi for the win. I've missed 2 parcel deliveries today watching the race. Thankfully, the girlfriend is cooking dinner.
Yeah, the sad thing about that is he's a postman.
You may be right. Johnny Morlam is still tuned in. Hi, Jay Moore. He said it's the first time in a long time he's had the opportunity to watch one of these as an outsider, and sports car racing looks really tasty right now. Can't disagree with that, Jay Moore.
Absolutely.
Here is the new battle, or at least the leader, with Jimmy Bruni now in second place, still under a cloud. That's Timo Bernhard who's come in. Don't panic, that's the 3rd place car. Porsche looking 1-3 at the moment.
Now remember, whether or not we hear anything around issues to do with investigation for Jimmy Bruni, he's still going to pass that Aston Martin. 2.5 seconds is the gap now in GTE Pro, 99 to the 51. Ricard Leitz through now in 3rd position, a further 25, 26, 27 seconds back.
The gamble now at the head of the field is who's the best on bad tyres. Neil Yanni on the Porsche or Ben Treluet on the Audi. And at that point, even though the Audi's on older tyres, I think Treluet has track position, but the worrying thing for me is he's still got to make that one stop. If anything goes wrong in that stop...
Well, the interesting thing as well, John, is how these cars generate their pace. With the Audi, it's all about the grip.
Mid-corner grip. Mid-corner grip.
With the Porsche, it's about the traction and to actually get the straight line speed. So we're going to learn a lot here in the next 25 minutes.
Neil Yanni that time didn't even crack 300 clicks through the speed trap. This is all getting very close together in terms of what's happening on the stats. The top speeds are the same. The lap times are within tenths of each other. So the 50-second gap is not changing. And every lap, every minute that Yanni does not take time out at Treluet is great news for Lena Gade and the rest of the Audi number 7 crew.
Absolutely.
This is the battle in Pro. By the way, Mitch Evans is bringing the Gibson, the Jota Gibson home.
One of the debut runs
of ever.
Fabulous stuff.
It's Pepe Tirani in 2nd place and Ollie Webb for Morgan in 3rd.
Stay out, Ben, stay out.
Fuel alarm.
Right, one more lap. So that was fuel alarm. Depends where that happens. He'll get the one more lap. It's going to be won and lost on this final pit stop, and Louise Beckett is down at Audi. Feel the tension, Lou?
I certainly am. I was going to call it that no tyres, but tyre guns are in the hands of the mechanics.
Wow. Well.
When the car comes in, we will hand down to Louise, and she can do the old-fashioned radio call of that as we watch it together, because I'm not sure I can take this kind of excitement. I have got goosebumps, Graham.
It's brilliant.
I really have.
Brilliant again. Thank you for this rule set. Just magnificent. You don't have to be a sports car enthusiast to love this anymore. You just have to be a motorsport fan.
Here's the call coming surely now for Treluet. Here's Lena Gade.
Ben, box this lap. Use in-lap button, fuel only.
Well, I heard fuel only there. Louise Beckett is down in the Audi pit. Are those fuel guns, are those wheel guns rather, Lou, still in hand?
I can't see now. It's typical, isn't it? No, they're not. No, they're not. Just fuel.
Wow. So this is decision making on. They might be trying to psych out Porsche, but Neil Yarny has not pulled much more than a second back on this lead in the last 4 or 5 laps, Graham.
Well, several things we've not had in this race, John. We've not had any kind of full course yellow. We've not had any rain. We've not had a safety car, and we've not had a single puncture. Not one.
Why did you have to say that, Goodwin? 6 hours of racing, or at least 4 hours and 40 minutes.
Here he comes.
Into the pit lane. It comes down to this. The leader is in the pit lane. The gap is 50 seconds. We have 20 minutes left, and Louise Beckett is standing at Audi. They are going to lose the lead, whatever happens. It's a question of how much fuel they need and how, if, should they take tyres. Louise, the car and the leader is with you.
Yes, it's in. The tyres are out ready, but I can't call it. I cannot call it. No, they're going.
Not going to lose the lead, John.
Here's the fuel. It'll be a short fill, of course. They only have 21 minutes to go. Thanks, Lou. It's up. It's on the floor. It didn't have to get lifted up, of course. And as we look back, because of the short fueling, the Porsche is only just coming out of the final corner now, and they will not lose the lead. They've held on to track position 42 seconds. They've turned the car around on a timed diesel-only stop, and there is the pictorial evidence that the dice has now been cast. And the question is now, has Trellier got the life in the tyres to hold on to what will be a reduced lead? It's going to be something around about, what, 17, 18 seconds, Graham, or maybe a bit more than that?
Well, we'll keep an eye on it. I think it was certainly the length of the Kemmel Straight, John. It's
and he's a development.
Seconds. 13 seconds is the gap.
Right, OK. So it's less than I thought it would be. Ollie Jarvis is in. Oh, and there's a Proton. It's the Proton Porsche off on the side of the road, exiting Lecombe. And Ollie Jarvis comes to play and is about to unlap himself from the second place car. This is massively, massively significant.
Ollie, that Porsche in front of you is in a battle for the lead with the sister car.
So basically, Ollie, get in front of it and don't let him past you.
Or Ollie, stick right with him and make him worry about you and not the car ahead.
Well, yes.
Just be there.
Well, we've seen as the sun begins to go down behind the trees, we have seen down the years at Le Mans, cars that are many laps down, trying to play the game. And it's not something I enjoy, if I'm honest.
Should I overtake it if I can?
Yes, overtake him.
Well, fair play to Ollie for asking the question. Ollie Jarvis says, shall I overtake him? If I can, the answer yes, overtake him. Well, Graham, what's your thought on that?
Why not? It's a motor race. I'm terribly sorry, he's in a battle for the lead, that's fine. But if the car ahead is slower, you've got to go by.
Audi number 8 is behind you, but they are not fighting for position.
And, what would you do if you were Neil Yarny now? I think I'd let him by. I think I'd let him go. Just let him not be a factor, John.
Let him go so long as he doesn't hold you up. It's a tough one, isn't it? I don't like to see a car that's 6 laps down getting involved in a battle, if I'm honest.
I don't think he's involved in the battle. He's asked, can he go by the car? He'll just go by the car. Here he goes. This is where we've been down.
If he goes by and drives away from him, I have no issue at all.
Absolutely.
If he plays silly games and tries to slow him up, then I do have an issue.
I don't see that. I don't see that happening. I don't think that's going to battle. Trellier, by the way, is pulling away from Yarny. Gap now up to 14 seconds. 12.6, remember, after the first sector at pace.
Well, I doff my cap once again to the tactical nous of Audi, and why did I even doubt it in the first place for a picosecond. Time and again we've seen Audi with inferior equipment pull out the most amazing wins on strategy, on reliability, on basic teamwork. More often than not at Le Mans, in fairness, but all of a sudden they have, in this new iteration of R18 e-tron Quattro, a weapon that they can compete with on a more level playing field. There is Jimmy Bruni,
2 seconds.
Still waiting to find out what's going to happen with his pit stop infraction.
1.3 now the gap.
And there is the yellow and red car. Jimmy Bruni, target acquired. It looks like he's driving down to the supermarket, doesn't it?
He probably does drive. Well, I've been around the Nürburgring with Nordschleife with Jimmy Bruni. He does drive to the supermarket like that. 14 seconds, the gap now. Ben Treluet pulls out more tenths from the chasing Porsche.
Okay, we know what's happening at the front of the field. In GTM, Paul Dalla is not in the car, is he? Although it says that on the timing screen.
It's Pedro
Lamy in the 98 car. Rui Aguas is trying to chase him down, but he's just on the back of the lead lap. He's a minute and 37 seconds behind, and then it's Bertolini further back than that. In GTE Pro, it's Fernando Reis from Jimmy Bruni by 1.2 seconds, and that is your leader in LMP2. Mitch Evans bringing it home, but Pippo Durrani is going to get the max points because the 9038 Gibson is not registered for a full season. That's an ALMS car.
Nicola Lapierre, though, is catching the third-placed
yes,
Ollie
he
Webb,
is. Good
Sard,
spot.
Morand, Morgan. So that one's still up and up for the Cup at the end of this one, with 15 minutes and 29 seconds remaining. There are significant positions up for grabs here in a number of classes, and that includes the overall lead.
What a turnaround in fortunes. There is Pippo Durrani. Luis Felipe, to give him his Sunday name. Pipe. What a turnaround in fortunes for Audi. Couldn't buy themselves a win other than at Le Mans last year. Didn't have the pace in the straight line. Didn't have the... weren't allowed the longevity that their diesel engine would give them. That, by the way, was the other G-Drive car.
Sam Bird from the 26 car, thumbs down. Bit of a wave there from Gustavo Jackerman in the 28 car. So contrasting emotions there for the two. Here is your race leader.
The sun shining on the righteous, dare we say, as they came down the Kemmel Straight.
But all of a sudden, Neil Yanni is finding pace again. Under 2 minutes again. Took a second out, down to 13 seconds now the gap. This is not dead yet.
Well, somewhere we've got to see Treluet hit the same bunches of traffic that Yanni has been hitting.
He's taken another second out of him in the first sector of that lap with a clear run down the Kemmel Straight.
Right.
12.3.
That's the Marshall's campsite there on the run down to Rivage. And this is Jimmy Bruni up the inside of another Aston Martin. That's
97.
the 96 car, Graham.
Oh dear, it's been the wars, the 96.
And that was not a smart move by Jimmy Bruni when you're chasing for the lead of the race. Here comes the Porsche as well. Is that Nick Tandy? Yes, it is, in the 19.
But the 99 car is catching the assist of 71 here, I think. It is.
So we've got two Astons and two Porsches, two Astons and two Ferraris battling with team cars in the mix.
Glad you stayed in and watched this one, but you are.
Unbelievable.
13.5 minutes remain. The gap, 12.5 seconds.
Let me make this point before something else makes us start shouting at our television pictures here in the booth at Spa.
51, 1 minute stop go.
Didn't
it's
get
all
me
over
point
51.
out,
You didn't get your points out. It's all over in terms of the battle for Jimmy Bruni. It's a 1 minute stop-go penalty for car 51.
And that's safety. That's, you know, it's going to happen. That's going to put Porsche...
It's going to put them off the podium.
It's going to put Porsche into second place and
third.
Porsche into third place from
How
nowhere.
have they done that?
nowhere.
How have they done that?
I think there's a certain sense of resignation. Did they take two sets of tyres out for the car?
I'm not sure. I think the tyres were where they shouldn't have been. I think they may well have been in a live lane, John.
Yeah. Let me make a point about Audi. A number of people pointing out that last year Audi were not there. They made a decision early in the season. If you go back and listen to the audio archive on radiolemans.com, we did a meet the team with Audi at Ricard, and none less than Wolfgang Ulrich told me that the decision was made early last year to start work on this year's car, and that the aero would be the driving force behind us. This is Jimmy Bruni making a point.
Let him go.
And Fernando Reis being very sensible and doing what an Audi driver didn't do at Monza a few years ago. And that cost them dearly. But Audi, having made the decision to let the aero drive this car, found out, I think, that they had a decent chassis that they hadn't realised, that their engine and hybrid situation wasn't as bad. And there it is. There's the brilliant piece of finding of the tape. An errant wheel as the Porsche came in, and that is the stop. And you saw how he threw that back, he knew. And in a crowded pit lane, Graham.
Punished.
It's got to be, I'm afraid. It's sad that it will affect the race as much as it has, but you can't be allowed to get away with that.
Looks as if we got trouble of a terminal nature, by the way, for the 55 Ferrari. That seems to be listed on timing and scoring as out of the race in the pits.
Distance record will be smashed here. We thought it was going to be over 170 laps, and it's going to easily be that now. They're already on that.
Under 11 minutes, John. The gap, 12.4 seconds. 171 laps at the end of this one. The 18 car up through a Rouge. Beautiful light. But as he does that, through Les Combes goes the leader.
If we get to 176, that will be 1,232.6 kilometres, which is a distance record for any 6-hour race anywhere ever.
Wow.
On cars, remember, that as opposed to probably 5 or 6 years ago, are using about half the amount of fuel a lap as they were on smaller tyres, on lower downforce, etc., etc. Repeat ad infinitum on that one. That is racing improving the breed.
Now, Jimmy Bruni will need to take that penalty pretty soon. The lead gap now under 12 seconds, under 10 minutes to go, though. The 18 car, though, brought in trouble again, this time by two P2 cars.
Meantime, Felipe Albuquerque has compounded the nightmare day of Toyota by going past Alex Wurz. Now, it won't matter for points, but it's fourth position that's gone a begging there. And Ben Treluet heading towards a victory here, is he? It was down to 11 seconds for a moment, but now back up to 14.
That's
another middle sector that has not played into the hands of Yanni.
No, that was the two P2 cars ahead of him. Nothing he could do there. Went past them in a pretty robust fashion. But it cost him dearly. Just a couple of corners. Still has Ollie Jarvis, by the way, right in his wheel tracks. 9 minutes remaining. The gap, 13.4.
It's the 71 car sitting in the wheel tracks of the leader at the moment, isn't it? Here it is again. This is why there's a 1 minute penalty for Jimmy Bruni.
That red line is a you shall not pass, I'm afraid.
And watch the reaction here. I think they knew. I think they knew.
And usually utterly faultless, the AF Corsa team.
And the drivers, of course. Well, do you know what? Once in a while, the drivers have got to give the pit crew one, because the pit crew prepare cars, fix cars, stay up overnight. Drivers have done everything today, Wielander and Jimmy Bruni, and they will be, I'm sure, the first ones to go to that pit crew and say, all right, lads, we'll get them next time.
I think
They're
so.
still going to get good points, Graham.
Here goes Ollie Jarvis looking for a way by the 18 car.
I think Jimmy's been told to stay out while that's been argued, because you'd bring him in as quick as you could normally and then have him charged to
with
bring it
1
back.
minute. 1 minute is the end of their race, effectively. What he doesn't want to do is to argue it to the point where they're disqualified from the results.
Yeah, 3 laps normally you have to take a stop-go. Now, this is a interesting development again, as here comes the 8 car of Ollie Jarvis and Neil Yanni.
Running out of time, John.
Running out of tyres. Oh, you could hear the spin there, the wheel spin, as Yanni had to short shift in the number 18 car down towards Blanchemont. It's still quick though. Treluet has done a cracking job.
What drama of the next 7 minutes going to dole out, John? How many times in the last moments of a 6-hour race have we had something thrown to us by the sports car racing gods?
Jason Ford has just tweeted, 10 minutes to go. Lap record smashed. Distance record smashed. Brilliant. WEC can't wait for the Le Mans 24. Hashtag this is what we do.
Slower lap time that time around from the leader, 2:03 against a 2:01 for Neil Yanni. It's still 12 seconds though, and running out of time. 6.5 minutes remain on the clock.
It's all down to traffic, and a number of people tweeting in who are obviously here at the circuit saying this is all about the traffic and where Yanni has hit it. And that's the gamble that you take, of course. Clearly that Porsche is a force of nature. But this will be 2 in a row for the 7 crew.
It will.
Start the season off.
Cracking lead for them with the FIWEC 2015.
Non-finish for the 17. This is the first time they've converted one of their last 3 pole positions into a finish, never mind a points finish.
And a podium finish.
Yeah. Well, let's just wrap up the other classes where Pedro Lamy, Paul Dalla are secure there. From Rui Aguas in the 83 Ferrari, so 98 Aston, 83 Ferrari, 72 Ferrari, Andrea Bertolini. Porsche, which looked good there, has dropped back. And Klaus Bachler in the 88 Proton car ahead of Pat Long in the 77. They're going to be off the podium. In GT Pro, it's 6 seconds between Bruni and Fernando Reis, but Bruni's got a 1 minute stop. And I can't imagine it's going to be very long before we see a black flag for that car and they stop scoring it. And in fact, no, Bruni's in the pit lane now. Bruni in the pit lane now. The 9 car still porpoising down the...
Horribly.
That's not right, is it? That's an imbalance. Is that the car that blew out its window as well, the 9 car? Yeah. This 1 minute's going to feel like an hour to Jimmy Bruni. And for his pit mechanic who they've sent down there. Do you think they sent the guy who...
It's the guy who was on the rear right.
Yeah. Sorry, mate. So that is the man who will benefit. I've got to say, Rees and Alex McDowell have done a cracking job.
Gap is coming down, John. 10 seconds now, 4 minutes though only remaining. 2 minutes, 0.6 for Neil Yanni, 2:02.4 for Ben Treluet, and we're still waiting for that car to go from the penalty box.
Yeah. But it's been, all right, it's been decided by that, Graham, but Fernando Reis and Alex McDowell and was Richie Stanaway in that car as well?
He was.
Yeah.
Off the podium now, Bruni.
Porsche second and third there. That's the big shocker, isn't it?
Staggering. You'd never...
They've had a nightmare, dear.
Absolute nightmare.
The only thing, the only thing that hasn't hit them is the safety car. So 3 minutes, Graham, 173. We're not, I don't think we're going to get to 176. We'll get to 175.
.3 seconds. Oh, the car off, it's an Audi. It's the 8.
No, it's the 8 car that's gone off Ollie Jarvis in his pursuit of the Porsche. He was trying to put pressure on. Lock up. Engine's gone.
Now that was very odd.
It's again. It's the engine cutting out and not giving any engine braking and then going straight on. Watch these guys. Is that our car? No, it's not, thank goodness. That's, you know, that's... How bizarre. Ollie Jarvis just locks up. Did Gianni brake
very
test him?
wrong
I don't
there,
think
wasn't
he
it?
did. Now, how does that car get out?
I think it could be double yellows to the flag.
Well, there's an irony there, isn't there, if it brought out a full course caution.
2 minutes remaining. The gap is almost 11 seconds. Another slower lap for Neil Yarni than Ben Trellier.
I'm reminded by Phil Brown that if we go to the end of this, we will have had 12 hours of racing with 8 minutes of full course caution and not seen a safety car on the track this season.
Nope.
There's Ollie Jarvis. The engine's running now. I don't think he's coming out of that. Hello to Max Chilton, who is tuned in, getting ready for his sports car debut at Le Mans with the Nissan project. I know that plenty of people are there at Nissan US HQ who have been watching and tuned in on Fox Sports 1. Hello to Fox in Australia, Motors TV in Europe, and all of our syndicated TV partners. Hope you've enjoyed the last 5 hours and 59 minutes, because the season has only just started. 12 hours of 66 hours of racing in the FIA World Endurance Championship is almost done as we come round to the start of the final lap for the leader, Ben Trellier. Oh, last lap has not come out. So it will be 176 laps. It is the final lap. So we can go back to say that the distance record is now going to be 1,232.6 kilometres, the longest distance achieved in a 6-hour race anywhere ever.
What a tribute to what these teams have done.
Absolutely agree. And the pace of this, I'm going to have to crunch some numbers after this.
28 car looked to be in trouble there, John. 28 car seemed to have smoke coming from...
And that's the Pepe Durrani car. That's the car that leads, effectively, the WEC runners. And he's only got a minute, you know. I'm going to have to crunch some numbers, but this circuit is the scene of the fastest average race ever. And it was a sports car race on a circuit like this.
917?
Yeah, absolutely right. I think it was the 70 or the 71 season, but I'm going to have to go back and look for that. He's going to get it.
Oh, no, it's not. It's the 26. It's 26 has come back out. It's the 26 car.
Wow, Roman Rusinov
looking for points.
To hell with the fact that I've only got one bank of cylinders on the Nissan motor. I'm breaking it round.
Lifting the Audi.
If we could keep this kind of pace up at Le Mans, we'll do over 400 laps at Le Mans this year.
Unreal. Unreal.
The second round of the FIA World Endurance Championship started in sunshine in front of a huge crowd at Spa-Francorchamps. And it's been a tactical, but also a battle of speed and reliability, of bravery and of pace from Audi.
Go to mode 12 after start finish. Mode 12 start finish.
The fireworks were in the race as well as at the race end, as it's 2 for 2. 2 for 2 for Audi crew number 7.
Please drink all the water. Drink all the water in the bottle, okay? We don't need you being under. Drink all the water.
That's an interesting one. He can't be underweight. Drink all the water in the bottle. 1,232.6 kilometres, a new distance record. No full course caution, no safety car. We've had 8 minutes of full course caution in the first 12 hours of the season, and Porsche come home in second. That is more than a 200 kilometre per hour race average, I'm told. We need to go and look at some history for that. But by the time we do Midweek Motorsport on Wednesday on RadioLeMans.com, we'll have the answer for you there. That is just remarkable.
Pedro Lamy is brought home now the number 98 GTM winning Aston Martin. Here comes the car for the double for Aston Martin Racing. The 99 car brings it home. Fernando Reis, Richie Stanaway there, and Alec McDowell. And still to come home, the LMP2 winning car. Another fantastic run here at Spa.
They've made it their own.
Toyota Sport, it's staggering. The record that team has got here is staggering. And Mitch Evans, in his first ever sports car race.
The debut of debuts. I mean, that was remarkable, and he got to bring it home as well.
And the WEC race debut, by the way, of the Gibson chassis, the upgraded chassis. He's going to be almost the last man home here.
And congratulations to the two Porsches in GT Pro, Ricard Leeds and Sven Muller. Sven Muller making his debut as well, of
Absolutely,
course.
another debutant.
Here is one of the few men still to see the checkered flag.
And how good will that feel to Mitch Evans? Yeah, I quite like this sports car lock.
Breathe it in, son. Take it all in. Another win at Spa in front of the World Championship teams for the ELMS Championship contenders.
Yeah.
The moment when 1,232.6 kilometres were completed. Ben Treluet, 2 stints plus 10 laps on the tyres. 176 laps completed.
That's a tribute to Michelin.
Absolutely. And Talina Gade, once again, she made the right call. They waited to see what Porsche did. It was in some ways perhaps conservative, but they clearly knew what they had left in that car. Timo Bernhard is on the podium with Stefan Belloff's helmet colours. The man who set the qualifying record here, blitzed the old qualifying record. Porsche have something to take away in a point for pole position for the 17 car. And at least the 17 car this time, having sat on pole for the last 3 WEC races, has got to the end and scored some points.
And
it's not the worst. It's not the worst result for Porsche, because the 18 car is the car that was in the battle at Silverstone.
Absolutely. So it's car 7 reported to the... What's this? The leading car, the winning car. Oh, it's come back down the pit straight, John. That's why.
He's done the whole lap.
No, the instruction is to go down pit lane, not pit straight. The wrong way.
Well, no, he's going the right way at the moment.
Oh, has he
so
done the
now
whole lap?
He's done a whole lap. And now whether that was the issue, I don't know. And Louise, there's more confusion down in Parc Fermé.
Yeah, the number 18's gone into the P1 spot. So, yes, I got confused for a moment, but no, it's still 7 as the winner.
Excellent. Thank you, Lou. We'll get some reaction from the winners in a moment. Ben Treluet, very happy. Toyota will not be. A word about that after we've heard Ben. Oh, very good.
Fair enough.
I like, that's genuine. Hey, we've won the race again. And you know what? He won that race. He won that race. Everybody else contributes, but he won that race.
Option being offered on Twitter as we watch Ben Treluet bring the car into its position at the end of pit lane, that perhaps the new Royal Princess, born today, of course, might be named Lena.
That is a distance record that will stand for a very, very long time. And you'll be able to say you were here, or you were watching, or you were listening around the world.
Thanks, guys, thanks. What a race. Very good strategy. Really good setup. Amazing, amazing.
Another race, John, won by a handful of seconds. 13.4 seconds at the flag was the gap.
What was the gap at Silverstone?
Another Toyota was 14 seconds back in third.
Yeah, exactly. So we haven't had a minute in first to second in the first 12 hours of racing.
Great stuff.
Treluet then takes the victory, along with his teammates, of course.
One on the track, John, by Ben Treluet, Andre Lotterer and Marcel Fessler. One on the wall by Lena Gade. Fabulous stuff from Lena there, again.
Never second guess the Gade. I apologise to Lena for even suggesting that perhaps that might have been wrong. Louise Beckett is down there to speak to Ben Trellier, who did marvellous work on 2 stint-old tyres, 2 stint-old and 10-lap-old tyres under the most extreme pressure.
It's all right. Ben, it was questioned, tactics were questioned, but they paid off. Superb performance from all of you.
So it was an amazing race again. We had a really good fight with Porsche. The team did a great job. Honestly, I was a bit stressed when I took the car because I did only 3 laps on the dry. I didn't even pass one time the Eau Rouge flat out, so it was really tough. Then the car was really good to drive. I had a lot of fun, like in Silverstone. My mates drove really well. I mean, we did a good job again. Porsche did a good job too. It was a nice fight. It's great for the championship. We love it.
Well done.
Well, there was the moment that the distance record went. It's 2 for 2 for the 7 team. And Graham, you've got to say this sets up an amazing run to Le Mans that Audi haven't had for quite some years.
Well, yeah, they're going in with a winning record after we've had the Toyota blitzing 6-hour races for years.
Round 2 of the FIA World Endurance Championship takes the traditional pre-Le Mans jaunt to the Ardennes and Spa-Francorchamps. 7 kilometres, 4 miles around, and with extra cars from Audi and Porsche, it was a fuller than usual grid at the front of the field as the high-performance hybrids charged off to La Source for the first lap scramble. Porsche's first, second and third in qualifying, and they were clearly the cars to beat on top speed. The Toyotas got in amongst them early, as did Marcel Fessler in the 7 Audi. But those pesky Porsches just had the power and kept dragging back. The extra Porsche was the 19, and Nick Tandy came into contact with Kevin Estre, one of his GT teammates early on. This cost Kevin Estre a stop-and-go penalty, but amazingly that car would recover to be on the GT podium. Whilst that was the start of Porsche's problems, the pole car had to come in for a suspension issue, the 17 car back in the box. In P2, the mighty 38 of Jota and Gibson were the class of the field all day, guesting from the ELMS Championship. And as hard as the Porsches pushed, going off the track, they found it difficult to keep the Audis back. The new configuration at the front of the Audi giving them extra speed that they simply didn't have in a straight line at Silverstone. The 7 car making that pass into La Source to take the lead. But the additional hybrid energy released by the Porsche allowed them to drag back their harvest under acceleration as well as braking, and the Kemmel Straight was happy hunting ground for the Porsches. But Ben Trellier was not to be denied, looking down the inside at the left-hander before Pouon, and then through Fine, pulling off one of the manoeuvres of the season. It may be low drag, but it's still got plenty of aero grip. The new Audi going round the outside and retaking the lead. It was then a question of managing the car to the end of the race and trying to keep the power of the Porsche behind them. The extra energy again from the battery pack, pulling the 18 through and up into 3rd place, 2nd place on the road. However, all was calm. All was calm in the Audi pits as the final pit stops approached. It became a battle of will on the pit wall. Jimmy Bruni had a win in GTE Pro taken away with a 1-minute pit stop after a tyre got loose. Ollie Jarvis chasing down the 2nd place car went off in the Audi and finished his day and the 6 hours in the gravel trap. So at the end of the race, Aston Martin number 98 makes it 2 in a row. Aston Martin 99 takes their first win in GTE Pro. It's another success for Jota in the 38 Gibson. And at the front of the field, Ben Treluet did a monster 2 and a bit stints on a single set of Michelin tyres to take a new distance record of over 1,230 kilometres in 6 hours. The second race win in a row for Audi number 7. Graham, the podium celebrations to come. And whereas at Silverstone we saw 3 teams from 3 manufacturers all looking happy, there's no Toyota here, and there's no joy for Toyota, with Kaz Nakajima sidelined with a back injury.
Not been a good weekend for them, and they'll be asking questions. Here come the Porsche drivers, though. By the way, Shanghai last year, the last time we saw a winning margin of a minute or more in an endurance race that's spectacular. So congratulations, first and foremost, to the Porsche guys, both the full-season crews on the podium, but it's what is fast becoming one of the legendary crews for Audi Sports.
Ralf Juttner in the Audi Sports overalls there. And there's Dr. Wolfgang Ulrich. And the national anthem of the winning entrants. Surely there should be 4 of those spotlights there to get the 4 rings on the on the podium. General election looming in the UK. Many of you watching from there. This has been a landslide victory for common sense regulations, open to technical freedom, and allowing the clever people to do what they do best, which is be clever and design clever things. Pierre Fillon making the...
And Jackie X.
And Jackie X making the presentation to the third place Porsche 17 crew.
Mark Webber, Brendan Hartley, Timo Bernhard, and now Neil Yanni, Mark Lieb, and Romain Dumas get the second place trophies.
And if this is a party political broadcast, then I would say vote WEC. Oh, and it's gone off a bit early.
It went off
on
early.
The podium. Then.
No, Mark Webber's, I'm afraid, champagne before the winning team has actually got their trophy. I'm afraid I've never seen that before.
And you know what's happened?
One of the champagne bottles popped.
I think Hartley, Brendan Hartley, there told him it was time, and Mark believed him, and he's going to Le Mans this year, having showered.
Pierre Fillon
with champagne.
But John, what can you say about this crew? World champions in the first year of the championship, Le Mans winners, multiple Le Mans winners, Marcel Fesler, Benoit Treluet, André Lotre, with Ralf Juttner from Joest behind, absolute legends in sports car racing now, and in racing full stop.
Yeah, Mark Webber managed to get another bottle of champagne there. That's pretty good.
I should say, John, you can see in the background, the stand is still full for this fabulous event for the spectators.
54,000 spectators, up 8,000 on last year, and fully 20,000 up on 2 years ago as an event total. Not here today, but sensible logistics and sensible accounting from Spa-Francorchamps, and a 3-year deal inked this morning that will see these teams come back next year. New distance record in 6-hour racing anywhere in the world. Over 1,232 kilometres, 176 laps here. And the margin of victory at the end, 13.5 seconds from Audi to Porsche. 2 in a row for the 7 crew, and they go to Le Mans with the big more momentum in their favour. In GTE Pro, it was Aston Martin 99. In ARM, it was a double win, 2 for 2 from the Aston Martin 98 crew. And let's not forget the wildcard entry of Jota Sport winning LMP2. The next round, you know about it.
Hi, it's Loic Duval.
World Endurance Championship, the 24 Hours of Le Mans, coming soon. The ultimate race, the fight will be intense.
Yeah, I can't think you 100%
A sprint for 24 hours. Passion, emotion, day and night, every second counts. The only limit is the clock.
The 24 Hours of Le Mans.
Join us for the Spirit of Le Mans, coming on the 13th and 14th of June.
Be there.
Well, we'll certainly be there. And I think we think now that tens, hundreds of thousands of other people will be there too. And as the other podium ceremonies get underway, still a full grandstand here at Spa-Francorchamps. John Hindhaugh off to take care of the press conference. There's the GTE Pro podium, not one we would have predicted either. Third position for a brand new look crew in the number 91 car. Sven Müller on the left-hand side, Kevin Estre on the right. And Fred Makoviecki and Richard Lietz find second place, but a first win in the WEC for the number 99 crew. This iteration of the number 99 crew. Fernando Reis, what a little hero he was, the Brazilian. Richie Stanaway on the left-hand side. And Alec McDowell soaked up that pressure beautifully from Jimmy Bruni. At the end of the day, it didn't matter with Bruni getting that 1 minute stop-go penalty for the pit lane infringement. But very happy bunnies indeed. And the first time too, those Hanergy colours will have stood atop the WEC podium. Will it be the last? So 2 brand new WEC drivers on the podium in GTE. Richard Lietz, of course, had normally been in the number 91 car, but with Porsche resources stretched with United Sports Car Championship race Laguna Seca this weekend, and factory cars there, and a third P1 car here, there's been a bit of a reshuffle. Regular drivers for this race racing elsewhere. Trophies aloft for the boys. And great to see this big crowd staying on to recognise the achievements of these drivers. Yet another class win for Aston Martin Racing to add to their record-breaking total in the WEC. Yesterday we saw their 10th double pole. Here's a double win to add to that proud record. A different looking podium, and that's no bad thing at all, is it, in a World Championship? Jimmy Bruni, though, I'm sure, and his of course, a team, will be less happy to see this. Some very happy campers indeed there. There's the result, the number 99 car, 151 laps, 30 seconds up at the end from the number 92 Porsche, with the sister car a further 30 seconds or so back. And that 1 minute penalty cost Jimmy Bruni dear. GTE Pro, the images of the winning car. As we starts getting a little dark here across the P2 and a third place here for the Spa-Francorchamps team. Second for the surviving 28 car, though in fairness the 26 car came round and finished the race for points, but a great win for the Toyota Sport guys. Great stuff. Harry Tinknell there in the middle, Sam Hignett, the team principal on the right, Simon Dolan in the middle, next to Harry, the debutant for the team, Mitch Evans. So we've got 3 Kiwis on WEC podiums this weekend. 2 of them have won races in their classes. LMP2 here for Mitch. And the GTE Pro win with Richie Stanaway amongst the winners. Well done too to the 28 crew. Pipa Durrani in the right-hand side there, Ricardo Gonzalez, Gustavo Yacaman. And we're missing a driver somehow from the Spa-Francorchamps team. That's Ollie Webb and Zol Amberg. Pierre Rag not on the podium. It's Toyota Sport reminding the WEC runners that the last year's Le Mans champions, serial winners here at the Spa 6 hours and 1,000 Ks before that. And ELMS contenders that it will not be just a WEC race at Le Mans. A win then for Toyota Sport with the Gibson chassis for the first time, the Nissan engine, G-Drive with the Ligier, and again with the Nissan. And Spa-Francorchamps with the Sard badge Judd V8. So the Judd V8, another WEC podium finish. And that puts the 28 crew to the top of the points in the WEC LMP2 class, with the 26 car second in the points despite that delay. Finishing, well, rather hobbled at the end, 31st position, but bringing it round for the final lap. And the teams, it's a 1-2 for G-Drive, the KCMG, their new Orica. Third position, just a point off the 26 car now, though. The all South American crewed 28 car, though, in a comfortable lead. And setting up for the final podium now. This will be the LMGTM results.
Hi, it's Loic Duval.
World Endurance Championship, the 24 Hours of Le Mans, coming soon. The ultimate race. The fight will be intense.
Yeah, contact you 100%.
A sprint for 24 hours. Passion, emotion. Day and night, every second counts. The only limit is the clock.
The 24 Hours of Le Mans.
Join us for the Spirit of Le Mans, coming on the 13th and 14th of June.
Be there.
And there we are, the 3 podium crews. Well done, SMP Racing, the 72 crew in third. Second for the 83 AF Corsa Ferrari crew in second, but it's Aston Martin Racing take a double win here and a double win for the season for the 98 car. We'll see you at Le Mans.